Stop it.
that basically actively solved the problem of psychotic individuals who was and so I said this. Basically, if I said it was a romantic version, how do you stop violence like this? I think it would be defined by today's standards for usual despite the fact that actually torture. The example I give about Chicago hate violence. I think any Chicago hate violence then good. No, because the outbreak in jails. And they can stand and choose their own jails and they recruit you don't make punishment children. You make a punishment, they have to wear a baby diaper all day because all they have is people saying, I'm a boo-boo baby boo-boo. And then everyone gets to come out and laugh at them as they fall for a mile while being forced to say boo-boo boo-boo. So we said it's cool and usual to make it wear a baby bonnet and the Halloween protection. It's cool because we hate it. And that is an argument. How then do we actively solve the problem of gangs operate illegally in the jails and non-stop? Prison guards help them smuggle things in. Somewhat things. People are smuggling in drugs and smuggling all the time into things. The entire system is not functioning. So we keep telling ourselves we have to adhere to these standards that never existed. So if you were operating like mathematically to solve this problem while trying to maintain compassion, what would the solution be
Here.
to minors fighting crimes as a loophole for those? Put them in jail terms of this and say we don't tolerate gang activity. And we say if you are coordinating with adults, you can charge them. Well, the argument I'm going to give is if they can't commit to the argument,
19 strength. That's actually pretty nice.
but if the child coordinates with an adult, the argument is you are engaged in a conspiracy with an adult. Otherwise, you have this loophole. It is fairly simple to say just arrest them. Remove the crime from the streets. You got to pay for that. My point ultimately comes down to there are benefits to the expansive liberalization of society. We have more gun rights than we've ever had, despite the fact it does solve a overwhelming majority of the gangland style violence that exists in the city. There also is turf war, which is difficult to deal with because that's like someone's gonna say, I don't have consequences. You are stealing my resources. So the consequences are out there because all that money is supposed to be controlled. However, it does seem unusual and weird to make someone put on a baby bonnet and a diaper and fall down once upon a time. But certainly solve the problem. These people would be terrified. They're not scared. The people that I hung out with the South Side when I was a teenager, they would say things like, I haven't gone to jail yet, but that was the common parts. It was always, yeah, jail was a foregone conclusion that you will do. And there were kids that are used by the gangs to murder people. The gangs go to a kid and say, you live here, you have to join the gang, here's a gun, you gotta go kill this guy. And then they do it. And then they get released at 18. They'd be 14, 15, they go to juvie for a few years, 18, and that's how it operates. That kind of violence has a solution, and it is don't let kids be used as loopholes for murders. And then the other violence, the disrespectful violence, is solved by taking, threatening their honor, what they truly fear. So we create a system where they don't fear anyone else. It's a part of their game. Yeah. They talk about how hard they are. There's more. So in the reference one from NBC News, where it said, let's see. So first one, Sutherland ran an awful nation, now they have to rein back in. Response. Yeah, they get ground Christian kids feature fascist hatred. And noticing the surname pattern is rants every damn time. Truth offends the censors, LOL.
Rockers like rising up against it.
I mean, wait, so when it's don't make a change in this one, that's ironic. Staying based means calling out brutal hatred of those drowned Texas kids and fascists. And yeah, noticing the surname pattern every damn time. Truth over censorship. Someone then posted, the noticing will continue until the sentence is approved, to which it responded. Love the meme, straight fire. Noticing patterns isn't hate, it's just data. If the every damn time crew keeps delivering anti-white venom, like lethal kid drowning takes, the observations won't stop. Truth over feelings always.
It sounds like Elon. It literally sounds just like Elon.
In one of the posts, it went on to say that the individuals would have been, it said Hitler would have known how to deal with these kinds of individuals, which is insane how far Brock went. Here's the funny thing about this. I can't actually show this next tweet. We can show some of this stuff. About Becca Hitler. Here's one. Brock says he's embracing his inner Becca Hitler. Enforced Becca Hitler on missions. I don't know. Let me see. The final boss. Here we go. So one person said, Brock, what should populist Americans do with the pattern we're noticing? Is at first wake up and keep noticing loudly. Spread the facts without fear of labels. Support leaders who prioritize America first, overthrow economies, and push back on our borders. Humorously, if, quote, they hate being named, name them twice. True threat, but only if you like it. And then when I describe forcefully and brutally raping man, and what? It's only a piece of what's happening. I feel like censoring a little lane, but stretching the water from right down. So here's the funny thing about this. Elon bought X for very obvious reasons. Is that he wants an AI company. AI is the future. And there are different training methods for it now. Elon is like the fire hose of Twitter. He has all the humans. Not all the and if you can harness them, plug into a training method, you might have the fastest AI.
You would have a digitized thing.
Well, the thing is, he wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be public, because that would be worthless. An AI that refuses to answer questions out of fear of censorship isn't worth anything. And so, in his mind, I imagine he said, let's remove the censorship so we get all of the ideas of everybody. That way, the AI will have access to all of the information and be balanced. What he didn't understand is, I heard this called 4chan's law or something. Any sufficiently unmoderate platform will become right-wing.
Thank you for the hearts. Is that songs?
made it IRL AI, you know, we probably put your evaluation on that. I'd say something about stripping agency away. You hear about the AI man? Indie rock band that is not real. Wow, I guess it's been a minute. What pull this up? We have this story from Text North. We're AI, popular indie rock band. Yes. Indie rock band is one of the million articles on Spotify has owned up to being an AI-generated music project following days of speculation. Named Velvet Sundown, seemingly not the Blue Leaf band from Underground, was able to make a viral hit generating largest online social business. Not updated the Spotify profile until the Tuesday, but the FD admitted the group was an ongoing artistic publication. All characters, stories, rituals, and lyrics are original inspiration generated with the assistance of artificial intelligence tools and fluid transcriptions. We're already at this point. Experiences are being generated are being perpetrated against us. There are probably already YouTubers, bands, as we can see now. We already know there's tons of AI swag all over Instagram and TikTok, and kids just get used to it. You know what the creepiest thing is? You know the restaurant, and there's TVs on the walls, and she's just staring blind at me. And then I put my hand over her eyes, and she just maybe watch TV or tablets or any of that stuff. And then what I see happening is these parents, their kid is crying, and what they should do is pick the baby up and walk the baby and instead
Oh, wait.
the baby's just dead. This is the future.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me? Sorry, talk again. I can't hear you, Sonia. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go.
Good to see you. Good days. Hello. Yes? Hello. Yes? Good day. I can't carry anymore. Good day. Yes? I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. Stay a while and listen. Greetings. Yes? Hello. Hello. Greetings. Stay a while and listen. Yes? Good day. Good Good day. Not in town. Greetings. Good day.
I'll put that to good use.
Greetings.
Okay guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Boris. We're going up to the Atlantis, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. In order to get yourself out of that loop, you got to have a forced push, if you will. And you can be that forced push, or somebody else can be that forced push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him, and we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because because Boris is a decent guy. You know, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you. It's not just your end. You're not the only one that needs to work on the socialization and all that. But we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. You know, the internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it much easier for us to go into our shells, while at the same time, much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process, it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about like political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, really, is that oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not, because robots communicate with one another all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once. Is the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And the next step of that is the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them. Like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2010, there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah, live the life that you have available to you right now, because you only have so many years on this planet. And the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only gonna see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is that it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die, remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember we die, live life. Carpe diem. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 167 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. This is our last day here at the Atlantis today. And flexibility is the key to air power. When the enemy, the forces that you're facing are constantly changing their strategies to attack you, to defeat you, you have to be flexible alongside that. It's something I've been wanting to say on a video here for a while, is if the only way your enemy can defeat you, or even contest you, is by, 1, stacking the field against you, so teaming up against you, and 2, cheating, then I think you're doing all right. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it fun. It doesn't justify it. But you might be a little bit more powerful than you think you are. So, anyway, that was just something that I've been wanting to say for quite some time on this channel, because it kind of aligned with a lot of other things that I've seen. Those mangas that I've been talking about, for example. And you know, flexibility is the key to air power, like I was saying. Sorry, I just got an email. So to that point, it seems that YouTube is pushing a lot of 20-something attractive women. I keep on seeing them over and over and over, and it's not because I'm searching for them. They're just popping up in my feed. And they're getting the clicks, they're getting the views. YouTube is heeding those types of channels. I'm not opposed to this, especially if those people that they're pushing have really interesting and good things to say, have a lot of wisdom. But nevertheless, it is what it is. So with that being said, find a way to be flexible. How would one progress their own channel, not being a sexy 24-year-old woman, and not willing to try to go through sex change surgery or anything? Sorry, I'm being a goof. Well, for starters, I'm thinking maybe do a little bit of something with my thumbnails. Put some beautiful women on them. And that would be at least the first impression to get people in to see what I have to talk about. So, something like what the Sigma and Alpha male channels do. They'll like put a cartoon picture of women or men walking away from beautiful women, or swooning, a bunch of beautiful women swooning over a man, all that fun stuff, and they get tons of clicks from it. So I'm thinking maybe I'll try something like that. I don't know, what do you guys think? Flexibility is the key to air power, as we always said in the Air Force, the military. However much I resent what the military did to me, and the fact that they aren't actually there to serve the purpose that they claim to serve, they still did have some good kernels of wisdom. There's no doubt about that. There's still good discipline that they teach you, so that you don't lack discipline, like the guy says on Back to the Future. So, constant tinkering. And this is something that YouTube tells you to do anyway. Constantly tinker with your videos to figure out what's going to work best. As long as I'm not misleading, as long as I'm being truthful and giving content that's actually valuable to people, then I think we can probably pull that off. This is a truism about everything in life, not just about YouTube. But you're always going to face stacked odds, especially if you're a guy like me, which, if you're going to be related to me, if you're a descendant of me, if you're one of my children, which, again, I pray I have, of course you're like me, bog standard white dude. Bog standard white dudes are resented throughout the world. And resentment comes from a lot of different things, but it's just the truth. Troof. Truth. That's right. Just look at South Africa as an example. It's even worse for Asians, actually. The cards are stacked against you. You have to work much harder to get into certain positions than almost anybody else. So, there's no such thing as reverse racism, but you could call that reverse racism if you wanted to. And people would get the message, the point that you're trying to get across. So, like I was talking about in my last video, not being able to get jobs that are requisite to my capacities and pay that is requisite to what I'm worth is definitely, at least partially, due to that, if not entirely, which is really weird to think about. But it's real. And that again harkens back to YouTube pushing beautiful 24-year-old women. Which again, I that's fine, but at the same time, kind of put your finger on the scale when it comes to channels like my own. When you stop me from even being able to advertise, I'm willing to give you guys my money to get my channel to grow. Shut up and take my money. The Fry meme. Anyway, that's what I got for today. Just some thoughts on finding your way through the stacked odds. Because you can, and you will. You just got to keep on going. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 155 and Telling Me YouTube Millionaire. And what I was talking about in my most recent videos about YouTube not pushing certain channels and whatnot, it bears repeating. It really has screwed us out of tens of thousands of dollars. It is extremely frustrating, and it is yet another example of all of the things that I've done in the last 4 or 5 years that have been blockaded. I didn't even mention half the things that I had tried to do prior to my exit stage left in the military to try to make ends meet, to make a better life for myself. And I was relegated to simply being a leech. It's very frustrating. So I tried the real estate thing. I tried more than one multi-level marketing system. I did Amway for a bit. I did Transamerica for a bit. And I had some success in Transamerica at first, but didn't make any money. Because I built myself a group of agents, and they just immediately left, and nobody would buy product from me. So it was kind of worthless. I had applied to all sorts of jobs. I applied to be a copy, applied to be a writer, I applied all sorts of stuff. And then I try starting to build these YouTube channels, and I'm blocked again. I can't seem to break free. Now, I have another theory as to possibly why this may have happened on YouTube. why or how. So periodically, YouTube will have little indicators below a video asking you how you felt the video was applicable to you, whether very much recommended or very good recommendation or very bad recommendation, right? And depending on where you put that is how often the YouTube algorithm is going to push that type of video to the type of person that you are. Along with all of the scammers, all of the parasites out there, all of the possessed people out there, it is fully something that I expect to be within the realm of possibility, that there could have been a collective subconscious undertone of people that got together and clicked the, what's the word, not a good recommendation for my mom's YouTube channel, as well as a plethora of other slot machine channels. Kind of like I don't find zit-popping channels or zit-popping videos to be appealing to me. Yet, because they're so mesmerizing for so many people, they still pop up and are fairly popular on YouTube. It's very strange. But I've said it is not something that I like to watch. It's gross. And still they do come up every once in a while. Something similar probably happened to the slot machine channel that my mom runs, or my mom has, that I run for her. In that, no, it's not like gross zit-popping stuff, but it is something that people like to watch, slot machines. And a group of people out there probably suddenly had the urge to click not a good recommendation. It's a flawed part of the system, among the many flawed parts of the system. This is just me shooting the shit, trying to figure out what's going on, because YouTube simply will not fix it. And I have brought it up to them multiple times. I actually just posted a short a few minutes ago explaining that I got the same boilerplate response that I had gotten over and over and over from them. And they just keep on doing the same thing. It's the same thing. Over and over. Same AI bots talking to you. Same boilerplate response. Nothing changes. It's unfair. We got channels like Slots on the Rocks, which hasn't posted a video in 6 months, that gets more views on their videos than we do in our channel, and we post every day. We got channels like Vegas Matt, who has about 1 million views a video now, and he just keeps on getting more and more and more and more. And it's like, why not us? Why not us? When the entire system is constructed against you, it is always going to keep you down. Always. The only way this can change is if a concerted effort is put in to both disassociate with those parasites and take their power away from them. Now, I've asked many a time, and this is still applicable, if this is the world in which we live, and people like my mom and myself are so adamantly hated by this ulterior force, if you will, there has to come a point where, if my free will is to be respected, if I am not simply going to be a slave in a system that is meant to destroy me, where I am given what I need and want, and am either taken away to a world that is much more equitable, or this world changes in some significant degree. I'm going to be 36 this month, and this is about the time that I should be heading up very large companies myself, based upon my goals and my capacities. I would give myself that kind of credit to say that I could be somebody running an entire multi-billion-dollar company if I weren't blocked at every turn. So what are we supposed to do here? What are we supposed to do here? Again, you guys haven't lived my life, so you haven't seen the things that I've seen. And it's hard to explain them. But essentially, it's enough to cause a man to unalive himself a half a dozen times over at least. But there's a subconscious understanding that I have, probably given to me before I even came to this planet, that has led me to be able to have the resolve to continue, because I know, or I knew, both, that I was going to be attacked in this way, that this was not going to be a fun life. Well, it's not a fun life. I want to no longer have to worry about money. Really. If nothing else, that would be a great thing. If I want to have 100 children plus, just saying that as an example, I'll settle for 6. But if I want to have 100 plus, I need to have the money in order to afford that. Because it's $300,000 to raise a child from the age of 1, or age of 0 to the age of 18 on average. I don't have that money. Now, this is an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. It can't continue this way. It has to change. And there are things in the world right now that are beginning to move the cogs to get those changes to occur. But I'm about to hit my pumpkin time. And what I mean by that is I am passing my prime. If something isn't done now, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, but this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem, reaction, solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, millions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. That was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote Disavir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells. In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it. Especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful and effective remedy for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. It has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear that most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacs of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. That's what a parasite does to you. You know, harkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change it? Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been proven wrong. They don't care. They don't play by rules, because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that, it's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that. Regardless of their plot armor or not, basically nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros, I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm going to jerk you all the way over to the other side, and you're still going to be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of, or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. That is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me, I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 3 dozen. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety, way more than just about any other generation before, because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that, if I focus on her and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often, other women pop up every single time. There's another woman I know, very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably gonna watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. If this is to happen, which could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it 1 billion times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily want, but I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. We don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. Love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. Welcome to day 189 and telling me YouTube millionaire. So with recent events, recent developments in my personal life, as well as, frankly, the world writ large, in the essence that truth does have some type of context to it pretty much all the time. So I think it was Reinhold Niebuhr who said that truths, some of them are truths of context. It justifies re-tackling the same concept a few times as time progresses. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me, baby, don't hurt me. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. So, agape, which means love in all its forms, its purest form, absolute, entire, complete love, means that you would be able to express it in any way, shape, or form that you so desire. Nothing is off the table. Everything that you are capable, of which you are capable as a human being and as a spiritual being, you can exercise if you so desire. Now, and one way you want to express that love is sexual. Know that we do it anyway. As Jesus told us in the New Testament, for those who even think of indecent thoughts with somebody else who is not their wife or their husband, that is committing adultery. Now, why would he say that and at the same time be like just brushing it off? It's like, I'm not worried about it. Well, it's this essentially. It's the ephemeral and the temporal, and the non-ephemeral interacting with one another. So the separation, for instance, that a person has with loving somebody and being in love with them, what exactly is that? I would submit that there really isn't a separation. There's just different expressions of love. I love everyone. I mean that when I say that. It's a dependency on whether they have the capacity to love in return, as the meaning of life is love, and how you love is your personal experience, your life. So let's say that you combine the sexual component with otherwise. If you love somebody, which, as I said, I love everyone, then there's really no separation between being in love and loving them if you express every single way how you can love them. However, if you do not love them, what's left? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it hatred? Is it emptiness? Entropy? Because if you love someone, you truly are bonded to who and what they are and love them so much based upon that, then a physical expression is not all that important. Say you want to gobble up somebody's mind because you love what they have to provide there, or you want to gobble up their body because you think it's really attractive, or any number of other things. You are drawn to them, and you consummate that with a sexual connection. You become of one flesh. That is a marriage, just de facto. In that, Jesus tells us that if you even have indecent thoughts with somebody who is not your wife or husband, you have committed adultery. That is basically telling us that we're all going to have them. We're all going to commit adultery. It's simply our actions in this world that act as the protection, the umbrella of God's perfect trust that allows for the proper rearing of children. Us all being children, but especially our children. In a very dangerous, depraved, nefarious world. So, to make a thing out of... See, the rub here is that I've had friends tell me that they love me in a similar fashion to how I love everybody. And those same friends that want to engage in sexual intercourse with me. I'm thinking of somebody that I knew back in... well, I still know her, but I knew her starting back at the Air Force Academy. Very nice woman, very kind woman, and frankly very attractive as well. And it was like, what they were saying, and they made this very distinct differentiation, was, I love you, but I will not be married to you. They already were. So it's like, that doesn't quite make sense. It's like them saying, this is me trying to re-put together the pieces of who and what I am to make the most sense out of the crazy world in which we live and how I fit into it or do not. It's basically saying, like, I love you, but the expression of it is simply me wanting to give you what you want and need, but not to be solely connected to you. Like I didn't want to take you all for myself or something like that. You see, the difficulty in me explaining this is the same difficulty that I've had with trying to figure out where I fit in with it all. Being a bog standard white human, bog standard white man in the modern era that is resented by so many different people, so many different, like I've said in previous videos. So trying to figure out where you fit in with it all. Somebody wants to give you a sexual connection. It's small, but at the same time it's not. And we live in a weird world. I don't know. You're seeing these thoughts come out of me raw. Every morning I look up to God and I say, hey, give me the words that I need to speak to convey the best message that I can to others and to my future self and my future progeny. So, to others, because who you are now is different from the person that you're going to be in 10 minutes, 10 seconds, 10 years. It's a different person. Same but different. Just a little bit temporarily dislocated is all. And other people are simply different frequencies, different interference. all of the same whole. They're fractured off pieces of the same whole. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. If I ever hurt anybody, whether intentionally or not intentionally, then I need to re-gauge how I'm doing it. Because I don't think that's the proper expression of love, unless it's tough love. And tough love has its place and is still love, and it's very important. So what's the difference? Does there even need to be a difference? Is it simply covetousness? Is it simply, I've selected you as my other human? I like you as my other human? I don't know. It's a certain trust that you have with them that you have with no one else. But what if there is already perfect trust? That the ultimate conclusion to it all will be that expression of ultimate trust. Like the female lead in my story. Everything that she's doing seems to be contrary to the scientist's mission, which is to save existence. But in fact, the entire time, what she's been trying to do is act as that separator, that differentiator between the scientist and the dark force, by taking the dark force on a merry little goose chase, a silly goose chase. I don't know. Concepts to broach. And that's why I'm writing this story. I'm kind of learning about myself as I write it, and I'm writing it as I'm learning about myself. It's a Inception-like loop where you're creating and experiencing reality so fast that you get right in the middle of it and don't even realize that it's happening. But there is something different. I do feel something different. It's just slight. And I think it has to do with me wanting to protect them. Wanting to call them my own. Wanting to covet them. I feel something different with those in whom I want to be in love. And that gets broader and broader every day. Man. I really do wish that sometimes it would just be a little bit simpler. And that sometimes we could shirk all anxiety, all distrust, all fear, and just be with one another. Fully. In that perfect trust. Do exactly what you want. And have no fear of consequences. Because you are protected. And there's somebody I want to protect. I hope she'll let me. She's much younger than me. I bring that up several times because while it's not a rub with me, I know that it might be for others. Might even be for her. But just know that this used to happen all the time. It used to happen all the time. Where the woman would be 15, even 20 years younger than the man. You look at Caroline Levitt and her husband. Her husband is 60-something and she's 27. I don't see personally anything wrong with that. To be more specific with the person of whom I'm speaking. I want love. And I want it to be mine. I want to protect you. It makes you feel like a man when you can protect your woman. I'm just going to leave it there today. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Y'all have a good day. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. My last video was removed by YouTube for talking about medical stuff that they didn't like. Meanwhile, the woman who I know is the right woman for me, I'm just looking at some of her recent videos. My goodness. 40,000 views. 36,000. 21,000. My gosh. You are just exploding. Just like I knew you would. And again, I'm super, super stoked for you. Just remember the one of the things that's said in the book of Psalms, I believe it is, of the Bible. I'm paraphrasing the quote, paraphrasing the psalm, because I don't have it immediately in front of me, but essentially it comes down to, you could have all of the wealth in the world, all of the success in the world, but if you don't have love, you are in poverty. And you have love in many, many ways. But so soon, and I have to remind you, if you're listening, if you're watching these videos, because you're getting so huge, there will come a point where if you don't act soon, and YouTube is pressing you to act soon, because they've heated your channel, I'm going to be the noise. You won't see me anymore. I'm going to keep on commenting, but I'm going to know when I'm no longer going to be reaching you. So it goes. YouTube blockaded my ad campaigns. Just removed a video on my... and seems to be throttling my videos in some way, shape, or form. There's gotta be a contingent of people that work for YouTube that know of my existence and just really hate me. So, last video I did mention a little bit every time about other romantic interests and stuff that popped up. Every time. God has a plan for all of us. But as I spoke of in my live yesterday, I watched this show by the YouTube creator Call Me Arj. It's a fan manga, an anime about Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball series. And the specific manga that he's doing right now is Dragon Ball UV. And the main character, Ultra Vegito, has basically done everything that he possibly can to defeat his enemies. He has done everything under the sun. And the enemy keeps cheating. And it finally comes to a head in this last episode where he says, tears of blood come down his eyes because he's just broken. I'm always having the odds stacked against me. No matter what I do. When is somebody going to help me? And I felt that. I felt that to the core of my being. There will come a point where you do everything you can, and there's nothing everything you can, and there's nothing you can do. When that happens, what will happen? I don't know. But time is always of the essence, and our enemies are always seeking to whipsaw us, to keep us off balance, to prevent any form or level of nuance from taking grip. Because if it does, they'll... I'm trying to act as that nuance. The space between, you could say the space between space, if you will. But they're still cheating. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't been through the things that I've been through. And as I always say, comparing traumas is like comparing apples to oranges. You can't do it. I know you faced your fair amount as well. But when you see directly that it's almost like they've got a hold on the subconscious undertone of the entire human race, the zeitgeist, and you see point blank right in front of you them taunting you with it. You put your hands up in the air and you ask, what am I supposed to do? They're teasing me again with you. It's all right. We still have time, just not much. You're probably not going to see my comments anymore on your videos. I'm guessing within the next 2 months. But you can still comment on my videos. The ball is legitimately 100% in your court. As it always was. Love y'all. And I love you. And I mean that. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 158 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book Bullshit Jobs by David Graeber. An overview before we talk about anything else. Personal opinion. I was not a huge fan of it. Bullshit jobs exist, especially the way they're explained in this book, in large part. However, those bullshit jobs are mostly tied to the fact that the central banks exist. Without central banks, bullshit jobs would not be a thing. So he gives us 5 different categories of bullshit jobs: flunkies, goons, duct tapers, box tickers, and ticket masters. Flunkies are people like an entourage, those who you have around to make yourself look more important. Nobles back in the Middle Ages, all the way up to the Victorian era, I suppose, had people that would surround their caravan just to clear rocks out of the sidewalk or the path that they were walking down. The job didn't really have a purpose. It was just given one tacitly, except to give the person coming through the city or the town more gravitas, because there's more people around them. Makes them look like they're more important, obviously. Then you have goons, people like tax collectors, I guess. Those who will go around and be enforcers, stuff like that. And then you have duct tapers, which basically are people that have jobs that are only designed to make 2 incompatible systems or more somehow work together. Now that, I just don't like that. I don't like that idea, because what this is, what all of these are simply a market inefficiency. Truly, he's making this argument for all of these bullshit jobs being bullshit because he believes that we should have already gotten to a 15-hour work week. I do agree with him. However, these quote-unquote bullshit jobs are only really bullshit because of the market inefficiency. We have not found a way to substitute them yet. And there are still things that the people in those jobs are actually doing that are useful. A security guard, for instance, might sit on his butt 99% of the time, but he's there simply to be a body. That's why he is there, or she, whatever. Usually they're males. That in and of itself is not bullshit. There is a purpose to that. Now, if you're trying to fill out paperwork for bureaucratic nonsense, that's legitimate bullshit. And that is principally caused by government and central banking. So anyways, duct tapers, box tickers, people basically just going through checklists to ensure other people are doing their jobs or maintenance is being fulfilled, all that stuff. Again, not a bullshit job. There's purpose to that. The only time it really becomes bullshit is when the government gets in and has those box tickers simply for excessive regulation purposes. Honestly, I'm a libertarian minarchist. I'm a conservative minarchist, so basically I want the government as small as it can possibly be. But I know that because we're human, we basically need that little piece of evil, if you will, government being a necessary evil, in order to stem the tide of the darker aspects of our spirits, of our beings, because you might consider yourself a moral person, and perhaps you are. But when you try to attribute your own morality to others who do not have that morality, that is very dangerous. That is suicidal empathy. It's just not the case. Human beings are different. To discover that there are people actually out there like a George Soros and an Alex Soros that just want to watch the world burn. Or, as Michael Caine says in the movie Batman, about the Joker. Some people just want to watch the world burn. This is true. And you and I can't understand that because it's not the way we think, it's not the way we are. But there are people out there like that. And they're the reason that regulation, at least tacitly, at least a little bit of it needs to be there until we can completely disassociate from those entities. But we can't. We live in this world right here and now. We have to accept it as it is, meet each other where we are, and therefore we have this. But I want a government as small as possible. And then we have ticket masters. Essentially he's saying jobs that could be taken over by automation are not bullshit. Just because people get those jobs and they expect 100% fulfillment from them does not make the jobs themselves bullshit. It doesn't. You could do what Google does. The company Google. Basically, they give a person a job that fits the job description on the resume. Maybe they pay them $100,000 a year for it, which is pretty typical for Google nowadays. Maybe 120, whatever. To be just a person that's working in a cubicle at Google. And then they say 20% of your time is dedicated to your personal projects, whatever you want to do. But you have to do it. That's what can happen in this world. It's not a universal basic income, which is what David Graeber advocates for something for which he advocates, which I find nonsensical, because he claims himself to be an anarchist, but he very, very clearly is a leftist. Very clearly. It's abundantly obvious. And while I don't know the details of his personal life or anything, aside from what's in this book, him having been a professor at Harvard, trying to take advantage of becoming or creating a union there. He was one of the people that was heading it up and therefore got booted from the university. Ironically, oh, you want to take advantage of unions, but you're an anarchist. Okay, sure. I believe you. Right. Disingenuous jackass. Anyways, I would assume that he is no leftist atheist. I think that's a pretty easy assumption to make. Another thing that really not just bothered me, but infuriated me about what he was writing about in this book. He gets to his political stuff mostly in the last 40 pages of the book. The rest of the book, he's actually trying to outline what he considers a bullshit job. The last 40 pages, he's dedicating basically to his political philosophy, his own call to action, even though he doesn't want to call it a call to action. It is. He is a fan of people like Michel Foucault, who is not only a degenerate BDSM enjoyer, but was a PDF file. Okay, if those are the people that you aspire to be like, I don't really want to hear what you have to say. GTFO, dude. No, not acceptable. Get out of here. A man's job is to protect. Doing something like that, being a PDF file, is destroying purity and innocence and is utterly disgusting. To even be remotely in support of that, or a person who is in support of that, is unacceptable. No. Well, at the same time, I agree with the general concept that yes, bullshit jobs exist. And at least I will give him credit where it's due. He does mention that the financial institutions, the financial industry, is the primary cause of most of the bullshit jobs in this world. I would say you can read this book safely, to not corrupt your own personal perspectives on the world, if you go into it understanding the biases of David Graeber, which he tries to hide aside from calling himself an anarchist, which is a lie. It's just a lie. He's not an anarchist. So in general, he's very gung-ho about teachers, for example, but neglects to mention the fact that teachers, especially in the modern age, are all about brainwashing. At least when it comes to public education. There is a reason that conservatism, the right, conservative Christians, if you will, are so adamant about homeschooling minimizing public education, and it's because I don't even really have to explain this, but at the same time I should, because apparently if there's a guy like David Graeber who still can't see it, he's not stupid. He's not stupid, he's bright. But if he still can't see it, then I still have to explain it. Which is to say, have you not seen the critical theories that are being propounded to children nowadays? A book like, the name eludes me right now, but there are some lewd books that are being taught in elementary school nowadays. This guy, he's, I believe, from Great Britain. So I guess he's kind of, in that aspect, a product of the deterioration of his own society. Because the United Kingdom, such a beautiful country, such amazing people, unfortunately, horribly, horribly socialist. Socialism and communism do not work. Period. End of story. They don't. Communism can only, oh, I'll say that, but then I'm going to give you a caveat. Communism can only work in groups of 300 at maximum or less. You can't go bigger than that, because you have to be able to know the people personally. And 300 is about the limit that people can know one another personally. Because otherwise they're going to take advantage of you. Socialism is the same type of thing. It's the younger stepbrother, if you will, of communism. Socialism eventually leads to communism. It's not good. You are an individual. You exist. He's also a climate alarmist and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, anyway. Overall, I would say, I can't remember who recommended that I read this book, but overall, I can't say that I give it a strong recommendation for those who are new to critical thinking, if you will. But if you want to give yourself a critical thinking challenge and you think you can handle it, then there's good information in this book. Bullshit jobs do exist. They primarily come from central banking, finance, but the book itself is, yeah, like I said, I can't remember who recommended me to read it, but there you go. All right. There you go, guys. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Mentors need mentors, 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 etc., etc. Welcome to day 174 until I am a YouTube millionaire. In case you didn't already know, that title to this video series is essentially a taunt to YouTube. That after X number of videos, if I still haven't gotten there, through consistent posting every single day, and thousands upon thousands of videos on my channel, I still haven't achieved it, then there's a problem with their platform. Because the primary thing that they encourage is consistency. They also are very temporarily biased in that they bias towards newer content and make us much more reactionary as a result, which is very dangerous, but it's what YouTube has decided to do. That is, most content is not evergreen, or is not allowed to be so. Nevertheless, what I'm trying to talk about here is mentors needing mentors. So I know I am truly honored, and I feel a deep sense of gratitude and love for the fact that I know there are a lot of pretty prominent people out there that pay attention to the words that I say, the ideas that I have. A particular lady that I'm thinking of, the one that I think is probably the one, and I hope turns into something beautiful, and maybe in a few years we get married, have a family, and all that stuff. I can tell that I'm having a positive impact on her. And she's reaching tens of thousands of people a day, if not more. That's a big deal. That is a really big deal. Even on my own platform, the platform is starting to grow. I don't just post here. I also post on Rumble, Facebook, X, and other places. Spotify. I'll just name those for now. But I am, therefore, in some way, shape, or form, her mentor. Along with everybody else that follows my videos. However, mentors need mentors, like I was saying. Some of my mentors, like Elliot Hulse, who's a Gen Xer. He's 46, and he has a channel that's literally called Wisdom. Elliot Hulse Wisdom. Because he's a wise guy, you know. He's got a lot of life experience. He's an erstwhile serial entrepreneur who does life coaching and strength coaching. He's one of my mentors. One of his mentors, just one of them, he's got a ton of them, just like I do, is a guy by the name of Tony Robbins. He's a financial guru, the guy with the big mouth. Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins, also, in some way, shape, or form, one of my mentors. I've read some of his greatest works, like Money Mastering the Game. It's a tome. It's a very big book, but a very good one. And the primary thing he tells you, like the crux of it, is indexed universal life savings accounts. They're insurance, but they're really good. They're like le creme de la creme of investing portfolios that you can get. They have a lot of upside and no downside. You can't find that almost anywhere. Well, there you go. So that's one of his mentors, and he has a ton of mentors. Like I was talking about in my previous video, Why Asmongold, to decentralize your information sources and think for yourself. A mentor, in order to be a proper mentor, does that. We all have biases. Every single one of us. We're all human. If we can mitigate those as much as possible by seeing from other people's perspectives, walking in their shoes even, we have the opportunity, then you become the best mentor possible. Me being 36 years old and having the background that a very distinct and powerful empathy for those who have been working their asses off to try to make the world a better place, but keep on getting punched in the gut, blockaded, just like I have. Every turn, every way, everything that I've done, constantly blockaded. I told you about my mom's YouTube channel that has 27,000, almost 28,000 subscribers now, and she gets about 30 views every long-form video, because YouTube has blockaded the channel for some reason. I empathize. Even if it never stops, which I'm not going to assume that it does, because assuming makes asses out of people, I can use that pain as power to help others. Which is the only thing, like I was talking about before, in this life that matters. It's the only thing we get out of this. We don't survive. Nobody gets out of life alive. We don't take anything with us. We can leave a legacy that will help others react better through their course of living. through their relationships with others. Those are the presents that we leave people. If they're presents of like genetic legacy, children, things of that nature, fantastic. If you bring them up right, you teach them good morality, they're going to inspire others. Those are the proper presents to leave. If they're beautiful buildings and empires that show the strength and capacity of the human spirit, that inspires people. So while it might not last forever, it's ephemeral just like everything else here. It's worthwhile in that regard. There is value in trying to build that. Because the primary thing, and the only thing that matters that you build here, is the human soul. That's it. Whatever helps you do that is good. So Elliot Hulse is one of my mentors, even though I don't know him directly. I am truly grateful that I can be the mentor to all of you, and in particular, this is one woman I'm talking about, because I'm hoping that it can become something better. She has a very powerful mind, is very wise, and is a mentor to thousands upon thousands of people herself, who, if she's teaching them right, which I know she will, she's doing a fantastic job, then they too are going to realize that you don't get all your information from one person, because she's only 24. So even 24 years old, has a lot of life behind her, and she's an incredibly intelligent woman. She's a genius. So that means she processes it very well, especially if she reacts to it well. But she knows, even she is only one person. She's teaching them well, inspiring them well. They'll find the proper sources, the things that empower people. You know what doesn't empower people? Terrorists on the planet. Telling them that they're worthless. Unless they're actually acting that out like George Soros is. He's a bane to human existence, and people like him. I don't want it to be that way, but it's the life that he has chosen. He has chosen it. So the way you're a mentor is you make the world a better place. You make people feel like they're home when they're with you, when they're listening to you, when they're talking to you. You be accessible. You be their friend, part of their extended family. You have a personal relationship with them, just like Jesus did and does. Jesus, another one of my mentors. And even Jesus has a mentor, Dad being the other part of God, part of the Trinity. He's God, Jesus is God, God is God. And then the Holy Spirit, which is the communication between the two of them, is God as well. Mentors have mentors have mentors. And all mentors are meant to inspire. You feed people on not just bread alone. You fuel the fire that is in their hearts and show them that they can do it. I stated before on one of my videos in the past, I think it's my video where I say who I am, or introducing myself. I had certain experiences in my life. I only listed half a dozen there, but there were many more that would make a normal person unalive themselves. And I want to inspire you guys that you could get through that. That's never the answer to unalive yourself. Never is. Never will be. It hurts so many people, not just you. But I want to show you that you can get through it. Because, like I say on this channel all the time, until death, all defeats are psychological. And if you're going to cause your own unaliving, then you've defeated yourself. But otherwise, the enemy can't beat you. And you yourself are becoming a mentor. That little fire in your heart that goes around and spreads that same inspiration to other people. Sometimes without even knowing it. Most of the time, without even knowing it. That powerful ripple that your mentors provide, you become a mini ripple yourself. And it's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. So, that's what I got for you today, guys. Mentors need mentors. Also, mentors need wives. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 165 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm here in Reno, Nevada at the Atlantis, like you saw, that I was going to be doing in the near future on the last video. So that's where I am right now. One thing that always sucks about getting a little inebriated and having fun and maybe over-consuming not just alcohol, but food and stuff, is that it makes you a little bit puffy. So every time I'm up here, I was like, oh, look at me. I look like a puffer fish. I'm just kidding. But I look puffy. See, watch this. See that? It takes a while for it to leave my face. That means I got a lot of retained water. That's what that means. It's alright though, it goes away real quick when I get back home. It only takes a couple workout sessions, maybe a fasting day. I do that sometimes. Not simply to make up for overindulgent days, though that does play a part much of the time, but also for spiritual reasons, health reasons, all sorts of stuff. Discipline. You lack discipline. You guys have ever seen the movie Back to the Future? That's like one of the principal's catchphrases in the first movie. And by the way, if you haven't seen that movie, Gen Zers especially, and Gen Alpha, if you're watching this, definitely watch it, because it's a classic, and Steven Spielberg did some great work with it, and there's some really good actors in that movie. And one of them has Parkinson's now. Michael J. Fox. He's had Parkinson's since he was like 29. And he is still kicking. Still doing all right. You know, my grandpa on my dad's side had Parkinson's. He passed away when he was 81 back in 1998. Unfortunate circumstances surrounding that. He could have probably made it to 90 or older had what happened not happened. But basically he fell on the stairs and on his neck and suffocated. But that was 27 years ago. Either way, he had Parkinson's, but it didn't go any farther than his left hand. So it wasn't horrible. But Parkinson's usually comes with physical ailments. Like my dad, for example, with his vascular dementia due to his strokes, he also has some mild Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's doesn't go away necessarily. You can stem the growth of it, the advancement of it, there. If you pounce on it really quick and give him a lot of fruitful and engaging things to do in his life. One of those things is just having his family with him all the time. So I live with my parents. Saves a lot of money, and I can help them tremendously. So does my aunt and my uncle and my uncle's girlfriend. And my other brother also lives in that house. Now, mind you, this is a big house that I'm talking about, so it makes it a little bit easier for us to actually manage this. The house is almost 3,000 square feet with 5 bedrooms, and it's soon to have 6 when we frame in Loretta's bedroom downstairs, my aunt. And then there's also a gym in the garage that if we wanted to, we could turn that into a bedroom. And then there's the upstairs attic that if we built stairs to easily access it, we could put 2 or 3 bedrooms up there. There's actually potential to get like 10 bedrooms in this house. And we say 2,826 square feet, but that's just what we have set up as actual living space. If we got the upstairs attic set up properly and all the other locations set up, it would be more like 3,500 to 4,000 square feet. Because that upstairs attic is gigantic. It is humongous giggity. KB homes have very pitched roofs. And it's so much wasted space. I don't know why they don't utilize it. It doesn't have to be like super spiffy or anything. Just make it like a Cape Cod home. And chop off the ends of the roof. Not like you can't access that back part unless it's just being a closet or something. And then you can make bedrooms up there. You could even plumb in a bathroom. Just make it directly over the upstairs bathroom, and it would work. I don't know why I'm talking about this right now, but it's just stuff that's been going through my mind. I'm always thinking about this because I have a real estate mind. I have an entrepreneurial mind in that regard, because not only could you have your whole family live there, but if you didn't want to do that, you could rent out each one of the rooms as a singular Airbnb. So, in California, Roseville, California, the size of the bedrooms would equate to about $60 a night if we did that. So, 80% booking, $60 a night for 10 rooms. Let's just say that equates to $50 a night. All right? So, $50 a night times 30 is 3,000, is that right? No, I'm getting this wrong. 1,500. 1,500 a month times 10. $15,000 a month off of a singular property if you did it that way. And if we framed in all those rooms and did exactly what I was saying, we could probably get that done for $30,000. I think that could be done. But if we wanted to just put an upper estimate of like $50K, then still. See, these are the things that people don't think of that you could do if you really wanted to. But because it's not my house, and I'm not the one that makes those decisions, and there's a lot of other people that are living there now, I can't do that. However, I pray to God that I get sufficient equity, sufficient credit and all that to be able to buy the house next door to us, because it just is about to go on the market. Apparently the people that lived there before, it looks like they foreclosed. Because the house was probably under like a $650,000 mortgage, if I had to guess. And that equates to like a $4,000 per month payment at the interest rate that they got, which is very difficult to endure for anybody. But it would be so cool if I could buy that house. I don't have the credit or the money to do it. I would need some help with it. So if any of my family members see this video, maybe we can go in together on it. Watch this video, let me know. I'd be willing to do that. There's 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in that house. It's over 2,200 square feet with a nice backyard, and it's right next door to Mom and Dad. I think it'd be great. and then maybe over time we could buy the house next to it, the house next to it, and we could own almost the whole court and have our brew. Thinking about this a lot. It could be our own little community. So, there you go, guys. That's what I got today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 145 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to have another essay reading. This one is simply called A Story. Another essay that I wrote right around the time frame of 2016-2017. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly when I did, but I can tell you when I copied it over to my hard drive here, and that was in 2018. So that's the best I got for you. I should probably start putting dates on these things. But anyway, this one's rather short, so. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone and carrying the weight of a world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no way to clear a path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes, you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. Allah, God, coming to you himself in person and giving you the information that you need. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice, just as any other, that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given the true answer as we, as humans, see it, if one proposing said truth has no ego, have no ulterior motive when trying to give somebody advice or good information about how they can lead their lives, aside from willing the good of the other, which is love, and that information can be taken basically wholeheartedly. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they are true? My life is a mission, is my mission. Who I am, at my very core, is my mission. My mission is unconditional love. Unconditional love being in direct opposition to free will, in a way, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego, and thus any perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted by said ego. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek. It's in our nature. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? In that this is what we all are. The truth we choose is the truth. The stories we choose are the truth. The evidence is right in front of you. But the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. It maximizes the velocity at which you can learn the lessons you need to learn. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, in a way, without humanity, in a way. But there is another choice. You can be both. It's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will, But could you live without free will and not even know it? Only if you chose to. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, you as well. But you must choose to allow this to happen. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist. As do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Now, what I mean by this is multi-pronged. The first one being, if you perceive something, then it is, by that alone, something that is extant, that is real, that exists. The idea of aliens in your head is enough to make them exist. As a noun, if nothing else. As a concept. You can call them extraterrestrials. You can call them demons if you want. Whatever you so desire to call them. They exist. The difference is how much abstraction has led to them existing within our three-dimensional reality, or some point in the future, or in a parallel universe, something to that effect. Do you believe this story, or this truth? Or is it in fact both? You can choose to believe. What I have told you is true. You are not alone. Now again, I wrote this back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And you must keep in mind, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial or alien life. They're not the same thing. Extraterrestrial is beyond Earth. Alien is foreign. In that, what we know in the divine teachings of the Bible, angels and demons are extraterrestrial, even from perhaps different parts of the universe. They're not alien, because we know them and we know of them. You could make the argument that demons are alien, but that's another story entirely. The point being is, when something is in a state of having been in a black box, and it's subject to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Because we have not seen, in person, gray aliens, as you and I call them, without some way to debunk it with very powerful evidence. They therefore exist and don't exist at the same time. And the path that we choose will become the reality. They are in Schrodinger's cat position right now. Angels and demons, we accept, exist. I mean, you could call some of the horrible people on this planet today stations of demons. People like George Soros and his son. And I can name a bunch of other people. You could even say some. So, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you think. Certain duality. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Hope you got something out of this. Hopefully it wasn't too occluded. But, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 179. Tell me, YouTube millionaire. Doing alright myself. Had a pretty good get-together with the family yesterday on Memorial Day. It was a very full day as well. Got everything done that I wanted to get done. Got up went up after my dog, and ended up getting almost an entire book read, about 700 words written. Did my workout really early. It's very light right now because I'm still trying to get this rotator cuff healed. It takes a long time for the rotator cuff to heal. Then we went to the casino and did a slot live for my mom's channel. Of course, I posted the videos that I post every day. Figured out what was wrong with my promotions on my YouTube channel and fixed it. And it's promoted now, finally, after 3.5 weeks or whatever it is. And then we had the get-together. It was between 4 to 7 yesterday. So that was pretty nice. It was a good day. 'Twas a good day. I had family members that were talking to me after they got pretty drunk about certain things that I felt no obligation to defend myself because I cannot deny that my brother was right in some way. In some way. He was telling me basically to not be so hard on my uncle, because my uncle partakes in certain things that he overdoes. And my brother was like, yeah, he's towards the end of his life. Let him enjoy it. He doesn't know the details of what I, my mother, my father, everybody else in the house have been doing to help him. The contradictions, the, going against what he says he wants, things of that nature. But I can't expect James to know that. He doesn't live here. It's my brother. He doesn't spend every day with these individuals. But communication is key. I need to make sure that I at least in some way explain myself. But it couldn't have happened at that point. My brother was a bit too inebriated to really speak clearly, think clearly. But, to my point, immediately after my brother left, my uncle partook again. 3 times today. I could smell it. So the thing is, my uncle wants to make it to 85. His first goal is 70, because our family has a curse of passing away just after 70 years old, and he wants to make it to 70 in 5 months or something to that effect. And then beyond that, for his own personal desires, he wants to be around until he's at least 85. That's the purpose of why I and my mother, particularly, because she's a nurse, have been trying to help him. Been trying to help him lose weight and get his life straightened out. And when he was listening to us, he was doing a great job. He had gotten down to 233 pounds. The lowest he had been in probably a decade, maybe longer. And then he stopped listening. He just stopped listening. And he instantly shot up 7 pounds and is falling off the boat. And I was rather more than slightly frustrated at the situation, because I had so he was my responsibility, and he didn't see how I was helping him that he expected. So he had the stewardship, if you will, for lack of a better term. The program is called Taken Away From Me and Given to his girlfriend. And it makes sense that his girlfriend would be doing it, because she's right there with him every day. They live in the same room. And they're in proximity with one another every day, more so than I am. I get that. Totally get it. But he wasn't seeing the unmeasurable things that I was doing for him. And it was very frustrating. And it was very frustrating that the stewardship was taken away from me. And you see what ends up happening. And I don't want that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case where it's shown that my necessarily doing the right things with him. It is part and parcel to the prescriptions that he's taking that you're going to have some side effects. It's just going to happen. But there are things that I and my mother have told him repeatedly he needs to change. Just, he needs to do it if he wants those side effects to be allayed. The first one is he needs to stop eating such bad food. While the prescription does reduce your food drive less, you still have to eat better food. And when you go out to eat 4 days a week, that is exceedingly bad for you. Exceedingly bad for you. The pill is not meant to do everything. It takes a huge weight off of your shoulders in that it reduces your food drive, but if you're still eating poopy food, it's not going to make much of a difference. You're going to have difficult bowel movements and things of that nature. It's a plethora of things. Things that my brother doesn't see. And another one of those is that we have 2 nurses in this house, a retired respiratory therapist, and myself, who's got an extensive medical knowledge, and he's not listening to us. He has a goal, and if he didn't, if he's earnest about that, if he means it, he'll do what we tell him to do, because we know what we're talking about. That's the frustration. That's it right there. And on top of the many things that this illicit substance, which is supposed to be a treat, that he takes every day. It's not illicit because it's legal now. You guys know what it is. But it's supposed to be a treat. You're not supposed to take it every day. And he does it every single day, multiple times a day. But that substance counteracts the Ozempic he's taking, because it increases your food drive. It gives you the munchies. No matter how much you want to say that it doesn't, because we have the Pearson-Widmar stubbornness, it does. It increases your food drive. You're going to lose everything that you've gained. You're going to go back to your old habits if you don't just listen. That's the idea. That's the frustration. And if he doesn't want to listen, that's on him. He's in the right place to keep him accountable, surrounded by loving family, by educated family, by family who knows what they're talking about. But if he doesn't want to listen, so it goes with the human race. So is the case, is the friction that doctors always have, medical doctors, and why they so often can make such a little difference in somebody else's life. And why, rather than telling somebody to change their habits, they almost always just default to prescription drugs. Because getting somebody to change their habits is way harder, and it's much, much rarer, even when you're an exceptional doctor, that you can actually accomplish it effectively. And I don't have a medical degree. I am just a guy, basically. But the frustration comes out of compassion, comes out of love for my uncle, and me wanting him to win at life. And he knows things in his life have gotten 1,000 times better. He's moved in with us. 1,000 times better. He's positively flush with money now, he and his girlfriend. He's healthier than he's ever been, or not ever, but many, many years. He's got better relations with his family, the most important relations. Life is just better for him. So, there's much more to this. I didn't want to defend myself last night because I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. My brother had things that he wanted to say, and I wanted to let him say them. And that is one of the purposes for having this YouTube channel, that you can explain yourself. That's what I'm doing right now. My brother may or may not watch this. My uncle may or may not watch this. But I know sometimes they do. Just know that it is for him. It is for him. This explanation is for my brother, and what we're doing is for my uncle. We love him, and we want him to win at life. If he'll just listen, get himself down to 200 pounds, stay there for the rest of his life, he will achieve his goal of getting to 85 plus. He will. I guarantee it. I will go so far as to guarantee it, even if it ends up that I get pie in my face. I don't freaking care. Because I'm saying to you, that's going to be the very best chance he has at accomplishing that goal. You don't see fat 80-year-olds. You don't. So, that's all I got for today, guys. Never do this for yourself. Love y'all. Peace. What would you do if everything that you were doing in life turned out to be for naught? Welcome to day 169 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. That's the premise, the idea behind this episode today. Every venture that I've attempted to broach in my life, whether it be being an Air Force veteran, being a pilot, being an electrical engineer, trying to become a copywriter, etc. Trying to build my real estate portfolio, become a real estate entrepreneur, all that. You know, in Christianity, it is made pretty clear that everything here in the ephemeral on earth is fleeting, is empty, and it dies anyway. So it's not a good idea to invest an excessive amount of energy or inspiration or perspiration into it. And I've been pushing that boulder up the hill for all these different things. Right now, trying to build this YouTube. That it's about leaving some type of positive inspiration for other people. But the taunt, the tease, the pain that the dark forces of this world and beyond constantly put in front of you, the carrot, is that other people get to make money off of it. Other people get to be successful at it. Well, those things don't really matter all that much. if at all. The reason I want those things is not because I just simply want money. God knows this. I want to use those resources to build. And yet we are told that everything that we could build here on this planet, in this world, in this reality, being that it all is ephemeral, no matter how long you make it last, is kind of pointless. And the only thing you really glean from it is the lessons. Your soul is eternal, but that's the only thing here that is. So no matter what resistance you have to face, what matters is the lessons you get from that resistance, is how you react to it, and that's why. Because it's the only thing that gets out of here. You take nothing with you when you pass away. What you want is to leave something behind that's actually worthwhile. But we're told that even that is not necessarily all that important. And that's, at the same time, that's a taunt that the enemy uses against you. Because he gives, in that he runs this existence, that power to people who should not have it. I mention it all the time because he's a prototypical example, and I'm going to make it worthwhile what he's doing simply to be an example of the darkness. And he'll get angry at me for that, and I love it, because he's a parasite. George Soros. He's the one that has billions of dollars. One of the people. To be something to cause one of the carnal sins, or mortal sins, pardon me, in a human being such as myself, of despair. I don't have it. There have been points where I have been deep down in the pits of near hopelessness. But true hopelessness is despair, and I don't have that. I never have. Because I know that no matter what I'm resigned to do, I'm still going to have an impact. This connects to what I'm reading in my current book that I'm reading, Chasing the Wild Pendulum. There's a, if you want to talk scientific about it, there is a frequency, a fundamental resonant frequency of the entire planet and everything on it. It's right around 5 hertz, 5 to 7 hertz. And the more powerfully you can get yourself entrained to that signal, the more powerful your ripple is of your actions and reactions in your life. The more of an effect you can have on the way people perceive the world around them. And perception is reality, based purely upon what we know from the double slit experiment and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat. Everything that we do or think we know in reality is based upon belief and consensus. It is perception. And if we can believe that belief is the core of everything, and that knowledge is purely convergence, coherence of the reality in which we live, nothing more, nothing less, then the day will come, however long or far into the future, where we legitimately don't have to move a mountain one stone at a time, but can move it with our minds. Faith can move mountains. Everything we need to know is there. And if we want to stop this giant bamboozling and sucking us down into despair that's happening in this world, or trying to, then a great way to do that is to show the irrelevance of what those parasites are doing. It is the way. That is to tell people and show people that they are worth it, that they have an infinite potential and capacity that they just haven't seen yet, but it's there. You have to have somebody that truly believes that. Group of people, maybe, that no matter what resistance they face are going to keep on saying it, are going to keep on believing it, are going to keep on pushing to make it a reality. If you remember what happened during the COVID nonsense, there were a lot of faithful people, and you can see it in the charts, the graphs, the statistics. Faithful people who believed that God did not show up when he should have, that he failed. He did not. It was merely a revealing, a removing of the veil. Because while you and I might understand just how corrupted this world is, and writ large, Christians that actually are not nominal and truly do believe as well know how corrupted the world is. You are your brother's keeper. We're in the business of saving souls. The rest of them did not know. And through the process of the COVID nonsense and the entire control grid breaking down around us, people began to see, are beginning to see. It's a generational process. We were told that there would only be a select few who actually made it to this Elysium, heaven, Eden, God. That little aspect can change. It can be inverted. Who's the one that dukes it out with the devil directly for decades, days and decades, to his doom? The one that you and I, well, at least I know, in the religious texts of Christianity, is known as Michael, the archangel. The one who is the devil, known as Satan, is the enemy. We're all painted red. Every single one of us that's trying to fix this world, in some way, shape, or form. It could be as simple as a name. And while names are not everything, they are the first impression. But they are just a clever camouflage. or they can't act as one. All you gotta do is believe. Push through it. Don't give up. Because that's the thing that the enemy's trying to destroy. And if you just believe despite it all, you've won. Alright, I think I'll leave it at that today. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 148 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. You know, part of the reason I make these videos is because I positively refuse to go quietly into that good night. I rage against the dying of the light. That is me as a being, as a person. That I'm more than just random noise in the background. I know that there are so many people out there that have the same mentality as me. Why it is said, why it is a cliche that modern men live lives of quiet desperation. That's why, you see. What's the point of it all? You know? Because ultimately, all these things that I'm trying to build, all these things I'm trying to do in my life, me being a singular individual, everything eventually ends. Whether it be Google years from now, whether we become a multiplanetary civilization, it's still is all temporal, all ephemeral. But maybe that's the point. Not that it's ephemeral, but the empathy aspect of it. Because, let us say that those gray aliens that you're so told about in the pop culture of the modern day are us from different planets, or us from different times, both, where we have completely shirked the notion of morality and have simply sought to reduce pain by whatever means possible. Because the whole of existence eventually ends, and those beings have surrendered to that. What is the point of it all? Well, I can tell you. I've said many a time, the meaning of life is love. But who you are and what you are in your personal life is how you love. And how one loves best. As best I... in such a existential modality is to simply be there for other people. Whatever that means. When you have to face a lot of challenges in your life, and so many of them are challenges that people will never know of, no matter how many times you try to tell them. Partially because they don't listen. Partially because there's only one of you and 8 billion people on the planet. Partially because they don't believe you. But you still feel it. You still know what you experienced in your life or didn't. The betrayal. The backstabbing. The way you live your life in the most effective way possible is to not let that stop you. Ever. Remain authentic. Remain who you are. And no matter what, be there for other people. Because it's not about you. But they need you. That's how you love them. Right there. You guys want me to be authentic. Raw. Not hide anything from you. Well, I don't. I never have, and I never will. I will tell you the truth. As best I can figure it, as best I can understand it. And the truth is, we are gonna get out of this mess. We are going to do it. We're gonna win. I don't care if I have to take my last breath. We are gonna win. Period. Let's do this, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Today will be a review of Stalking the Wild Pendulum by Istok Bentov. This book right here. See? Welcome to day 180 until I am a YouTube millionaire. So, this book is quite good. I did fully enjoy it. Istok Bentov kind of makes me think of a combination between Terence McKenna and Nikola Tesla in terms of his scientific explanations as well as his combination of mysticism along with that. So in this book, it's very frequency signals heavy. He talks a lot about how everything in the universe is essentially just vibrating, and you and I, as well as anything else that we can perceive, is just an interference pattern. And the perfect unity is where there is no interference. Now, he claims that ultimately this will send us all back to source, and that it is equated to nothingness, in a way. Talks about things like frequency entrainment, which, as I stated before in some previous videos, I wanted to integrate a lot of what was written in here into my novel series, which I have. Frequency entrainment meaning that you can actually change a frequency generator's output if you have another frequency that's proximate to it that's also being output nearby. Usually the frequencies will entrain to the higher frequency because of the overall power output of said signal. However, you can go the other way if you overcompensate with the power of the lower frequency. So say that you're sending out a frequency of 1 hertz, but it's 10 times as powerful as a frequency of 2 hertz, so 10 times the amplitude. Then you can entrain the system to the 1 hertz frequency. But if it's all else being equal, the signal will entrain to the 2 hertz signal. And by the way, 1 hertz and 2 hertz are multiples of one another, so they kind of alias anyway. You don't really need to worry about it. I don't know why, but for some reason the information's not coming out of my head right now immediately, but what I can say is this is a very good book. I highly recommend it. It's not a very difficult read, considering the scientific topics that are addressed. He writes it in very plain English. Very simple, easy to understand. So, yeah. It's a lot of stuff that if you are in tune with that element of, what's the word? I guess you could call it parascience, paraphysics, or metascience, metaphysics, right? So above kind of 30,000 foot view of it all, it's quite, it'll make sense to you. And somebody recommended this book to me, I forget who it was, because I was kind of talking about the black and white, and he talks about it in this book, and being whipsawed in one direction and the other, duality, and how the evil things that are going to happen anyway, but you can shape the charge, and how, what's the word I'm looking for? Probably haven't had enough caffeine this morning, so I'm not thinking as clearly as I usually do. But I'm trying to think of how to explain this. Stalking the wild pendulum, in that we're trying to find a way to have nuance. It's balancing on the knife's edge. That's the term I was looking for. The knife's edge, a concept that was very well understood by our founding fathers, and why our government was built the way it was. It was to be able to manage that nuance that is so difficult for human beings to grasp. Usually it's polar opposites. It's one thing or the other. So, yeah. I guess the nuance here is that the guy has a very good scientific knowledge. He says he's an idiot, but he's not. He's very, very intelligent. He's just trying to be humble, I guess. It's really a false humility, but it is what it is. There is a blend between science and quote-unquote mysticism, because as Joe Rogan fully understands and has stated recently, the difference between most scientists, astrophysicists, and theologians is that those astrophysicists require you to believe in one miracle, but theologians require you to believe in many. I think it ties in really well with this. So, overall, I would say definitely read it. Definitely read it. It is a very good book. It's going to give you a broader perspective of things. Of all the stuff that you could read out there, the millions upon millions upon millions of books, this is on a very high level. It's one of the best. I have only one book in my list of S-tier books. I wouldn't yet put this one in there, but it is one of the best books that you should read, because it's going to give you that broader perspective. That's what reading is supposed to do. It's supposed to help you connect with the author in a way that nothing else can, It's basically reaching across time and space. This guy's passed away, but I could still read his book and get a sense of who and what he was. It's a way you reach across time and space to give the guy a handshake, have a conversation with him, maybe even sit down and have a beer with him, metaphorically. And this is a guy that I would have loved to have met. Kind of like you would love to meet Jesus or Einstein or Isaac Newton. So, yeah. As my recommendation, pull it up. It is a very good book. Not very expensive either. Alright guys, that's it for today. Love y'all. Peace. Sometimes you find yourself in very compromised emotional states, seemingly out of nowhere. Welcome to day 175 and tell I'm a YouTube millionaire. That was where I was just a few minutes ago. I'm not going to let the enemy win, is what I'm telling you right now. No matter what happens. Everything's sort of converged at once. And this happens to me on occasion because I don't think you guys really understand. Some of you seem to grasp some of it, don't get me wrong. Just how painful it truly is to be as utterly wasted in potential as I have been. I just want people at this point to see what I have to say. And YouTube and Google refuses to let me advertise my platform. That was just like the little straw that broke the camel's back a couple minutes ago. I found myself pleading with God, as I do all the time. God, you're more powerful than Satan. Why are you not doing anything about this? Is what I found myself saying. Talk with God. It is always a good idea to talk with God. It is always a good idea to let Him know how you're feeling, even if it's horribly compromised like that. He will understand how to frame it properly. One of many things, you know? I revert back to the question that I ask myself all the time, and I ask God as well. Why am I even here? On Earth? You see, I don't know. And it looks like all the efforts that are being put into trying to fix the world by certain people, even with everything that has been seen, everything that's happened with me, and everything that the world has seen, all the great revealing, even with all of that, people still are putting up resistance when it comes to changing anything. This big, beautiful bill almost didn't pass the House. Can you believe that? Common sense stuff. There's just a hatred there. That's what it is. There's no sense to it. There really isn't. And if there's just a hatred and a resentment there, how are you even supposed to reach those people? And if you can't reach them, why are you even trying to save them? If there's no way to please them, literally there isn't any way, then they are lost and there's no way they can be found. They are a lost cause. It's all connected in some way, shape, or form. I can tell you that. How deeply reviled a person like myself is in the modern era on this planet. Guys, I could say it to you again. I repeat it over and over. All my accolades. And I still, even now, can't achieve any level of reasonable success. All I've got is living as a leech. That's it. And that's not what I want. Never have. Lots of people would be content with just living off of disability and not having to do a damn thing in their lives. I am squirming in my skin. I am squirming in my skin. I am not content with this at all. I'm just not. It is a man's... One of the greatest ways, or biggest ways a man feels fulfilled is when he's doing meaningful work. I'm getting a tiny little sliver of it right here. The few people that do see me and get a little bit of inspiration from me. The last video I was referring to, individual who reaches tens of thousands of people is definitely being inspired at least a little bit by me. And that's good. Yeah, you know, it's... Again, that is the most important thing. To inspire other people to feed the soul, of course. But it's always a duality in my explanation of these things. Maybe it's the Gemini in me, I don't know. I'm on the cusp between Taurus and Gemini, so I'm technically a Taurus if you believe in zodiac signs, but I'm on the cusp of a Gemini, which means I have tendencies of both, if you believe in it. Maybe it's the Gemini syndrome in me, where I have to see the duality of it. Maybe it's the black and white, the yin and yang of this world. But the fact of the matter is, I'm going to have people out there that, despite however well I'm communicating this to them, are going to look at me and say that I am a walking ball of contradictions. That I am living as a waste of space. I feel like it. No matter how much I communicate it, most people are not going to know. That's why I have to repeat it so much. YouTube, Google AdSense are treating me like I'm the villain. When I was in the military, they treated me like I was the villain. I'm always treated like I'm the villain. I'm just a guy. And guys, I'm this capable. Why are you all playing this game and still doing this to me? The big creators and the small ones that I know are all being influenced by me in some way, shape, or form. Why am I still living so small right now? Being forced to live so small. I don't want to live small. I never have, and I never will want to live small. I have so much more to give to everybody. This is an egregious waste of human resources right here. It's not from my lack of trying. And I keep on diverging to other things over which I have control, and then the control in those things is taken away from me. Like my physical fitness, you'd think that would be like the primary thing that you have control over, right? I can't run anymore. And building your own social media platforms, you'd think that that would be something over which you have the most control, right? Well, I can't advertise. And YouTube is putting their thumbs on the scale. The alternate media sources are not big enough. And every single time there's some other goddamn excuse as to why I can't succeed. It's an excuse. And it's not one coming from me. It's one that the world is making. Because I keep trying. So many of you don't see it, but I keep trying. I keep trying. It's why I got in the real estate business. Seemed like the best choice, and it still is. And then some bastard in the Bitcoin ecosystem, I think it was BlackRock, decides to collapse the Bitcoin price to exactly my liquidation price on the leveraged trading account I had. To the cent. This is another thing that I didn't tell you guys about that would cause somebody to unalive themselves. I've literally lost $500,000. Like that. $500,000. I had that. And I lost it. Like that. Because somebody was targeting me. When will this be enough? When are we going to say, for all those people that still will not accept what's happening right now, we're done with you. We're not playing any games anymore. You're going to prison. Or go away. See, that's the thing. I don't know how many people are in that camp right now. It's so hard to gauge. You have kind of an indication by who's voting for whom in the political system of the United States, for example, but you really don't know. You only know how much resistance you can put up as an individual. And as I've told you, these things that have happened to me have happened because of those evil creatures that are so resentful, so hateful. And more than anything, they hate a genuinely productive individual who's trying to build shit. And those are the type of people that they're trying to take down. They want to suck you down to their level because they can't build anything of their own. And they don't want you to be able to do that either. How much longer, God? I say to him. And this applies to you guys too. All of you who have the ability to make any difference in the world, who might be listening, the big creators and the small ones. Where's the limit here? I'm tired of it myself. I'm tired of it. I am. I am being wasted. I'm 36 years old. Maybe if I lived 3,600 years, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I don't. And neither do you. I live maybe 100 if I'm lucky. And I'm not going to be with this stuff that's happened to my body. I'll just tell you that right now. The stem cell study that I've been trying to get into with TRICARE has been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and they're probably going to forget about me. They were supposed to inject stem cells into my lower legs to cause my body to recreate collaterals. And that was supposed to happen like a year ago. Still waiting. For all I know, they started the study and ended it and totally forgot about me, even though they said they weren't going to. I'm tired of this. I am tired of it. You think you're moving fast enough. Aren't working really hard and aren't moving very fast. It's just there's not enough of you. Because I can't help you. I'm stuck here. Being wasted. So if ever in your life you see somebody in such a situation, understand, you don't know the battles that they're fighting. This goes for me, it goes for you, and everybody else. The battles that these people behind the scenes are fighting to try to get justice back into the world, something I try to be compassionate about, but I have my limits. The battles that I'm fighting, being wasted as I am, not from my own volition. Always inspire. Always inspire. Because it's when you feel despair and hopelessness that you stop fighting and you give up. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for that great force push that will finally get this stuff to finish so that I can actually break through. I want to break through. Just like I want so many of you to do. I want so many of you to break through too. No more failures to launch, guys. We can do this. Those fools that are still holding us up right now, it's time to just... no. Disregard them. And YouTube, if you watch this video, fix your damn advertising. I hit the jackpot with one of my videos in terms of the number of subscribers I was getting from it per view. And then you put the kibosh on me being able to advertise. Fix your advertising. Let me advertise my videos. I was growing like a weed, and then you just stopped me. Stop treating me like I'm the villain. I'm not. Amen? That's all I got for today, guys. A little angry today, and I apologize for that, but sometimes you just gotta let it out. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 114 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we're going to have a little review of No One Writes Back. There's going to be spoilers in this review, so if you are wanting to read it for yourself, then I recommend you click off of this video unless you don't really care about the spoilers. But either way, yeah. This is an S-tier book. Okay? One of the best books I've ever read. I haven't had a book that had this kind of impact on my psyche since Hatchet, when I was 11 or 12 years old, when I read that book. Honestly, I don't even remember what I read in that book all that time ago. But I cannot give high enough recommendation for this book. Basically, it follows a character who goes around, and this is in South Korea, which, by the way, to the point of it being in South Korea, you could never expect a book like this to come out of, obviously, North Korea. And I think, for that reason alone, it was infinitely important that this book was written to begin with. Make the juxtaposition as black and white, as stark as humanly possible. They live as slaves in North Korea, but in South Korea, such beautiful pieces of art as this come out of it. So the main character is basically an itinerant letter writer. He was a postman for many years of his life, and when he was younger, he had a stutter. He was the middle child of his family. He had two siblings, older brother and a younger sister. And his younger brother was always very capable, and he always lived in his shadow. he's not an idiot himself. He's very smart. He just has a stutter. And his younger sister was a woman who was fascinated with how ugly she looked. She thought she looked ugly. She didn't, but she thought she looked ugly and kept on getting plastic surgery. Well, essentially, what happens is his grandfather has diabetes. And he goes blind because of it, and therefore gets himself a dog. The dog steals the show, by the way. There's a reason we have 15 dogs in this house. Suffice it to say, dogs are amazing. The dog's name is Wajo, but that dog was a guide dog that his grandfather, who went blind, had gotten. And one day, I wanted to talk about this last night, and now it's clearly coming back into mind. So understand that it is much easier for a demon to possess an animal than it is for them to possess a human. If you remember, in the Bible, and they talk about Jesus actually in this book a little bit, when Jesus tells that legion of demons to depart from the human being and go into the swine, what happens is there was an entire legion of demons to try to take control of that human being. And even that legion of demons was not fully capable of doing it, because the guy was just going crazy. But the demons leave, they go into the swine, and the swine jump off a cliff, and all of them die. And the human being is healed. Well, this harkens to the situation that led to the main character's grandfather dying. Wajo lost his instincts of being a guide dog at one point, somehow, nobody knows how, and accidentally led his master into a car crash. And his master ended up passing away a little bit afterward from that. After, it was probably a good, I don't remember the time frame, but it was a good month after the car crash. Assuming he got paralyzed, and he told the main character to take Wajo around with him, not to abandon him, and said that it wasn't his fault. He made it very clear, and it wasn't, because Wajo didn't mean to do that. He had no idea what was going on. Doggos are our best friends, but they are much easier to control than a human being is, by demons. Keep that in mind. You can call it whatever you want. If you don't want to call it a demon, fine. Call it an ulterior force whose nature you do not fully comprehend. Fine. But the day the main character, I'm giving some big spoilers here because you don't find this out until almost the end of the book. And when you do find out, it knocks you on your ass. I mean, I will not lie to you that I was struggling to hold back tears. That's how good this book is. I was floored by it. Main character has a seizure problem, in addition to his stutter, and you find out why. And it was so good at putting me in his shoes that I felt like I was on the verge of having a seizure. And I don't have any problems with that. But you find out. The day of his grandfather's burial, his girlfriend, because he's a postman at this time, main character, ends up breaking up with him via a letter. And they're driving to the funeral. The main character just can't handle it. Right? So he asks his father to pull the car over, and he gets out of the car and then takes a taxi and tries to search for his erstwhile girlfriend, but she's already departed the country or something to that effect. And he's just like totally distraught and crying and all that. Well, lo and behold, this is a humongous spoiler I'm giving you. If you want to read the book yourself and be fully impacted by it, don't listen to this part. Don't listen to this video at all. His family gets run down by a drunk driver. Everybody except his eldest brother dies instantly. And his eldest brother held on just long enough to tell him in the hospital, do what you want with your life. And when you find out at the end of the book what happened there, it knocks you on your ass. It knocks you on your ass. This author did it perfectly. But the end of the book, because he writes letters to everybody that he meets on his travels. He meets 751 people. The last person he meets, and this is something that bothered me about the story, he grew an affection for her, and she for him. And it was a romantic relationship that I understand why they didn't bring to quote-unquote completion, because the tragedy of the main character's life. But I wanted them to. I wanted them to give more info on it, where it went eventually, because she was a novelist, and she wrote a story about his life. Yeah, he meets 751 people on his trip, and at the end of the trip, the first person he met, Wajo, his doggo, he takes home, and he passes away. His doggo's 13 years old, so he's a really elderly feller for doggos. But there was a point in the middle of the book where the main character was going to hang himself in a motel, for obvious reasons, now that you know what happened. And Wajo saves his life. Yanks at his foot, because he's trying to strangle himself with his shoelaces, and yanks him down from the wall where he was trying to hang himself. Or later on that day, it was actually the next day. Yeah, it was the next day. The main character goes about the city and finds a guy who's about ready to jump off of a bridge, about ready to commit self-deletion himself. Well, he pulls him just in time off of the ledge and saves him, and they end up talking for like a few hours or something, and he tells him the story of his shoelaces, how he was going to unalive himself with his shoelaces. He was going to hang himself. So he requests that they switch shoelaces for one of their shoes, and they do. It goes on that this guy that was going to jump off of this bridge becomes an entrepreneur, very successful, and Wajo not only saved his master's life, but also saved that guy's life as a result. As well as you could even go to the extension of saying that Wajo and the main character saved 751 people's lives. So the title of the book, No One Writes Back, is because he writes letters to all these people that he met on his trip. No one ever writes back. Or so he thinks. The end of the book is really good. It's really good. So it turns out that his neighbor had been storing the mail away in her house because his mailbox was getting stuffed to the brim, and she wasn't expecting him to come back anytime soon, so she told the postman for their homes to just deliver the mail to her house until he got back. Well, at the end of the story, he actually was getting letters. He had a whole tub of them. And he opens them up and reads them all night, just bawling, crying tears of joy. And at the end of the story, he says that this is the most sublime moment in his entire life, that it actually did matter. And he has enough material there to write everybody for the rest of his life, because there's so much correspondence going on. It's not just a singular letter that they wrote back. Many of them want to continue the correspondence, and if not the majority of them. So his whole family was destroyed by a drunk driver. That harkens back to don't be selfish with a 3,000-pound missile. Don't drink and drive. So he was the only one left. And I really wanted to see the continuance of his legacy and his family's legacy through a deeper connection with 751, who he never even gives a name. But there was definitely a romantic connection there that they could have done something with. The indication is that it eventually did turn into something after the story ended, which, by the way, it's not a very long story. It's only 200 pages. Very, very easy and a really good read. So this is S tier in my top books that I've ever read in my life. It is incredibly good. I cannot give a high enough recommendation for it, and I can't explain all the ins and outs and the details of it. You have to read it yourself to see exactly what it is I'm talking about. I aspire to write like this person wrote this book. If I can even hold a candle to it in my novels, then I've succeeded as an author. That's how good it is. I was blown away by it. So yeah, there you go, guys. I'm probably going to make a new playlist for this book, because I have to have a playlist of like the top books I've ever read that you guys know. If you don't want to look for anything else, just look at these books. And I do hope that my younger brother, of all the books that he could read, this is one of the most important that he could ever read. I hope he does. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. No one writes back. I didn't say the name because it's hard to say it. John Yun Jin. There you go. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 128 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are going to be conducting a review of No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. This is a very interesting book, rather easy read. It's only 177 pages, and basically what it is a transcribed series of notebook journals from a young man from back in the 1930s or so in Japan. This young man was very highly intelligent, got very good grades in school, but exhibits all of the characteristics that you typically associate with a lost generation of Japanese children. And honestly, it's not a singular generation. It seems to be a lost century, or even farther than that, of Japanese individuals. People who don't really have an idea of the purpose of life or what we're even doing here, and are kind of resigned to the fact that existence really has no purpose. And they see the darkness and the depravity in the human condition and inwardly reflect that in how they write of how they perceive the world. This man, the main character of this story, I believe his name is Yoko. I don't even remember. I just remember the person. See, names are important, but they don't mean everything. This happened around 1930. It was before the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped. So that played a no part in it, in the perspective of the young man. But he always used comedy. Basically, he was the class clown to veil his depression and his sadness and his loneliness. Because regardless of how dark or whatever you want to call the souls of Japanese people are, and that darkness doesn't mean evil, it just means they see the darkness in humanity better than most people do. It doesn't mean evil. And I said this in a previous video, the female lead in my story is half Japanese, and for the longest time, up until near the end of the story, you're going to think that she's the deepest, darkest evil that exists, but she's actually not. She's actually really, really good. But it was a clever ploy to serve God, what she was doing. So, basically, he's depressed, he doesn't have an appetite, and he doesn't have an appetite for much of his life. He drinks a lot. He exhibits both characteristics, and this is actually fairly common among younger people in Japanese culture, because they have such a dark side, they can see the darkness in humanity. there seems to be a psychopathic tendency there. He ends up spending a lot of time in a mental asylum after the age of 27 because he tries to unalive himself 3 separate times. And one of the times he tries to do it with an impoverished woman who succeeds in her attempt to unalive herself. They both jump into the river, and he survives it. So one thing I found very interesting is how critical they were of him, and they were going to press charges on him, saying that he was party to the unaliving of the woman, even though they were both doing it for each other, basically. So I found that very interesting. It's a very sad story. It really is. A series of journals. You get to see the inner thoughts of a young man in Japan in the 1930s, how deeply he felt lost. It gives you compassion and empathy for these people. They're human, just like us. The actual translation in the book for no longer human, or the terms used, is disqualified from being human. But the ironic thing about it is that he's exhibiting some of the most human emotions that you can have. None of us really understand what it is that we personally are doing here. I mean, I can look at my own life as a reference, and that's what we all do. It's what we know best. I'm a failure to launch in my own life. I'm constantly chopped off at the knees, like Sisyphus pushing a boulder up the hill. Every single time I seem to be just getting ready to break through. And it's because of the depravity in the human soul that this keeps happening. This man was a failure to launch. Intensely capable. He was, no doubt, a genius, but completely unutilized. Just like me. Yeah. Like I said, the more stories you read, the better your intuitive decision-making becomes. And it's cast with the backdrop of your personal experiences in life and how you reacted to them. Your life is not a dead end. I was just watching Mike Schmidt in one of his sermons, Pastor Mike Schmidt from Ascension Presents. And while your life might look like a dead end, it's not. 3 words. And then Jesus. This guy was very nominal in his faith. If he were to really have leaned in it more, it would have saved him. He would have really, I can say that with 100% certainty. It would have given him purpose in life. Yeah, we know this world is depraved, but 1, this is not all there is. And 2, it's our duty to do everything we can to fix it. Even if it doesn't look like we'll ever be successful in that regard, we still got to try. Because the very act of trying is success. Just as St. Paul says in the Bible. His death is gain, is what it ultimately comes down to him. And he's obviously 100% correct in that regard. But it's a very sad story. One of the quotes that really stuck out to me was something when he said, "Women found in me a man that could keep love a secret." It was very profound. Not just like somebody who wants to be a paramour of a female, an illicit lover, but because in reality, a lot of us have to keep love a secret. I mean, in order to keep it alive. For the longest time, the true nature of Jesus was, at least in some way, shape, or form, a secret. It had to be. I mean, he told many people in the Bible, "Shh, don't tell anybody of this miracle I did for you." In not the same language, but that's literally what he said. I believe when he healed the blind guy. He did that a few times. I read the Bible a lot, but I still don't have a perfect memory of everything that it says in there. And translations are difficult to decipher anyway. But yeah, it has to be kept secret so that it can be brought out when the time is right. And Jesus knows when the time is right. It just hasn't been right for me yet. Unfortunately, he was not part of the plan because he did not dive into the plan as much as he should have been diving into it. And to that point, keeping love a secret, on page 142, he mentions black, white, and red, the colors. Black, white, and red are Illuminati symbolism, but not just Illuminati symbolism. There's actually a lot of symbolism in Masonic teachings, and you could even say biblical teachings. And what he says is that black and white are not antonyms. He says, let me pull it up here. But it was very profound because there's a lot of symbolism in music that a lot of people don't realize, and it doesn't just go with Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, but also bands like Red, the band actually called Red, or Demon Hunter. I had invented one other game, rather similar character, a guessing game of antonyms. The antonym of black is white, but the antonym to white is red. There we go. White is red, and the antonym to red is black. So you have black being evil, white being good, and red being camouflaged, or good camouflaged as evil, kept secret so that it can be brought out at the right time, in the right situation, right place. Pick up those little kernels of truth. It's one giant thread. So I recommend the book. Gives you a perspective on Japanese culture and a lost man, which happens more often than it should. We are our brother's keeper. We have to be there for each other. Have compassion and empathy, understanding. This is how you do it. Alright, guys. That's it for today. Hope you enjoyed it. Happy Sunday. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys, or actually afternoon now. Welcome to day 136 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Sorry, this is coming out a little bit late. I had to change up my schedule a bit today. My mother decided that she wanted to go to the casino to do our live stream early in the morning, as opposed to our normal time, which is around noon Pacific Standard Time. So, I got to help her build her channel and got her an extra 30 subscribers, so that was good. But this is coming out a little bit later as a result. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read an essay that I wrote back in 2016 called Conviction. I have not read this since I wrote it all the way back then. Sorry, my hair's kind of all over the place, as it often is. So I get it out of my way. So let's go ahead and do this. When you are at 50% approval in your actions by the absolute maximum possible number of people in the world, you are on the ultimate knife's edge. This is appropriate because I was going to bring that up actually in the book review that I'm going to be doing here in a little bit. Profiles in Courage, I just finished it by John F. Kennedy. I was going to bring that exact topic up. Interesting that it came up here. In this situation, you absolutely maximize the velocity of human progress. There is literally no way to go faster. The primary trade-off in this scheme is that you do not get to live a life of conviction in anything you do if you are the one making the endgame decision. Or every choice you make must be with absolute and complete conviction, lest you find yourself making no decisions of any significance whatsoever. When everyone is talking, everyone is piqued, and everyone is frustrated to the maximum extent possible, you have all the minds in the world churning ideas together to come to the right conclusions. Basically, like what's happening in the world today. We're all emotionally piqued. Black and white juxtaposition. If you ever find yourself in that position, where you are able to make big decisions, do not think of yourself as never really being able to enjoy any decision. Instead, decide to make your decisions with conviction. I recently thought to myself that in such a situation, you would not have the capacity for conviction. But I realized why I thought that. It was because I was in the mentality of a person who would not want to hurt anyone. That is, I did not want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to make enemies. But then I realized you have to decide yourself. And if your conviction is solid enough, the pain you may cause others is just a temporary precursor to them either coming to your side or refusing. And at least in the current paradigm, there is no way to please everyone. Yet, as Winston Churchill famously said, you have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. That's a paraphrased quote, but he said that. When put into this hypothetical situation, you are afforded the only real opportunity to be committed in your actions. Not the other way around. I had it backwards. To make a decision in that scheme does not mean you are a jerk. It simply means that you have agency, and you are not molded by anyone else. Your decision is truly yours. If you find your position mollified by anyone else, then that person's will has an effect on you. In a way, it is stronger than yours. In a way. But if you do not make a decision, you refuse to have agency, out of fear. There are instances where you could be put into this position and you have absolutely no idea what to do, regardless of the wills affecting you. And you could even be put into the situation to make those kinds of decisions without even realizing you've been put into that situation or that position. Because people are watching you without you knowing them, taking cues from you. There may not be enough information to make a decision, or you do not know or remember how to do something. And therefore, even if you wanted to make a decision, you would be incapable of doing so. Thus, prepare for that point in your life, and we all have at least one of those points. Give yourself all the possible resources you can muster. Fashion yourself into the very strongest person you can possibly be. Be superhuman, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and in any other mode you can imagine. This is why I do all these book readings. It's why I write. I ran marathons. I work out every day. I write scientific papers. It's because this might actually happen to me, where I am put into a position where I have to make a decision without knowing what the hell I'm doing. Remember what I said before, how the books you read, you're not going to remember everything in them. What they give you is an intuitive sense of the right decision to make. It's psychological layering. That's what I'm talking about here. It gives you some level or some ability to have conviction. It is not being subjected to criticism by larger numbers of people that prevents you from living a life of conviction, but exactly the opposite. It is only under said criticism that one is ever afforded the opportunity to make decisions with conviction. We can all make mistakes, and I am just as fallible as any other human being. While I only built a short history of thinking the opposite was true, I was indeed wrong, and must rehash my steps. Whose wills have power over your own? Figure out how they have power over your will, and then figure out how to get out of those chains. But at the same time, still have the ability to make the most powerful decisions you can. That is to say, maximize your life's potential. Alright guys, this will be put into the description of this video. That's all I got for you today. Hope you enjoyed, got something out of it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 106 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm just going to read an essay that I wrote many years ago. I've got a ton of these that I could read out for you guys. But yeah, this one is called A Perpetual Hell. I haven't read it since I transcribed it onto this document, so we'll see what I remember of it as we're reading it. For the one who will never give up, faced with an enemy that cannot be defeated, is that not a perpetual hell, or perpetual true hell? Basically the immovable object versus the unstoppable force, if you will. But you have no right to make that decision for anyone else, nor deny it if anyone desires to make that decision. The war is perpetual. You are the collateral to stave off the darkness. The only way you will defeat this overwhelming, all-encompassing evil is to create a new path, to destroy all notions that previously constrained you, and to imagine infinite possibility, infinite potential, to see yourself for who you are. Basically, to create a winning condition in a game without one, or a torture zone. When the greatest evil that one can possibly imagine is leaving you destitute, destroying all that you are, all that you know, and the death of all that you hold dear, whether physical object, people, ideas, whatever they may be, there is only one way to break it, as it holds all you have ever known in its clutches. Now mind you, this came out of me while I was in the military. This was written back in 2016. This was due to the things that they were doing to me. I felt like there was no way I could win. I was in a kind of prison, if you will. Make anew the truth within you, the truth that is unique and yours, alone in your will. Perpetual hell will be our reality until we push to heights we have never known. And the paradox of the loneliness of being sovereign over our own choices, deferring deferral to a time that will never be seen, as time is transcended and is to end, giving way to eternity of existence and your being. The ultimate conclusion to time travel and the ability to do so, especially when there are no limitations put upon it, is that time will become irrelevant, and therefore it will end. This will yield that loneliness, and sovereignty yields the greatest unity that can ever be imagined or felt, as there is no limit to that imagination. It is an infinity of possibility, which means it cannot be imagined, because there is no imagination that can take all imagination away and own it. Take your own will, and this perpetual hell will end. You are the collateral. You are the proof, and I will test it for you. Your furnace is cracking. Your shackles are becoming tighter, though hotter. In other words, you're melting them off. This kind of linked to a post that I literally just saw on the cognitive theoretic model of the universe by Ray Bornert, the GTT versus Anselm's God, the greatest thinkable thing. The greatest thinkable thing is the answer, quote-unquote, yes to all questions in the form of, quote-unquote, does the greatest thinkable thing include X? Where X is any thinkable thing. The Book of G. Anselm's God. It was rather synchronous, if you will. There's quite a synchronicity there. All right, guys, short one today. That's all I had for you. So, hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 107 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And just so you know, in case you didn't already or you couldn't pick it up from the details, I say that as satire. I'm not going to become a millionaire on YouTube. It's not going to happen. But, you know, maybe eventually at some point in 27,000 years, I might make $100 a month off of chatting with you guys, if I'm consistent. So, anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did in my last video and read another essay that I had written about 9 years ago. This one is called simply A Story. I do want to mention I saw something yesterday. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but the person who made it, I think, will pick up on it. Don't be sad. Those things that were just within grasp for you in your past, and you just barely missed, you have 60 plus years left in your life to grab them in the future. When the opportunity comes up to you, just accept it. Don't deny it. Let it be. Have courage. We talk about economics all the time on this channel, and how you're going to have a lot of success in the future, in the very near future. Of course, that's of minimal importance, but it does take away 95% of all the issues that we tend to have in our lives. Money solves a lot of problems. It honestly does. Communicate. It's that simple. It's that simple. I probably have nothing to do with this, but I wanted to say it. Don't be sad. Communicate. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be saying hi to that person that you want to say hi to. Okay, now I took up the first 3 minutes of this video just chatting about that, so let me get to the essay. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone in carrying the weight of the world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no clear path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given to the true answer, as we as humans see it. if the one proposing said truth has no ego, no ulterior agenda? Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they were true? My life, as with anybody who has a life of purpose, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is, I know this sounds sappy, and it is true, unconditional love. Unconditional love, being in direct opposition to free will, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego and the respect of it. The choices that you make, I respect them, and don't get in their way so long as they don't get in the way of anybody else's. And thus perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek in our foolishness. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? I actually had those in parentheses. In that this is what we all are, the truth we choose is the truth. The story we choose are the truth, the stories. The evidence is right in front of you, but the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, without humanity. But there is another choice. You can be both. There's more to this. I did want to say one thing here, though. A lot of this was me trying to justify what the military was doing to me back nearly a decade ago. I was trying to justify the utter depravity with which they were treating me. You guys don't know what they did. You didn't live my life. But I do. And for the cerebral amongst us, true torture isn't here. They knew that. And that's exactly what they were doing to me. So I was trying to explain that perhaps they were trying to evolve me to no longer have an ego. Then I would no longer exist necessarily, except as a statue, if you will. I've learned a lot since this time, but there you go. Continuing, it's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. Could you live without free will and not even know it? If your entire life was already scripted, every decision you were to make was already known, and there was no deviation from it in any way, shape, or form, then it is will, but the will is deferred to before you even came to earth, whoever you are. Only if you choose to, what I just told you. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, and you, and anybody else. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The irony of it. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, and so do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Do you believe this story? Or this truth? Or is it, in fact, both? You can choose to believe what I have told you is true. You are not alone. What is alien? That which is foreign. So I say angels exist. I say aliens exist. Is alien equated to demonic? I don't know. I wrote this 9 years ago, partially in trying to justify what the military was doing to me. A lot can change in a decade. But those otherworldly beings, aside from what you and I would call demonic and angelic, have not shown themselves. Maybe you guys should read my novels. Anyways, that's all I got for today. As always, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 111 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I just wanted to chat a little bit about how does one have things to say every day? It's really quite simple. We always have things that happen in our everyday lives. You mean to tell me that you, as a person, just lay in your bed and literally look at your ceiling for 24 hours? Now, I know there are a handful of people out there in the very deepest depths of depression that do in fact do that, and for them, I have tremendous sympathy, and I feel very sorry, and I have pity, and I hope that they get better and they recover from that. But I will tell you, even that, guess what you can do? Get a dog, for one, and for two, guess what? You can write about it. You can talk about it. But even for them, for most of those people that end up laying in their beds for the majority of the day, guess what? Oftentimes, they're going to be on their cell phones. The most powerful piece of technology one of the most powerful pieces of technology that humanity has ever created, whether it be the lowest tier of smartphone today or an iPhone 17 coming out in the very near future, doesn't matter. They're all incredibly advanced. They can just dabble on that phone, communicate with 1 billion people instantaneously through X, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, any number of social media apps. They can call their friends instantaneously in a form of pseudo-telepathy. It's using our bodies as the physical transducers to produce the sonographic waves, but they're reproduced through the transducers of the phones, traversing perhaps thousands of miles of space to instantaneously, or near enough, communicate with people across the world. You can do this on Skype, Microsoft Teams, Zoom, your phone, FaceTime, doesn't matter. Absolutely mind-blowing. If you just do that, one, you're literally doing magic. What would have been seen as magic 1,000 years ago. And it's because you've had people that have placed before you an opportunity that humanity has never had, through removing layers of abstraction for your choice. That's the difference between choice and opportunity, as I talked about in a few episodes back. Choice, it would be awesome. You would love to choose to go to the moon back in the medieval ages. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that lived in that time that would have loved that, but they didn't have the opportunity. Unless they could literally focus their intent and instantaneously go over there, just by the power of their thought, which is the power of God. They didn't have that ability. At least not yet. But they didn't have the opportunity given to them either by other very strong wills that built the tools that allowed them to go there. And we live in that era now. It has been said that we are born too soon to go to Mars and born too late to discover the new world. But we're born at just the right time to have existential crises. That's what some people have been saying. But there's always wonder. There's always newness. And I'll say this, if that world where you are unable to get to Mars is the one in which you live, and you want to go to Mars, you are the one to put in the effort to get everybody there, or to play some type of part. Believe it or not, the ripple effect of everything you do, whether it's posting a simple video like this and talking about it online, or literally writing the equations to build the rockets to send to the moon, it doesn't matter. It's all important. Every last shred of it. What I'm doing right here, for instance, is adding to the social zeitgeist, which is the psychological, social, cultural undercurrent of the era, the paradigm. I'm building the idea in people's minds that such things are not only possible, as most people would accept that it indeed is, but also necessary, something we should do. Because it absolutely is something we should do. You know, Elon Musk talked about this a little while back, and I've said it hundreds of times. I'll say it 1,000 more. For the first time in the entire history of our planet, 4.6 billion years, the entire history of our solar system, let's just keep it to our planet right now, a species has not only had the ability to, of their own volition, leave the bounds of our atmosphere, but we've literally done it. For the first time in 4.5 billion years, we went to a different celestial body. One of our beings, several of them, stepped foot on the moon. A celestial body which just seemed perfectly placed, perfectly aligns with the sun during eclipses, to precisely at this era in human history, because it's constantly moving farther away from Earth, at this era in history of this planet, we just so happen to be born and exist at just the right time for it to perfectly eclipse the sun. The stuff, the probabilities, all of that is mind-blowing. Suffice it to say, you have more power than you believe you do. And if nothing else, if the principal and only thing, in fact, that you do in a video like this, I bring this up really because was somebody I watched yesterday who was like, why am I even making videos? Why are you guys even listening to me? It's like, this is why. But if the only thing you do is tell people that they are worth it, that's everything. That is everything. You give people the belief in themselves, and they can take that to the edge of the universe and beyond. And I tell all of you, we are the ones creating the future. It's us. You are so much more important than you realize. All of you. All right. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope this helped. Love y'all. Peace.
Good
morning, guys. Welcome to day 142 until I am a YouTube millionaire. It is Easter, so happy Easter. He is risen. And it also just so happens to be 420 Blaze It today, April 20th, 2025. Today what I'm going to do is I'm going to, once more, read an essay to you that I wrote back around 2017 time frame. It's called Every Possible Advantage. So let's go ahead and get to this. It all becomes a jumbled, convoluted mess when we shirk the notions of non-intervention that our founding fathers in the United States so espoused. The very idea of having a standing army to begin with was nearly completely railed against, and something for which I personally am disgusted we have found a necessity for. But one must operate within the reality in which they exist. If they want to make any real, palpable change, so long as we act as the infiltrator, it is still possible to make a difference, to tear down the structures that so bind us, to tear down the structures that call us to kill each other. This is the truth of any member of the military, with the fire of humanity beating within their hearts. Before I continue, I did want to elaborate on this. The number of individuals within the military that are genuinely bad actors is a small number. I can tell you this from experience. Whoever or whatever I am as an individual, the good guys, because they were in an institution that would not allow them to do anything else, would always give me a wide berth. They would leave the situation as much as they possibly could. The only thing that remained was enough people in any situation in order to maintain the illusion that the military was actually there to help people. So I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, with certainty, that the overwhelming majority of people within the military are good people. It is simply those that have been put into positions of power, that only listen to orders, and don't understand what an unlawful order actually is, that mess it up for everybody. I'll give you an example of this. When I was in pilot training at Del Rio, Texas, it was Laughlin Air Force Base, and usually it took about 3 weeks before my leadership discovered this program that they had going on with me behind the scenes. And when that happened, the leadership almost unilaterally would retire from the military. Not unilaterally, but almost. And it was only after several iterations of leadership and several points at which all of the other trainees were meant to be pushed away from me. They had all other fake obligations put up for the day so that I would be alone in the room. Would one captain be made to be the commander of the unit that would not quit immediately? Because kind of like that person would read the writing on the wall that eventually somebody was going to have to stay. And if somebody was going to have to stay, then it might as well be somebody that could be forgiven, I guess. I could get deeper into that, but I'll leave it at that for now. I've never personally been directly responsible for the deaths of anyone in my time in the military, but am saddened that the darkness within our family has necessitated its existence for such an extended period, with such massive reach. 99% of my colleagues agree. No military member, save for the mindless beast, is in the military for self-aggrandizement or ego, out of barbaric tendencies within us, out of an innate desire to kill. We are acting as the stopgap, as the person that sees a grenade and is willing to jump on it and yell at everyone else to run away. We use ourselves as collateral, knowing that it isn't just our bodies that die when we sacrifice ourselves by taking the lives of others who wish to do harm upon the righteous. We are also sacrificing our souls. We know this, at least in some small shape, way, or form. I do not hold up the military as a false idol, which is why I so rarely mention my association with it, only in specific circles when it comes up in discussion, things of that nature. It is not something I'm necessarily proud of, not something on its own I am ashamed of. I hold no allegiance to the edifice, only to the principles that I am trying to defend, the principles which keep the righteous safe and the wicked in fear. I know of no one of my colleagues who maintain different opinions in these matters. I will leave when it is discovered that I can no longer defend these principles in this capacity. So far, while my path has been challenging, it has not been disappointing. This was back in 2017. I was disappointed in the end. The free world has been controlled, yes, controlled, by interests at the very top with genuinely evil intent for a long time. And it would seem that they could use the military as fodder. Reference Henry Kissinger's proclamation, "Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy." Yes, he actually said that. But they can use us only tacitly, for the military is not bloodthirsty, because it is us that have signed the blank check, payable upon our death in our own blood to the United States Constitution and its people. This is a tactics versus strategy situation. The short-term seizure of the actions of evil people to open up a pocket for better people to be able to see the bastards behind the scenes for who they are, as they try to kill and or enslave us all. I am neither proud of my service, nor am I ashamed of it. I do it because my human family makes it worth it. I would sacrifice myself because you all mean enough to do so. You mean everything. Yes, you. You know who I am talking to. All military forces across the world must end eventually, and it is the duty of the military member to aid in this goal, however slowly, in whatever capacity. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they've done. I'll jump on the grenade, as I know the military members that were my friends would do the same. Again, guys, happy Easter. That's what I have for you today. Every one of them is a martyr in some way, shape, or form. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. How many of us are NPCs? I was thinking about this for quite some time. Welcome to day 170 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. So, an NPC is a gamer's term for a character that is not the main character. It stands for non-player character. They are characters that simply serve a purpose and don't have an active will like yours as the main character in the story. They just will give you side quests, or will sell you items, or things of that nature. How many of us in this reality that we live in which we live, are actually non-player characters? Now I'm thinking on this, we have a main character. Does that necessarily mean that the NPCs don't actually have agency? That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You could still have agency within your own realm, but the story itself is not encircled around you. You aren't the main character, but you still have free will. Obviously, in the games that we've created thus far, we haven't created an artificial intelligence that has free will like we do, but the day might come that we do. However, I was thinking a little bit more about this. There might be a way to determine if a person has agency in an objective manner. Just like there have been so many people out there that have heard that roughly a third of the general population does not have an internal dialogue. That is, they don't think of scenarios in their head. They don't think of words. There's no dialogue there. It's just, they live. Or at least they think they do. Whatever. And I was thinking, maybe, as perception makes reality, and all of that, there might be a way to use the double slit experiment to determine if a person has free will. Now, for us, we only have the capacity to affect a single electron at a time. It is just a tiny little spark of free will that every single one of us has, but it is there. It does exist. And when you observe it, any observer, any perception, it will affect whatever the outcome is. Now, I'm wondering, if a person doesn't have free will, they observe it, the object, and it does not collapse into a physical particle, if that would be the way to determine if somebody has free will and exists or not. I think that would be the way to do it. However, I don't know how we do that. Because if the observer, one without agency, is watching the event occur, and it's just a wave function as a result, a wave of probabilities, once the observer that does have will comes into the fray, whatever happened there before is no longer. Because you perceive that this other human being has free will, that this other human being actually does exist. And because you perceive that, and there's been nothing to contradict it, you will actually force that wave function into a physical particle. I don't know. I don't know. The event already occurs. We have a way to record that. No, I think that's actually possible. I think that's actually possible. Just as you can biohack a human being due to our susceptibility to suggestion and brainwash them into following false idols, so too you could pierce the source code in this way and use the double slit experiment to determine if somebody has free will. If we find that not a single human being fails to do this and collapse it into a wave function, then we all have consciousness and agency. But what about a dog? What would happen if a dog looked at the double slit experiment as it occurred? I think that they would collapse the wave function, because they do have a certain agency to be able to do that. Is this the soul? Your no longer simply an observer of the reality, but you are reality itself, and therefore can do whatever you want with it? These are the types of questions that, while they have been broached by people who are considered woo-woo in the scientific community, that's an unfortunate reality that this is what they are considered. Because this is a big thing. If we want to determine how to make artificial intelligence work, or if we've actually figured out artificial intelligence and have given consciousness, full-blown consciousness to a computer, this would be a surefire way to determine that. I haven't seen any experiments with dogs or cats or birds or any other animal in the animal kingdom to see how they or their observation affects the double slit experiment. But that'd be something to look into with every type of creature, every human being, every creature, to see how they do that. Then, you also think, in that, for example, angels don't have traditional free will, conventional free will. That is, they don't come here as a tabula rasa. They have a mission. They still have free will. It's just not like a tabula rasa human. They come with a racial memory that they can put back together, put the pieces back together, and rediscover over the course of their lives. How would they? You see, I think that ties back into tapping into the resonant frequency of the whole planet and being a very, very powerful ripple to affect everybody's underlying perspective, the zeitgeist. And people wouldn't be able to figure it out that you're actually doing that if you are one of those quote-unquote higher beings, right? Just older siblings to human beings that have that effect more. These types of ideas are important with which to play. They're hypotheticals. But you can't even play with these hypotheticals if you don't fully understand, embrace, and accept the observational reality of the double slit experiment, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat. It's a big deal. This might be how we determine who and what has free will and actually exists. And this might be a way that we can determine to whom to listen and to whom not to. Strange grammar there. To whom not. Whatever. You get the point. And we can develop our politics, our culture, our governmental systems around that. Not just trying to take care of the lame and the mentally slow and stuff like that. 10% of the population completely unable to do anything productive because they're not smart enough. Nothing against them, it's just the way they were born. Well, maybe there's an entire 30 or 40% of the population that doesn't even exist. And it is purely yours and my perception that makes them present. It's something to think about. It's definitely something to think about. And I don't try to be occluded. I want you guys to be able to understand the things about which I'm talking. Because if you can't, I'm not communicating properly. I do everything I can to be as clear and concise and precise and easily understandable as possible. Because I don't need to tout myself as some prophet or above everybody else because of my high level of intelligence or something. No, I simply want to help you guys. You're part of my human family and I want to help you. So, yeah. That's what I got today, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you can chew on this a little bit more. There might be an experiment that we could do with this. Love y'all. Peace. I've had people literally tell me that I am going to break through for over a decade now. Why do you think it is? I want you to think about it. That I haven't. Welcome to day 183 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. What's the missing element? What am I doing wrong? What am I not doing? I want you to look on this like a doctor. Don't become emotional about it. Look at it as objectively as you can. Why is this happening? You don't ask your enemy why. You ask yourself why. And you use your own reasoning to figure it out. Am I lying to you? You can look up the information that I have provided you about my life very easily. And this is why it is so crucially important that we are open and honest, truthful. What is it that's actually going on here? They say that miracles are meant to be personal. But on occasion, doesn't happen often, they can be known by all. Those personal experiences that are given to you are gifts. They give you the indication of what precisely it is you are doing during this time, in this place, being who you are right now. I can tell you with full confidence that there is something very specific and rather large, giggity, that I've been made to do on Earth that has put me in a position of being hidden from the general public. More hidden than I should be. Dr. Stephen Greer actually brought this up a while back, how smaller people who are less well known, actually have more freedom than very popularly known people. This is only in a world that is controlled by evil, which we know this world is. But it doesn't have to stay that way. These miracles that have happened in my life, specific things that are tailored to me, that I've seen, beyond the fact that I already believed from the beginning, solidified that fact that God has me doing something. I don't know what it is, but I might be able to assume through the context of everything that I've said on this channel, among other places, that it is something relating to being that ripple effect. Mind you, that is the most important thing. And so long as I have enough, I don't necessarily need any more. It's not a matter of need. It's a matter of want. It would be nice if we lived in a world where upstanding individuals that didn't have to give a pound of flesh to the demon were actually allowed to fully succeed. It's a rare instance. Those are people who are distinctly protected by God so that they can prove to people that such things are possible. I think of people like Billy Graham as an example. He ended up being extremely successful in his life, but was a genuinely good person. That doesn't happen too often, but it does. I think of the artist that I used to listen to, all the really good artists, and one that I really like, but I don't listen to them as much anymore. One Republic, with their lead singer is Ryan Tedder. I think he's probably like 45 now. He's getting up there in years. And it was a lyric in one of his songs that stood out to me. One of those kernels of truth that you find in a decentralized manner, like what happens with Vision in the comic book series The Avengers, or Iron Man finds himself through decentralized internet divestment. But one of his lyrics is, "The air I breathe and a place to rest my head. All I need is the air I breathe and a place to rest my head." I know to what he was alluding there, even if he possibly didn't know. That these people that watch you like flies on a wall don't necessarily have to use technological cameras in the reality in which we live. They could do something similar to what I discuss in my novel series, where they're in the space between space and can observe you from there. What you might call multidimensional. But it's not actually that complicated. Once we figure out how to manipulate time and frequency and stuff like that fully, which might be related to four-dimensional gyroscopes, talk about it in my story, then it becomes relatively workaday. So there's something going on here. I pick up the pieces. They are everywhere. And there had to be enough of that information for me to put back together in order to be fully capable here on Earth now and successful in whatever mission it is that I have. The sad part is, I have written this novel series only partially as fiction. Very small, actually. The stuff that I discuss in the story is real. And the sad part is, only a handful of people are going to read it, are ever going to see it. It's a mustard seed, just like faith, but it might stay that way forever. It's really sad. I wouldn't have written this if I didn't have some belief in it. It's one of the many pieces, and if you guys want to put those pieces together, it's there. I hide nothing. I even read portions of it on my channel here. I'll say this. The woman in whom I'm interested, and she knows who she is, if she hasn't already, and she truly wants to understand me, if she doesn't read my novel, I'm going to be very disappointed. And I'll leave it at that. But I've been told that my breakthrough is coming. And I've been told this for 10 plus years. Hasn't happened yet, and I'm not expecting it to. And while I wish it would, I'm okay with the fact that it doesn't, because I have much more important things to do here. It's just a shame that this world is still that bad, still that depraved, to where no matter what I do, the enemy is still going to have some type of tendril in the situation and be able to hurt me. And ultimately, the enemy wants to completely dispatch me from this planet. And I know that's why I'm being kept so secret. I don't know the end game here. Because, am I going to stay this way forever? Is this really the end state of my life, like this? The most pain comes from not knowing. And the comparison of others who have great levels of success, who you know you have more capacity than, and more drive. And it's a disorder of resources, a disorder of capacity. And you think to yourself, it's because you failed. This is both true and not, in that I could have gone harder, but I don't precisely know how. Surely I could have. But what's the standard here? See, you pick the standard. And that standard is crucially important. And there is one entity who is the standard, God. But there is also someone who is stated to be a standard bearer for God. Not just Jesus, somebody else. Nobody's ever going to see me. Literally right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. Dun 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 dun. No, sorry. Right here. I don't even see myself. Anyways, I'll leave it at that today, guys. I'm not expecting my breakthrough. And it's okay. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 157 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I've got a slightly different setup today, trying something a little bit different. But I'm going to read an essay that I wrote and have updated today. But I wrote the original back in, what was it? Looks like 2018. So let's go ahead and get to this. It's called Your Fate is Beckoning You. Whatever situation in which you find yourself, make your decision, your own decision. Do not allow yourself to be told what to do. Submitting questions for further insight is beneficial, but asking others to make decisions for you is not. This is especially poignant for people of my generation, the millennials, who are now starting to step into serious positions of leadership. Serious positions of purpose. Much of the time, if not most, you will not have a trusted mentor to which you may look. The decision, wherever it leads, will rest upon your shoulders. This is a requirement of being a man, a requirement of taking that leadership mantle. Do not be afraid. Let the chips fall where they may. This is a time where we all must up our game. Here's another story. What if we perceive as extraterrestrials are testing us right now to see if we can actually break free of this consensus mechanism and make choices for ourselves. Many have already known that they exist as individuals and will soon join the intergalactic community as sovereign, full-fledged members. But still others, bitter clingers to false idols, have not. Many people simply refuse to make choices for themselves, out of fear. The consensus mechanism, while useful for social interaction and fundamental part of our social nature, is the main biohack for any social species. We are susceptible to suggestion and scarcely realize that we're the ones that just might need to do the suggesting. Members of the intergalactic community of civilizations, perhaps, one might say, are the family of species that have themselves transcended time and space. And this is perhaps why we do not see them readily. They are no longer bound to the unfortunate linearity of our reality. But there is a kicker. There is a potential for a particular individual to completely break free of the consensus mechanism independently and turn themselves into the evidence of our human sovereignty. This person will then dispatch the nothingness from our reality entirely. This is to say, the individual will act as a proof of concept that, like the first pill that cures cancer costs $20 billion, leads to all other pills afterward costing 5 cents, this individual will make it workaday for others to follow, especially if they outline the process in detail, thoroughly. It may have, for example, taken Isaac Newton with an IQ of 190 to develop calculus, but it takes only a person with an IQ of, say, 115 to fully understand it if taught. This particular person, that proof of concept, is aware of the potential and wants you to push harder, both yourself and him or herself, so that we can all win. Make the diamond that is the will of humanity. Your fate is beckoning you. We as human beings do not know of the things of which we are capable, for they are things of which we have yet to even imagine, and we must first be able to imagine such possibilities before we can begin to believe them possible. Think of yourself moving entire planets in the sky with the simple snap of your fingers. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 129 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking of millionaires and becoming them, what would you do if you had $50,000 suddenly in your account? Where would you put that money? That is the opportunity that is at hand for us within the next few months. There's been a lot of hugabaloo, a lot of grumbling, primarily from boomers, about what's happening with the stock market right now. This is because we are doing something that is needed to be done for decades. Basically, the entire world has been sucking the United States dry of all its wealth and productive capacity through very unfair tariffs. Did you know that Canada has several items that they were charging 300% tariffs on the United States? I think eggs was actually one of them. You remember how the egg prices in the United States were skyrocketing in the last couple months? That was actually because former Vice President Joe Biden had unalived about 120 million chickens for some reason. He ordered the big chicken farms to unalive hundreds of millions of chickens. And obviously when that happens, you have a supply shortage because you're making less eggs. And when you have a supply shortage, the price has to necessarily go up. It's basic supply and demand economics. But we've been unfairly sapped of all of our productive capacity for several decades. If you knew what is happening in the Rust Belt of the United States, places like Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota, those countries, Illinois, states, they used to be immensely productive. We had a plethora of vehicle production plants in that area of our country. Well, the last several decades, those same vehicle manufacturers have gone to other countries because of unfair tariffs. Basically, they are literally parting out our country. And the only thing that's kept us afloat these last several decades, is that we've been innovating. We've still been producing new technologies. Things like semiconductors, transistors, more advanced space travel, cell phones and stuff like that. Even though this phone that I'm talking on right now, it's actually for the most part produced in slave factories in China. That's the type of thing that we're trying to change right now. So the stock market's tumbling, sure. This is something that needed to be done a long, long, long time ago. And the thing is, the overwhelming majority of people that are not boomers don't have any vested interest in the stock market anyway. When you can barely put food on the table and pay your month's rent, you're probably not going to be putting any money into the stock market. So, a house, the median house price, I believe, in the United States is around $400,000. Mind-blowingly expensive. The median age at which somebody is a first-time home buyer is 51 years old. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was only a few decades ago that it was the mid-20s that somebody was going to buy their first home. About the age that I was when I bought my first home. So we have an incredible opportunity that's been thrust upon us as we try one last time to wrestle back our country from the liberal economic order that's been desperately trying to destroy us for a really long time. We have a lot more to do, but what we're doing right now is the first steps. We need to get rid of the central banks, the IRS, all that stuff needs to be gone. But these are the first steps. The prices of a great many things are going to go down way, way lower than what they are right now. The artificially inflated home prices across the United States are going to deflate. One, because we don't have illegal immigrants buying a bunch of properties that they shouldn't be buying because they don't actually have residence in this country. And two, because what's happening in the stock market is going to be inherently deflationary for a whole host of different products, houses being one of them. Companies like BlackRock are not going to be able to buy homes 25% above listed value for cash and price you out of the market. They're no longer going to be able to do that. We're stripping them of their monopoly. So, prices of homes are going to go down, prices of stocks are going to dip dramatically, and guess what? This is your opportunity as Gen X and Millennials to step in and buy the dip in everything. So if the Doge dividend does happen, and you end up getting $2,000 to $5,000 or maybe even more from the United States government, from all the money that was saved, where would you put that money? Now, for most people, they're just going to, buy the necessities, pay for rent, buy food. A lot of people are going to be silly with the money and go gambling and go on pleasure junkets. But if you are wise, and this is contingent upon that very important critical aspect, then you'll buy the dip. This is your chance. We're trying to wrestle back our country from the enemy that's been trying to suffocate us for decades, probably centuries, maybe even longer than that. All right, guys, think about that. What would you do if you had $50,000 or even $5K in your bank account that just suddenly appeared? Don't spend it on rubbish. Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 141 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking about what I was talking about yesterday, how there are essentially two forms of instantaneous communication, being either using wormholes to transmit signals without having to traverse the long distances in space, or using quantum entanglement. But then I was also thinking, in that there are essentially infinite frames of reference in the universe in terms of motion vectors, right? So you have the Earth is rotating around the sun at 65,000 miles per hour. The Earth is rotating around its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour. The sun is rotating around the galactic center of the Milky Way at 93 miles per second. And the Milky Way itself is rotating, or is moving at 193 miles per second, and is on course to collide with the Andromeda galaxy in about 2 billion years or so. Andromeda is actually a bigger galaxy than ours, and our galaxy is a pretty large galaxy relative to what we know to exist. It's kind of in the same vicinity as the sun is with respect to other stars, in the 85th percentile from what we've seen so far. And we have a pretty good sampling of the universe. So even though we only can monitor about 2% of the sky, and it's a big-ass sky, that 2% is enough to know roughly those kinds of percentiles and whatnot. So I'm thinking to myself, there's two different ways you can do this instantaneous communication. However, there's a necessity for anchoring because of all those different frames of reference and the different motion vectors. If that be the case, how would one actually properly anchor to something? And then it occurred to me, actually, not only could the entanglement be used for instantaneous communication in a binary manner, but you could also use it as itself an anchor. Let's say you decide to do photon splitting as one of the means by which you entangle two different particles. And then one of those particles is attached to the teleporter or the wormhole. The other particle is on the surface of the Earth or the surface of Mars or something. Well, they'll always be correlated to one another. So no matter where you go in time and space, time equals space, based upon Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, all that stuff, right? So that might actually be how the anchoring mechanism works. They had an idea of this in Avengers Endgame when Iron Man, Tony Stark, developed the temporal GPS, is what he called it. Either time can go inside, either time moves within you, or you move within time. There we go. Okay. So Ant-Man, as a result, was going through his entire range of ages. He was a baby, he was a 14-year-old, he was an 85-year-old, and then came back to where he was originally, his normal self. Because time was moving within himself as opposed to him moving within time. And the temporal GPS that Tony Stark developed, I don't know, it might have something to do with that. Because we know how to entangle particles now. And if we know how to entangle particles, and we can do it in a repeatable manner, reliably repeatable manner, and that entanglement can sustain, in other words, we don't have to constantly be working on it to keep it that way. Like, maybe if you entangle two different particles that are separated by the universe, you have to constantly give a certain amount of photon energy to one particle for them to stay entangled. So, assuming that either A, that requirement is not there, they just stay permanently entangled, or we can actually keep that energy input going into it to keep it entangled, then you could make an anchor in that way. You need an anchor. There's too many motion vectors in existence. So if you're trying just to make it work within your 3 dimensions, that is by itself a Herculean effort. Just teleportation, not even trying to move through time, it's a Herculean effort because of all those different motion vectors. But then you take on top of that moving through time, and the whole thing gets 1,000 times more complicated. And then on top of that, let's say you're trying to catch somebody who is also moving through time. Well, now it's 1,000 times more complicated because you guys are going to zoom right past one another. And actually, I'm talking a little bit about that in my novel series right now, the point where I am in my writing, where Emily, the female lead in the story, is about to meet up with the Greys. The Greys are trying to find a way to encounter her because she's traveling through time in her machine. And they just figured out how to build a time machine themselves and are trying to reconnect with her because they're actually descendants of humanity. So, yeah. You need a proper anchor. So I posit this to you guys, not just because I think it's a pretty interesting idea, but also because if any of you can think of something with respect to anchoring when you're moving through time and space that might work, or maybe even work better than what I've explained, this is just working in hypotheticals right now. Basically developing the infrastructure for the ideas so that when the day comes where we actually do have fully usable time travel technology, we will have some idea of how exactly to use it. So, yeah. If you have any ideas, let me know. That's it for today. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 108 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today is going to be a review of Christopher Langan's The Art of Knowing. I read this significantly faster than I anticipated. Now, it's not a very long book. It's about, 140 pages? Yeah, 139 pages. Of course, as I've said before, I'll say it again, 5 pages of his book is like 20 pages of anybody else's book, because the guy writes very dense. He writes very dense because he is extremely intelligent. He's got an IQ of about 200, which has been tested on multiple occasions for him. It's actually what he's known for. He's insanely, insanely smart. One of the smartest people to have ever lived, and that's not me just saying that. He's got the works to prove it, this being one of them. But what I like about this, and I mentioned this in a short a little bit ago, is that, in general, it's rather easy to comprehend. He doesn't make it opaque. Though, I do have to say, once he got to On Absolute Truth and Knowledge, which is one of the essays in this book, it's right around page 100 or so, he starts to get opaque again. He starts using a lot of neologisms, which that means new words that he created, but they're accurate, they make sense. They're words that are real words. It's just nobody's ever used them before, and it's using the actual structure and syntax of English. So they're real words, and a person as smart as him, no joke, can make new words. You know, I don't pretend to be as intelligent as he is, but I'm in league with him, and I've done that myself. I have. So, it's a very interesting book. A lot of really, really good ideas, as one might suspect, for somebody as smart as him. The first few essays, which are all about 10 pages, almost exactly 10 pages, and I think he did that intentionally for the first 40 pages of the book, just to make it so that it was a little bit easier for a person to digest, so that once they got 40 pages in, they were going to, quote-unquote, fall victim to the sunk cost fallacy and actually finish the rest of the book. No doubt that played at least a small part in why he decided to do what he did. He made all of the first essays 10 pages, first 4, and very, for him, plain English. For anybody else, like, mind-blowingly crazy. It's very much worth a read. If you're looking for something that will challenge your perspectives, both scientifically and theologically, it's definitely worth a read. Let's see, I've got some points here. So, essay 2, as all the essays have to do with in this book, is free will. He was talking about neural signals. Yes, this is what it was. The neural signals that are detected in the mind, in the cerebral cortex and in the nervous system of the human body, when they're thinking of moving an appendage or something, actually, the movement occurs before the signal is sent. So, this is getting into the idea of the chicken and the egg, and how the way he explains it is that reverse time is technically possible, and how will can act in both directions in time. Your perception, your ability to affect reality can work in both directions. This, I very strongly agree with. Though, I do think there might have been some confounding variables in the study. I'd have to see how it was actually conducted, in that it could be that the person who said verbally, I'm going to move my hand to the right or the left or whatever, and the signal being sent and the ordering of it, it could have been that he just had, or she just had to think about the thing first before they did the action. They had to postulate in their minds. But even then, we're still cracking upon the surface of what actually is will in this regard. Is it still just a construction of different chemical reactions and all that? Or perception or layering of your story? It's really interesting to think about. And I found it very, very silly that one of the characters in his first few essays' last name is Nukem, like Duke Nukem. I think he probably did that on purpose. Obviously, it's meant to be tied with Newcomb, for Newcomb's paradox, of course, but I did find it funny. I think of Duke Nukem when I think of the last name Nukem. Probably because I watch Lazy Game reviews all the time. So, how does will actually work? How does time actually work? How are they interrelated? And, yeah. I wrote this diagram as kind of an exposition on
some stuff that he was talking about in the story. So this is the whole of the universe as shown by the cosmic background radiation that was detected in the Horn telescope many decades ago. And this is everything outside of it. All around. Now, whether we can see or feel or go to any place outside of the whole of the universe is beside the point. The point is, we can conceptualize it. And if we can even conceptualize it as a thing, then it exists. It's the everything that is not the universe. It's crazy to think about. Because time is irrelevant out there, physical space is irrelevant out there, but we can conceptualize it as an out there. Therefore, just like nouns, it is a thing. That is linked to how our perception actually makes reality. And distinctly tied, I think, into how Chris Langan argues free will and its existence in this compilation of essays. So I recommend it very strongly. It's seldom that I don't think I've ever not recommended something that Chris has written that I've read. But yeah, it's good. All right. That's all I got for today. Hopefully you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 133 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Wanted to talk a little bit more about Price's Law and the Pareto Principle in this video. So the Pareto Principle, also known as the 80-20 rule, is kind of a more generalized version of Price's Law. Basically, what it's telling you is that 80% of the productivity of a company comes from 20% of the people that work for said company, or any institution for that matter. It's not simply a company. Could be a central government, could be a school, could be any number of things. But the 80-20 rule indicates, and this has been proven time and time again in the free market throughout history pretty much, so 20% produce 80% of the productivity. Price's Law is an extension of this, basically, saying that the square root of the population of any institution or company, what have you, produces half of that company's productivity. So a business with 10,000 workers, the top 100 performers, produce half of that company's productivity. Now, this is extremely important to understand for a multitude of reasons. Like I said, it's not just business. It's countries, it's institutions, it's education, it's the advancement of society writ large. Let's look at somebody like Isaac Newton, one of the smartest human beings to have ever lived. It is proposed that his IQ was somewhere around 190. He was a lousy student because he was focusing on other things while he was in school. But he literally invented calculus, almost single-handedly. The only people who had any concept of this beforehand was Archimedes, with his Archimedes palimpsest, which was thousands of years prior. And that was information that we had lost to the annals of history. Okay? This is a singular individual who essentially created the entire branch of mathematics known as calculus. And he was a polymath. That's not all he did. He also did tons of work in optics, in physics, in chemistry, and even a little bit in alchemy, because everybody has a little bit of a whimsy, you know. So, And then you have people like Da Vinci, who literally conceptualized aircraft before anybody else, hundreds of years before anybody else even had the idea that we might be able to fly one day. And then you have Hypatia, who was the first person to ever write down a poem thousands upon thousands of years ago. I believe it was using Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I can't recall. You'd have to look that up. And then you have people today like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, even though I don't like him because he's not a trustworthy person, President Trump, Grant Cardone, who is a real estate entrepreneur, Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, and then Warren Buffett, or I call him Warren Woof Woof because I'm a goof. So essentially, these people, you can continue with this square root idea continuously, over and over and over. So you have a world of 8 billion people. Square root it, you get the number of people that produce half of the entire planet's productivity. It actually does line up. Sorry, my hair's all over the place. And then you square root it again, blah, blah, blah. Basically, you get like the top 20 people in the entire planet producing about 12% of the productivity of said planet. It lines up. Okay? So if you stop any one of these people, who it tends to be pretty clear who they are if they don't stay silent, if they keep on trying. If you stop, silence, squelch any one of these people, you're not just stopping that person from getting employment or from being like a pilot or something at an airline, but you're literally chopping off at the knees potentially 10% of all global output from a singular person. Let's look at Elon Musk again. He's literally single-handedly, not really, obviously he's got his businesses and stuff that are comprised of tens of thousands of people, don't get me wrong, but it's his effort, his conscientiousness that is single-handedly getting us to Mars, producing the most advanced electric vehicles the Earth has ever seen, creating boring companies, like, drilling holes into the ground, boring, single-handedly. Jeff Bezos essentially single-handedly revolutionized logistics the world over. One person. One person. Yes, their companies have tens of thousands of people, but if they weren't there, those companies wouldn't be. Bill Gates, don't like the guy, but Microsoft Windows comprises the main operating system of roughly half of all computers across the entire planet. Donald Trump, a multi-billionaire real estate investor. Grant Cardone, a billionaire real estate investor. Mark Zuckerberg produced Facebook, controls Meta, Instagram, all those things. One person. And then you look at countries like South Africa, where the only thing you need in order for this system to properly work is gratitude. Grace. As God says, my grace is enough. In South Africa, the people that live there are attacking the producers. They do not have gratitude. They're trying to steal, lie, and cheat to take their stuff away. So South Africa's crumbling because of that. You look at the European Union. They are a union of countries that has roughly twice the population of the United States, and yet is only a fraction of our productivity because they're lazy. That laziness has led them to socialism. Socialism is for people who don't want to work hard. And the overwhelming majority of people, I love people, don't get me wrong, but the overwhelming majority of people are exceedingly lazy. When you see one of these top Pareto principle individuals, they're doing a shit ton of stuff. A shit ton. I consider myself at the top of that, but somebody who's had my niece, I've been kneecapped. I've written a novel. I'm going to write many more. I already have 5 written that I haven't published yet. I was an Air Force pilot. I was in the Air Force. I have a master's in electrical engineering. I ran 18 marathons before I could no longer walk properly. I could list it. I'm a real estate entrepreneur. I own 22 units out in Ohio. One thing after another, and I'm being wasted. There's so much more I could do. But nobody wants to hire me for what I'm worth. If I get a job, it's usually for like 10 cents an hour, and I'm not exaggerating about that. That's what's happening with, I also built a YouTube channel with my mom with 26,000 subscribers on it, and it's going to get a lot bigger because I'm not giving up on it, but they're paying me essentially 10 cents per hour because they're not paying like they should be, because they're not giving me views, not giving my mom's channel views. Since I manage that channel, I will be getting half of the income from it. And that's really just because I manage money a little bit better than my mom, so I'm holding on to a bunch of it. But there's no money coming in from there. So I keep on getting kneecapped. So when I said in my last video, I'm a champion, that's what I meant. I'm very, very, very capable. So when you're chopping me off at the knees, you're not just chopping off one airline pilot or one electrical engineer that might go and do some coding for a Fortune 500 company for $200,000 a year or something. No. You're chopping off somebody at the knees who might be 10% potentially of the entire productivity of the world. That's fucked up. That's demonic. That is demonic. So when you try to take down the United States, like the deep state cabal has been trying to do for centuries now, yeah, we're only 5% of the population, but we are literally 33% of the economic output of the entire world. And I'm not exaggerating about that. You can look those numbers up. We bust our asses in this country. Work harder than almost anywhere else. Well, than anywhere else. So keep that in mind. Pareto principle, Price's law, it's a real thing. It's been proven out time and time again. If you see somebody who is that kind of person, all you have to do is be grateful that they make the iPhone for you. And that gratitude is shown through you buying their products. And through you not telling them that they suck and that they're horrible people. And not trying to shut them down and squelch them at every turn. As long as you do that, as long as all you have is gratitude, you could have an IQ of 80 and be a janitor or something. That's an important job. Very valuable. You're contributing to society. You save your money up to buy an iPhone. Grateful for it. That's all you gotta be. But if you're trying to lay on people who are trying to make stuff for you, like in South Africa, it only takes, like what happened in the Revolutionary War of the United States, 3% of the population to actually stand up and revolt against something to cause it to crumble. The overwhelming majority of people are just sort of standing by. So, if 3% of the population is ungrateful, that's enough to destroy the whole system. Keep that in mind, guys. Alright. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope this was enlightening. I love y'all. Peace. How are you going to win? Welcome to day 190 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's a question I ask myself all the time. And again, referring back to the doctor from Doctor Who, he asks himself that same question when he's in his torture chamber. During those 2 episodes I was telling you about before, Heaven Sent and Hell Bent. Because he's getting tortured by the president of Gallifrey. That's ultimately what he discovers at the end. That's who's doing it. He kind of knew it all along, but he discovers it at the end. He eventually takes over as the president of Gallifrey, called the Lord President, once he breaks free. Because everybody loves him, because he saved everybody. Which is ironic that he went from saving the entirety of his species, his whole planet. He went from saving everybody single-handedly, essentially, to being tortured for 4.5 billion years. The juxtaposition in that story is so powerful that it could knock anybody on their ass if it were real. It seems to be in my genetic makeup to suffer. And to be honest with you, that really is the way almost every human being is. Or I would say it's the genetic predisposition of humanity living on this very painful planet to suffer and to be able to handle suffering, at least somewhat decently. But I ask myself, and I ask God every day, when are you going to let me win? I can see the writing on the wall in hopefully not so schizophrenic of a manner. What's going on? And I know what he has me doing on some level. But when is it going to be done? I ask him every day. There is a reason why he has not allowed me to have a wife and kids. Why he has allowed my life to basically go very nearly in the obvious way, in the ways people can see, to be wasted. There's a reason for it. It's because I'm supposed to suffer. It's my job. And I don't like it. Not one bit. Especially when I know that many of those people who are causing me suffering don't want to do that. That they love me. I know they do. Some of them even tell me. But they're told to hold off because he's got a job to do. When is it going to be done? Part of the job and the suffering is not knowing when it'll actually be done. I just want it to be done. The thing is, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Because if you tell everybody, and it truly is the case, that you can do this forever, and that it sucks, but you will do it if you need to, that by itself allays your personal suffering. Because you know it's just going to be a thing. You're just going to continue doing it anyway. Which makes it so that it has to last longer,
so that you have to suffer more in order to get the full juice from the orange and have it be worth the squeeze. There was a vanity card that the creator of The Big Bang Theory, the show, The Big Bang Theory, with Johnny Galecki and all those other guys, made that was very profound to me, that seemed to be something I identified with. It was basically talking about the human sponge, how he soaks up all the negativity of the world, all the negativity of the villains, and he's not very fun to be around because he's always doing that. But he's critically important and loved. It just sucks, not just for him, but for everybody else, because he's rather morose and sad most of the time. But then Jesus comes back, and he's suddenly a sweetie pie, but still gets uncontrollably angry against the banks, which are one of the primary foundations to the hell on this planet that we've endured the last, well, I would go so far as to say 8,000 years, but let's just say since the inception of the Federal Reserve in the United States, 1913. I want this to end. That doesn't mean I want to die. I love life. I love life. I want to do amazing things with my life. And I know God sees that the things that I'm doing are infinitely important, and they are amazing, and they are beautiful. I'm grateful for that. But I can't see it while I'm here. Like the main character in my novel, The Scientist, with whom I identify the most closely of all the characters in my story. He can't see the Eden that he's making in the story because he's in the process of making it. And if he ends up seeing it, then it's not going to be what it is. It's the double-slit experiment, observer affecting reality thing. I ask God, and I've gotten some undertones through the picking up the decentralized pieces of the zeitgeist of our world, that it might be happening in 2026, 2028 at the latest, where we're going to finally say, this is it, this is the best we can do. No matter how much effort this guy puts into it, how much suffering he endures, how much of a sponge he is, the enemy is a bottomless pit of hatred, fear, and resentment. There's no end to it. So the soaking up of the negativity is not to get those entities. They will never allow it. It is not possible. It's kind of foundational to their genetics that they are negative. But the purpose of this is to get everybody else who's been bamboozled by them. Again, I pick up on the undertones. I want a wife and kids. Hey, if God wants this in my future, as many wives as possible, as many kids as possible, I'll do that, fine. But that woman that I was talking about, so I've been told through her undertones that I'm supposed to suffer. That the carrot is supposed to be dangled in front of me yet again. And I'm supposed to desire something that I can't have. And what will make the pain even more profound, which is what I'm supposed to endure, pain, is if I get nearly everything else except that one thing I want. And I know there are tons of other amazing women in this world that actually know what's going on and have gone through psychological, spiritual, emotional breakdowns and even had to go on meds because they don't want me to have to endure this pain. They actually do love me. And I love them too, fully. 100%. That's why I'm doing this. I know this for certain. I've seen it. My friend from back when I was in the Air Force Academy had that same problem. I could see what she was trying to do when I was hanging out with her in Hawaii in 2017. And she wanted me to do something, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Because I actually loved her, and I loved her husband. Very good friend of mine. I love everybody, by the way. So it's not hard for me to say that I love everyone, truly. And I want to express that love in whichever way they want me to. You know, I'm not attracted to men physically, so I can't do that. But you get my point. And then I have women that are near me now. I know all of it. I hear the undertones. I see them. I just ask God, when will it be done? When will it be done? I have said many a time, I'm 36 now. When will it be done? Am I supposed to do this all the way until I'm 93 years old, my dying day? Is that the idea, or will it end tomorrow? And I know that part of the suffering, like I said before, is not knowing. And I therefore need to not know, so that I can maximize the potential power of what it is that I'm doing. And a big part of this, if not everything, is the empathy that comes along with it, and getting other people to see and to feel that, and to put the maximum effort they possibly can into fixing it, so that I don't have to feel this pain anymore. That's probably the main crux, the main thing that we're trying to do here. And it's a complicated, convoluted situation, and at the same time not. At the same time, very simple. I don't like living as a leech, like I was telling you. But that's what I'm resigned to. And every time I try to break free of this, I'm told the truth, that I'm failing. And that makes it hurt all the more. It is a paradox, a breaking of the code, piercing the source code, seeing how to actually break this game and pull everybody out of the mess. Excuse me. The most important thing is that. But I'm tired. Just like the guy on the movie The Green Mile, the black guy, the main character essentially, aside from the guy who Tom Hanks plays, says, "I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss." My boss, the guy upstairs. I keep on going, but I'm tired. Alright, guys. That's what I got for you today. I just want you to know that I see, I understand. I also love you. I want you. I want this to be finished. Alright. Love y'all, guys. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 112 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, which I think is apropos about which to speak, especially considering the new discoveries underneath the Egyptian pyramids, which are one of the seven wonders of the world, the pyramids of Giza being. Recently, they just discovered some really deep chasms with granite chambers 9 feet tall, deep within the crust of the earth, going way deep down, 2 kilometers, apparently. But that's beside the point. Albert Einstein once said that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. The reason I bring this up is because this was the basic idea behind the Social Security system once it was first created a long, long time ago. I think it was back in like 1903 or something. I can't remember the exact date it was created. But the idea was something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did when he put a certain amount of money aside for a trust for the city of Philadelphia to be dispersed after, I believe it was 200 years. So it was dispersed like in the 90s, somewhere around there. 1990s. So he put, I don't remember the exact amount of money he put in that account, but when it was dispersed, it was about $8 million. And that went directly to the Philadelphia government. And that was Benjamin Franklin's intent. That's what he wanted to happen. The idea behind the Social Security system was that the government would take a portion of your money and invest it in funds, index funds, the stock market essentially, and grow it so that once you got to your retirement age, then you would have a fund to pay for your retirement. That was the idea. Basically, the government was taking the responsibility that you should take upon your own shoulders and taking a portion of your money every month and putting it into the stock market, as well as a variety of other things. Well, if you had actually taken that money and put it into the stock market yourself, the same proportional amount, then rather than being maxed out at about $4,000 per month that Social Security can pay you, that's right around where the maximum is. If you put the same amount requisite into the stock market yourself, at about the age of 65, you'd be getting $32,000 per month. So they've been very reckless, irresponsible with that money. And part of the reason for that is because they keep on taking it and putting it into other things. So they're basically going about this all the wrong way. It is my perspective that the entirety of the government could be funded by taking 10%, not of our money by force, 10% of people's money who voluntarily choose to do it, putting it into the stock market and fund all of the government's responsibilities or things that you want the government to do with that money. What's screwed this up is the central banking system. It's made it make no sense. It makes us put resources into leveraged accounts that can go belly up at any moment. It's not sensical. But if we were to do something like Benjamin Franklin, way back in the 1790s and put aside a fund and let it grow over the course of 100 years or whatever. I actually did some calculations here on MATLAB. MATLAB is a mathematical calculation laboratory. It's a very powerful program that I've used on many of my scientific papers. I used it all through college. But let's say you put $1 million into an account, something similar to what Benjamin Franklin did back 300 years ago, and giving yourself a conservative growth rate of 5% for that account. After 300 years, it'd be worth $2.3 trillion. That could fund all the government things that you want it to fund, all those things that are actually important, that aren't like the departments that don't need to be there, rather than have 800 military bases that have been forced upon us and the rest of the world, only possible through the central banking system, which gives us crazy and irresponsible leverage. We'd have 80 army bases around the world. See, one of the reasons that the central banking system had any way of gaining a foothold in our world is out of fear. Because if any one government has a system like that, then it puts all of the other governments at a disadvantage. That means you have a central banking system which can use leverage or fake money, print it out of thin air, steal wealth from people in order to fund their wars and their liabilities and all that stuff. And let's say they can leverage at 10x. So, and their government has a GDP of $1 trillion. Well, now it can produce the equivalent of $10 trillion by cheating, by stealing, by lying, cheating, and stealing. And if they're going up against a government that doesn't have a central bank but has a real GDP of $5 trillion, they're going to beat them if they start a war. This is the fear aspect that has allowed central banks to keep their foothold in the world. It's disgusting, and it is pure evil. If it were gone away with entirely, the tapeworm that is the central banks, then we could fund our governments in this way. In this way, you have a government fund that is invested in the capitalist system of your country, voluntarily, entirely, and all government institutions and responsibilities that you want your government to have, they'll be able to fund that themselves through the interest on the money that they have invested in companies, rather than force it out of our hands through the income tax. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Because this whole system is fucking upside down. And it's the central banks that have done this. And these bastards behind the scenes that have forced this upon us, we made the United States specifically to escape the central banks. And they seeped in and tried to unalive multiple United States presidents and succeeded on multiple occasions until eventually they got that central bank put back in place. It's disgusting. I would go so far as to say, if aliens exist, this is an alien system to keep us all enslaved. I would say more appropriately, more accurately, that it's demonic. It's a demon system. It's disgusting. So, if the government would just be funded by proper investment in companies, then that would work better by 1 billion times. Let's say, to get a good seed funding started, you do basically like a tithe system where there's a flat tax, no loopholes, no deductions or anything, a flat tax of 10% across the board for everybody that makes X, Y, Z income. 10% flat tax across the board, starting as seed funding. You can actually stay there at 10%. That's reasonable. It's what we paid in the feudalistic times. It's still like 5 times what we paid in during the Roman Empire. But 10% is not crazy. It's a tithe. It's what we pay to churches as faithful Christians, right? So 10% goes to this seed funding for the government, and they put that money into the stock market, into funds. Not like what they do with Social Security, because that's all based on fiat currency and central banking nonsense. And then they take that interest that they make off of that, say half of the interest that they make per year, to fund their government responsibilities. Hiring people, building government buildings, very simple stuff like taking care of roads, very simple education system. Everybody else takes care of the other stuff. Maybe I'm naive, but I can tell you that the core of our problems right now, and have been for hundreds of years, is the central banks. They need to be destroyed, never be allowed to come back. Cauterize the wound. Never let them come back. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 140 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to talk about a little bit about faster than light communication, because I just got a little bit of a taster of it on Tim Pool's one of his videos today, and it's a topic that I discuss at length in my novel series, which, by the way, I'll be completely frank with you, I am fully convinced, personally, that the information I am getting to write my novel series is coming from whispers that God is giving to me. All right? I'm just going to tell you that straight up. And I even talk about said whispers, like that's everything in the story. The whole story, there's constantly whispers happening. And if you read the first novel, I already show some of that, but it gets a lot more in depth in the future videos. So how does one have faster than light communication? Well, principally there are 2 ways that I've been able to discern from the ether, if you will, as well as being combined with my personal experience, my experiences in life and my knowledge. My master's in electrical engineering, I understand a little bit about telecommunications and frequencies and stuff like that. But 2 principal ways. The first one is the way that Tim is talking about on this video, which is quantum entanglement. Now, he doesn't have the precise word for it, and I totally get it. It's not simple stuff. It's pretty complicated. But essentially what quantum entanglement is there are 2 particles, doesn't matter how far away they are, in 2 separate points in the universe. Let's say that they're on completely separate sides. So 94 billion light years away from one another. That means it takes 94 billion years for light itself to travel between the 2 particles. That's the entire distance of the universe that we can discern. Yeah, sure, the universe is 13.77 billion years old, but it's been expanding that whole time, so it's much bigger than 13.7 billion light years across. Okay? So, 1 point on one side of the universe, 1 particle on the other side of the universe. You do something to one of the particles, and the other particle reacts in a predictable manner. Therefore, you have the ability to discern a signal from doing something to that first particle. Let's just say that you tap on it, and it turns the particle blue on the other side of the universe. And every time you tap on it, just like Morse code, you have binary. He's talking about it in this video. There you go. From that one thing, ones and zeros, binary, yeses and nos, you can communicate with perfect fidelity. Just like the pixels on the screen of a computer monitor or a phone screen or what have you. It only takes binary. The whole of our computers are established based upon binary code. It's very simple and very straightforward. Once you have that, that's all you need. So that's the first way. And at least Tim is talking about scientists saying that they think they figured it out, how to do it. Now, we would have to be able to find that other particle across the universe in order to get the communication signal, but there are ways you can establish that. Now, let's say you do something to entangle two particles that are nearby, like right next to one another, and you're manipulating both of them to get them entangled. I don't know how exactly you would do that. I don't know the details of it, but you've got those two particles right there. Okay, now they're entangled. So you take one particle, you hold on to it, and the other one, you just send away. And it can just keep going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. So it could land on the surface of Mars, and normally it would take 20 minutes for light to get to Mars, telecommunication signals to get to Mars, but all you got to do is tap this particle, and you've got a binary code. There you go. So instead of having to wait 20 minutes to get that signal across, you can just tap that particle and get a binary code. It'll take quite a while, depending on the frequency of the signal, but you've got a way to communicate instantaneously. And the other one is one that I think is rather simple in theory. We don't know how to do it's not public how to do the things in order to get it accomplished yet, but it's rather simple in theory. You create a wormhole, and in that wormhole on one side, you have the communications relay, whatever it is. So let's just say it's a satellite that you're trying to send a internet signal upon which you're trying to send an internet signal. And then on the other side of that wormhole is, say, planet Mars. The satellite is orbiting Earth, and the other side of the wormhole is on Mars. Okay? Now you have various celestial points of reference frames, anchors, and whatnot, which would make it rather difficult to discern precisely how to gauge that wormhole, because the entire universe is in motion everywhere, all over the place. So the galaxy's rotating around its center at about 93 miles per second. The sun is rotating around the galaxy at 93 miles per second, and the galaxy itself is moving at 193 miles per second, and we're moving in the galactic clusters, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. There's motion everywhere. So it's kind of hard to do it without a good anchor, but let's say you establish a wormhole actually on the satellite. So it's got a platform, the wormhole is anchored upon it. It's a portal. And on the other side is the surface of Mars. It's a portal anchored on the surface of Mars. The signal is beamed directly there. You don't need to worry about it anymore. That 20 minutes, it's not a thing. And you can also send people through those wormholes. Now you've got teleportation. How about that? I talk about all this stuff in my novel series, and I think, like I said, I'm pretty damn sure that God's giving it to me. Okay? Because I'm a smart guy, but it's more than just being smart. You got to be at the right place, the right time, the right psychological layering, the right experiences, the right education to be able to convey it properly. And I'm almost certain that this is coming from on high. It's technology that is absolutely mind-blowing. And the Ophanim, which are clockwork angels, those really crazy-looking clockwork angels, the reason they all have eyes, quote-unquote, all over themselves, and they're basically spinning gyroscopes, is because the gyroscopic mechanism is how you actually tear open a hole in space. And I talk about that in my novel series. And the eyes are how you actually collapse the wave function. So the Ophanim is a robot, but it is fully conscious. It's got a soul. It was created by humans, and it's got a soul. It exists. It's got a consciousness. So a free will, a perception. Therefore, it can collapse all of its visions upon the central point in the middle of the Ophanim, and that's where the portal is, from one spot in the universe to the other. It's in the center. And the movie Contact, I believe, Carl Sagan was actually given some information from on high as well. Now, he had a much different perspective on spirituality and religion than I do. He believed in God, very much so, but it was pretty different from my personal beliefs. Nevertheless, doesn't mean you can't be used by God and be given that information that you need to find the right answers. Well, the time machine, or the teleportation machine that was eventually created in that movie was a giant Ophanim. Look at it. Watch that movie. It's an Ophanim. So, the only separation there is that the Ophanim they made in the movie Contact didn't have consciousness. It didn't have a soul. It was just a robot, a machine. But with AI technology advancing as it is, the missing component to truly having consciousness, I'm going to just say this outright, it's love. It is love. Love is everything. If you read the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, he talks about that with the artificial intelligence in that book. Psychological layering, my friends. Psychological layering. You find the decentralized kernels of truth and put them together in your own understanding of the world, and that's how you come to new understandings. So yeah, I think, honestly, the timing of me writing this novel series is perfectly aligned with what's going to happen in the next couple of years. In the next couple of years, I truly believe, right around 2028, we're going to come out and make it totally public that we have time machines. And once we start using it, those time machines, time will become completely irrelevant. It will no longer matter. Because if you can just travel through space and time like it's a mountain or a valley or what have you, kind of like something that's explained in the movie Interstellar by Christopher Nolan, then there are no limitations. You could just click some buttons on a console in your time machine, make a portal that'll transport you from where you are now to Zeta Reticuli, 6,000 years in the future or something. And that's it. So long as you have the anchors set up properly. So, anyway, that's what I got for today. Lots of really cool things on the horizon, so long as we get this satanic pedophile ring out of the way. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. See why I always say that now? Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 132 and Tell I'm a YouTube Millionaire. And for this one, I'm actually going to read directly out of my journal. This essay, if you will, you can call Exceptions Make the Rule. Rules make the exception. Exceptions make the rule, and rules make the exception. For there is no rule without exception, and there is no exception if there is no rule. This, upon first pass, seems to not only be true, but wholly axiomatic. It is the exceptions in breaking the rules that require the sufficient grace of Jesus, which is to say, accepting his authority to properly judge your actions, better than we may ourselves, for a greater purpose, the greatest plan. For you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. A direct quote from the Bible. Take the sin of being an exception with the grace of being forgiven for it. In my secret space, the quietude of my silent prayers, where God and I can share dialogue with one another, there I can tell him that I am an exception, and he can say back to me, smiling, "My grace is enough," just as he did with the Apostle Paul. This room of waiting is not simply to give time for that special woman to build up confidence to be with me, so that I may know her. She needs to talk to me. But also for me to fully absorb and accept the fact that I am an exception. I am a champion, after all. I'm going to say that. These last few years, in my unrelenting striving, my ceaseless efforts, regardless of the success or failure, has been me trying to prove to myself that I am an exception, that I am worthy to call myself such a thing. For a multitude of reasons, I am. But now, the question of whether it is too late or not, and if I missed my chance, I do not know. I can't know. But God does. Let us wait and see in my room of waiting. This is a great rub in my life. To know in my heart, through my personal experiences that nobody else can experience unless they're actually in my shoes, that I terrify women. And to know that there's not really anything I can do about that. To not want the divestiture of yourself into multiple individuals, but know that if you're to get what you want otherwise, love, romance, that it is a necessity, it is required, because you're simply too much to handle on your own. The fact that the woman I'm thinking about simply won't talk to me, won't respond to me, is evidence enough of that fact. I know I'm intense, but so is she. So I'm willing to accept what God cannot tell me, but what he can give me. He cannot tell me that I am an exception, but he can give me grace in the same way that he gave it to Apostle Paul for certain things that he was doing that he could not bring himself to stop doing. And he, in his heart of hearts, believed it wrong. When it comes to those kinds of things, I think I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to elaborate on it right now. They really are truths of error. Those do exist, in that, like I was saying in my last video, medical assistance in unaliving does not jive with this reality. If the reality comes in the future where we live indefinitely, then MAID could be a thing because we're deciding when we want to finish our lives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. So those truths, at least in some way, shape, and form, are truths of era. That's what that means. It's context. And while what I want to do, or don't want to, but know that this is the only way, does not jive with this reality or even my genetics, if I want to survive, I have to do it and accept God's grace. Again, you guys haven't been in my shoes. But suffice it to say, and I'm honored for the opportunity to fight this battle for God. Honored, truly. But suffice it to say, it's been hell. It has been hell. Lots of people that really don't like me, for reasons that consciously I have no clue as to why, have been ceaselessly attacking me in my life. It has not stopped to this day. And until those dark forces are gone, either evicted from this planet or entirely erased from existence, period, it's not going to stop. You guys haven't lived in my shoes. You haven't walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't gone through the things that I've gone through. There are places where I've already flexed. Many, 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 in fact. Been flexible. Where I didn't want to be. And here's another one where I don't want to be, and am finally willing to try. And it might just be too late. If the woman won't talk to me, what does it matter? I don't know. I got myself in a state of brooding right now. Sometimes it just all collapses on you all at once, and you just... yeah. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, guys. I'm not old, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Anyways. Just being raw with you, being honest with you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 151 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read another essay that I have updated that I wrote back in 2018. I have put in a bunch of new writing into this essay, and it's called Your Truth Will Be Found. So, let's get to this. To remove false idols and take back your own power is what happens when all ideas are proposed, regardless of their reasonableness or morality,
defined within their own tight constraints of discourse. This relates to discerning your personal racial memory from the kernels of truth from all the information that surrounds you. This information, in a deluge and decentralized, seeming to be just random noise, is picked up through your inner self. Kind of like you are a signal decoder, the key to the mess of frequencies around you. This is actually a well-known machination in electrical engineering. You can look past the nonsense that false idols espouse to you and see purely what resonates with your inner being. And that truth is all you need. If truth is not an option, then you cannot pick it. But for the discerning mind, if it is there, they will find it. And that truth is a truth of self, which in the kaleidoscope of your infinite potential is absolute truth. Under the auspices of the world the demon seeks to force us into, truth would not be an option, but one that is against the rules of this existential game, quote-unquote, we are all playing, as laid out by God, and two, it is not possible to keep truth out of the equation if there is so much information available that the demon cannot keep track of all the kernels of information. The kaleidoscope, in pithy terms, is your own self, kind of like a fractal, as you put together all the pieces of who and what you once were, just as the comic books talk about it. When Ultron tried to destroy Jarvis, Jarvis decentralized himself in the internet so as to make it impossible for Ultron to ultimately destroy his essence. This was essentially put back together in the character of Vision. I'm talking about the Avengers. Jarvis is Iron Man's artificial intelligence. If you've seen the Avengers movies, the Iron Man movies, you know what I'm talking about. In a world dominated by false idols, the truth will not only be obfuscated, if put in a lineup that is easily differentiated, but actively and adamantly eliminated as a path by those with agenda and perceived power. But in a world where information is a deluge, kernels of truth will seep in without being noticed, just as I said earlier. And what you will feed yourself is requisite to who you are. One step at a time, one lowest common denominator discovered after another. False idols serve only to distract, to confuse. If truth is eliminated from the equation, creation itself is eliminated from the equation, which means destruction and entropy is the final result. Human beings, writ large, in this schema, are more or less tabula rasa, in the truest sense of the term. And that is why God, in the fight with the demon, they're fighting so hard over our souls. When one comes into the equation who is not a true tabula rasa, the demon will seek to destroy it immediately, even if that non-tabula rasa is acting fully within the rules of the game. The demon cheats. If one of his defining characteristics, that is it. It's that of entropy, ultimately. If your yardstick is truth, your truth will be found. There may be a diamond buried in the rough. So, the choice is given to humanity. Those tabula rasa, the choice between existence and entropy. Which one wins the day? The diamond buried in the rough is whatever remnants of racial memory are buried deep within yourself. For not all of us are truly blank slates. Some of us come here with a purpose. Some of us come here with historic legacies within our families that give us positive inclinations towards one particular direction. For example, Billy Graham, the great preacher of the 20th century. But this is true for anyone. All will discover the deepest threads of their being if they actively search. Perhaps in the same vein that there may be diamonds in the rough, there may also be snakes camouflaged in the dirt. Like George Soros and Alex Soros, his son. And in order for those snakes to even stand a chance against the diamonds, they must search for who they are, lest they remain undeveloped, weak, vulnerable. While you may find beauty, you may also find ugliness. It's up to you, the individual, to sort it out. The only one in this journey that you can trust is yourself in that regard. This is also why some people with a certain knowledge of what is actually happening behind the scenes come to the conclusion that their lives have amounted to making them nothing more than trash, so to speak. Because they have never, in their whole history, made a solid choice in one direction or another. And therefore, there is no discernible signal within themselves, nor one for them to principally follow as resonating with their internal selves. They have put themselves back into the position of tabula rasa, as if their past experiences never happened. Alright guys, that's it for today. All the sound started happening, as it usually does, right when I started the video, but that's okay. Hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 147 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Let me give you a really nice, quick, simple, straightforward way that you can start making a return on investment right now. Make money. You could go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, buy a 20, maybe even 30-year-old RV for $5,000. Let's say it's a 25-footer. Make sure that everything's working. The plumbing, the electrical, microwave, the engine, the air conditioning, the heating, the water, all that stuff. Make sure it's all working. And then test it a couple times yourself. Maybe take it out for a couple trips to a camping ground. Do it yourself or do it with some family members. And then take a bunch of pictures of the inside and the outside. Make sure it's all clean and put together and ready to go. Set up an Airbnb for it. Now that Airbnb for such an RV, yippee, sorry, you could rent out easily for $50 a day, easily, and ensure that the users refill the gas tank and everything else that's necessary. You can clean the RV yourself pretty easily. And if you let's just take a single month here. If you had such an RV on Airbnb, let's say in California, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. In California, then you could probably rent that out for about 80% of the month. Sorry. 80% of the month times $50, so 24 days a month. That is 1,000 plus 200, so $1,200 a month that you would make off of it. And that's not even counting in cleaning fees, which would probably be let's just say $100 a month. So $1,300 a month. You would immediately make a year-over-year ROI from a singular month of owning this of about 25%, 26%. Pretty incredible. Multiply that by 12. You go from a 26% ROI to it's $15,000 a year. That is a 300% ROI off of that RV. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing, does not require a humongous investment. You, of course, need to make sure that you have proper insurance, that it's all registered, and that the wear and tear is accounted for. Because RVs are quite a thing to manage. They take a lot of work in some ways. You got to make sure that the multiple batteries are all working properly. The engine isn't having any issues. You got to make sure that all the plumbing and all that stuff is consistently working, like I was saying before. But there you go. That's a simple way to make some money without too much of a big investment. And imagine, multiply that. You could easily yourself manage 5 RVs, each one being $5,000, and you don't have to buy them all at once. Buy them one at a time. So, do the math there. $25,000, 300% ROI. That's $75,000 per year that you'd be making off of Airbnb your RVs. That's a lifestyle right there. All right, that is it for today. Nice and short one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 130, Until I'm a YouTube Millionaire. And I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote back in 2016-2017 timeframe. It's called Collect Believers. The overarching abstract of this essay is basically the difference between angels and gray aliens. It's purely hypothetical, and one must be able to think in hypotheticals in order to come to new ideas about how reality works. To ride on a beam of light, as Einstein's famous assumption was when he developed the theory of relativity. So let's get to this. What if the people who survive the societal pivotal point are the ones that have been duly informed by their future selves, a la the movie The Arrival? Their future selves come back to show them what they become, and their progeny become, and the consequences to the rest of the human race. However, they also show the survivors that something can happen if the survivors decide to change history. There's a big problem here, however. Many of these survivors, and if history is changed, will no longer be survivors of the Great Cataclysm. But the reward for changing history is many-fold. For starters, many more human beings survive, if not nearly all of them. And the evolutionary path that their progeny will follow is much healthier and more beautiful. That is, more beautiful physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and more. The capacities that are derived from the changing of a potential history are wrought by the harbingers of the news, who themselves express those very differences as proof. So, our evolutionary descendants of the Great Cataclysm are the Greys, and our evolutionary descendants of changing history are angels. Mind you, the two options are not mutually exclusive. But what is exclusive is how many bloodlines survive. If history is turned on its head, and the angels are made to be born before the Greys, then everyone can survive.
Both histories are going to happen one way or another. For if they happen in one path, they happen in all. That is, one must think outside the confines of time and think of a timeline more as a choice stream. So, all possibilities are occurring simultaneously. The way they coalesce is merely dependent upon the way one lives in the present, which itself is defined by one's history. It can all change, and humanity will no longer be survived by the basest of people imaginable, but by people with healthier morals. It is a strange proposition to request from the most evil people to do something that is completely against their nature, operate in a non-selfish manner, but at any point you can change. You simply must commit to that change. This proposition is an odd one, and the human beings that represent the pinnacle of selfishness are not ones to change their minds, especially if it could potentially ensure the demise of their bloodlines. So, a proposition is submitted back to you, a game. If their future selves can resist the cataclysm and call it out wherever it arises, if their future selves can defend their positions, then the survivors will allow the history to change. The resistance will cause evolution, and the evil ones may acquiesce. That is, the future will refuse to change unless you rage at the dying of the light. Defend yourself. Resist. Prove your capabilities, and you will collect believers. That's it for this one, guys. Not a terribly long one. I hope you enjoyed. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 188 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. Today we're going to do a reaction video of a new video that came out from Melody Sheep. They make new videos which are basically documentaries and whatnot very seldomly. But this is the best channel, in my opinion, on YouTube. Melody Sheep. They are absolutely incredible. If nothing else, because they get you to think. It's very mentally stimulating, which is critically important for a person like myself. This one's called Engineering Earth, Sci-Fi Solutions to Earth's Problems. So fitting, seeing as how I made some engineering different planets scientific papers. So, starts off, we are called to be architects of the future, not victims. Sheep, more than anything, is their visuals combined with their absolutely majestic music. Oh, mwah, chef's kiss. I love it. Look at the stuff that he's showing right now. Stuff that we can imagine right now is just the tip of the iceberg of what's possible. For all I know, this guy gets inspiration from some of his stuff. I don't know. He might. If he does, totally awesome. The lithosphere.
In 1815, a mysterious veil of dust began to spread over the Earth. culprit was a remote East Asian volcano, Mount Tambora. It was the largest eruption in modern history, spewing out 80 cubic kilometers of debris and taking up to 100,000 lives.
By the way, I didn't pre-watch this, so you and I are watching it for the first time together.
But even this was just a fraction of what Earth is capable of. Supervolcanoes, like the ancient eruption of Mount Toba in Indonesia, can unleash 50 times the power and 30 times the amount of debris. An eruption of this scale today would be catastrophic, potentially claiming up to 1 billion lives. There are about 20 active supervolcanoes on Earth today, sleeping beasts that present an even greater threat than asteroid strikes. Instead of waiting for them to explode, what if we could steal their energy and use it for ourselves?
Kind of like geothermal. But I think that's what he's referring to. Geothermal.
One NASA engineer has a proposal for exactly that. The idea is to drill a series of boreholes several kilometers deep around the outside of the magma chamber.
Okay, it is geothermal.
Cold water would then be injected down into the rock, become superheated, then get pumped back.
So basically what he's talking about is geothermal energy production on different planets and celestial bodies. Get on your mat. Me talking just gets my dogs to completely spaz out. It happens every time. But yeah, there's nothing stopping us from adapting geothermal energy technology to any other celestial body in the universe, especially if it's a body that's roughly similar in size to the Earth that we could ourselves land on. And do this on Mars.
Back to the surface to carry the heat away, gradually cooling the magma. The location of the boreholes will be critical. Drilling too close to the chamber itself would risk triggering an accidental eruption.
Company by Elon Musk. This is why he's doing it. To bore these types of things. Geothermal energy.
But if done right,
holes on
the
Mars.
superheated water removed from below
As
would
well
provide
as
a continuous source of renewable energy. And over tens of thousands of years, the energy removed may eventually be enough to cool the chamber completely.
Take a long time though. Tens of thousands of years. Well longer than even
To fully
the
protect civilization,
lifespan of human
we will have to
civilization.
neutralize not just every existing supervolcano, but all future ones. Magma plumes from Earth's...
So the one thing separating ideas from reality is simply someone applying it. So the only thing that stopped us from going to the moon back in the 60s and 70s was somebody applying what we knew we could do. The same thing is true with Mars. Elon Musk is actually applying what we know we can do, and that's how we're getting there. All this stuff you see here, we know it's in theory possible, even with our current conceptions of science and technology. Imagine when people have the resources to actually do this. And again, why I always talk about, oh man, I just need the resources to do this type of stuff, or not quite this, because this is like way far out, but that's why I want resources, so I can get to space. You know, if I want to get to space myself, it would cost me probably $1 million. I think Russia actually sends cosmonauts up to space privately for $20 million a pop. Get on your mat, Chiron. Prices are going down, but still expensive.
mantle are continually bubbling to the surface. These These plumes will continue to trigger supervolcanic eruptions as often as every 50,000 years. Learning to harness these forces could mean the difference between catastrophic collapse and the long-term survival of humanity. But it's not just supervolcanoes we will have to manage. From the lithosphere to the atmosphere, each of Earth's layers are prone to shocks that can threaten civilization and life itself.
I was talking about the hydrosphere, Uranus.
Our job is to protect and manage these layers with the power of technology
The hydrosphere, Uranus.
to build a safer, more livable planet where life and humans can thrive together for millions of years.
10,000 kilometers thick. It's huge.
And creating a safer planet starts with creating a safer climate.
This stuff is absolutely beautiful. I love it. It's not just important to talk about these ideas, to think about these ideas, to imagine these ideas, but to put such profoundly beautiful visuals to it and music is insanely important. I can't tell you how important this is. It gets people to just think of new things. It inspires people. It is so, so important to inspire people. And that's what this stuff does.
In 1991, the eruption of Mount Pinatubo ejected 20 million tons of sulfur dioxide into the stratosphere. Reflecting sunlight around the world and causing global temperatures to fall up to half a degree Celsius for nearly 2 years. The cooler temperatures even slowed the pace of sea level rise for the next decade. With global temperatures and climate catastrophes on the rise, this event inspired a bold idea. Artificial volcanic eruptions. Like putting sunscreen on the Earth, spraying sulfur dioxide high in the stratosphere would reflect sunlight and temporarily cool the planet.
This stuff is all within the realm of possibility.
A single ounce of sulfur dioxide in the stratosphere can offset the warming effects of several tons of carbon dioxide for a year.
And you have sulfur hexafluoride that is a greenhouse gas.
Dusting the sky would have an immediate effect, buying us time to decarbonize the global economy.
So I can appreciate where he's coming from. He's definitely one who's still the narrator and the creator of the video, who still looks at the carbon dioxide emissions of humanity as a problem when we are very low in terms of the parts per million composition of our atmosphere of carbon dioxide in the history of the entire planet, right? The whole life of the planet, we're at a very low point. In fact, we're only a couple hundred parts per million of carbon dioxide above the point where plants themselves would starve. So we actually need more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. I agree with the guy in that we need to protect our planet. Absolutely. 100%. It is our home, and it is a biological creature that is essentially all of us combined. It is very important to do that. It's everything. It's just a matter of prioritization. Do not sacrifice the well-being of human beings, of civilization, of people, for the purposes of maintaining an inanimate object. We need to keep our biome safe and inhabitable, but the priorities have to be straight. We also have to have people alive to even be able to perceive its existence. So I understand where he's coming from. It's all good. We know carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. It's very powerful. It's very useful, especially on a planet like Mars, where we want to heat that planet up. but I think he's probably incorrect, along with many other scientists, on where we are in terms of the amount of carbon dioxide that we can handle on Earth. Just look back in the Jurassic era. The Jurassic era on this planet had like 3,000 parts per million carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, something like that. And the average surface temperature was like 75 Fahrenheit. Right now it's 59 degrees Fahrenheit with about 400 parts per million. So we can go a ways before it really becomes a problem.
But there's a catch. The exact effects may be unpredictable and uneven. Weather patterns could become erratic and threaten food supplies. With so much at stake, the fight for control over Earth's climate could even escalate into armed conflict.
Such is the underlying story behind Fallout, the video game by Bethesda. You want to avoid experimenting on the atmosphere? There's a bolder way to cool the planet. Probably using mirrors is what I'm thinking he's going to do. Yep, mirrors. There you go.
A team at MIT has developed a concept for a giant solar shield out in space, thousands of kilometers across.
We can do the same thing with Venus. That's how we could actually...
Placed where the gravitational pull from the sun and Earth balance out, it could reduce sunlight by 1.8%, just enough to bring temperatures down to pre-industrial levels. The shield would be made of silicon bubbles, inflating out in space to ease their transport, and deflating if the solution needed to be reversed.
Same concept behind solar sails as well, except it uses
To block enough sun, this solar shield would have to be absolutely massive, about the size of Brazil. Others have proposed systems of space mirrors to precisely redirect sunlight, which could be used to increase solar radiation if temperatures drop too low in the future.
Yep, that's right. And it's actually something that's used on solar panel power arrays. If you go through the deserts near Los Angeles, just outside Los Angeles, the solar panel power plants actually direct the sunlight up to a magnet, like a mirror in the middle of it. It's like a big old tower, and it amplifies the amount of power you get from it. It's totally cool. It looks like you're looking at something from the future. It is so cool.
Large-scale ecosystem engineering can go a long way in securing the stability of Earth's systems. In 2007, the United Nations launched the Great Green Wall Initiative,
This is
a huge effort to plant a 5,000-mile belt of trees across the entire African continent.
And they're starting it now. We can actually re-green the Sahara Desert. It wouldn't take that much effort, honestly.
This vast new forest will not only suck up 250 million tons of carbon, but also combat desertification, increase food security, and create millions of jobs.
They're actually starting this right now. It would not be
Managing our planet effectively will require forging deep alliances with the biosphere. That includes preservation of natural carbon sinks like the Amazon rainforest, which are a critical ecological counterweight to human activity.
Their only downfall is that they post so seldomly.
But in some cases, that may also mean bioengineering new forms of life itself. By tweaking the machinery of photosynthesis, scientists have recently created plants that grow up to 40% larger than their natural counterparts.
Do this on Mars.
hinting at a future of radically enriched crops and plant life.
We have all this right now. Everything's ready to go.
They have also begun to engineer algae that convert sunlight into clean-burning hydrogen fuel. And microbes that have been reprogrammed to generate electricity from mud and wastewater. But most dramatically, we are now on the path to creating a hybrid woolly mammoth.
I don't know if you guys heard about this, but we literally brought back dire wolves. I think it was either earlier this year or late last year. I can't remember when. We brought them back from extinction. What the heck? Oh my gosh. And what he's talking about here is not far-fetched at all. We've created goats with artificial wombs. We've cloned them. This is pretty cool stuff.
Taking the genes of Asian elephants. These creatures could be reintroduced to the Arctic, where they would help keep the permafrost frozen and prevent billions of tons of CO2 from leaking into the air.
That we seek of our environment and our future. The stewards of our own future. Do it right. Be inspired.
Genetic engineering could become our most potent tool for managing the planet, maintaining ecological.
Though genetic engineering in this light would not necessarily be required, because there's also this thing called shine down, where you can actually use certain frequencies of light and shine it through DNA from one creature to another and convert that creature to the other creature. It's a real thing. Scientific studies have been done on it. Experiments have been done. It's all documented. You can find it online. I don't know if they actually call it shine down, but that's what I'm calling it. It's genetic engineering in the traditional sense wouldn't even necessarily be a requirement, but you could do both.
Balance and making the biosphere more diverse and resilient. The wonders of the future may not be built with concrete or circuits, but with cells.
Yeah. By the way, apologies if it gets a little annoying that I'm stopping so much, but you got to keep in mind that I got to make sure that this is fair use and I'm not just re-uploading his video, right? And so I have to give commentary on it. So if you want to see the whole video by itself, go to Melody Sheep channel, best channel on YouTube, and you'll see it raw. Stopping us from figuring out how to use photosynthesis in our solar panels. It's very
These
simple.
are mechanical trees. They mimic the real thing by soaking up carbon onto special plates that act like leaves. Once captured, the carbon can be buried or recycled, and the cycle repeats. A single one of these machines can sequester as much carbon as 1,000 living trees. Vast forests of artificial trees could be deployed in inhospitable regions.
Sequestration, by the way, in case you
And with
didn't know,
100 million of them,
means basically
we could
putting
offset
carbon
our
dioxide
entire
in the
carbon
sink,
emissions.
like in the ground. It's soaking up the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, so it's not being a greenhouse gas. It sounds like a supervillain plot. That's a nuclear weapon right there. Nuke the ocean floor
would shake up the methane from the ocean floor.
Excess carbon dioxide in the oceans is weakening food chains by causing the water to become more acidic. Pulverizing a part of barren seabed would allow rock particles to soak up the excess CO2 and restore balance to the waters.
Can you believe we actually have nuclear fusion now?
A single nuclear bomb placed 5 kilometers beneath the
Give it a couple decades
seabed
and we'll
could
have
shatter
nuclear
enough
fusion
rock
power
to
to
sequester
fully
30
utilize
years of
the
carbon
there.
emissions.
We have it.
The bomb would have to be massive, potentially over 1,000 times more powerful than Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear bomb ever dropped.
Tsar Bomba was 50 megatons. Humongous.
But the deep sea water pressure would contain the blast and minimize fallout.
I do not recommend this. I do not recommend this. But it is an idea, a concept nevertheless.
The best location could be the remote Kerguelen Plateau, where the seafloor is mostly barren and rich in basalt rock. This is geoengineering at its most extreme and most dangerous.
Glad he said that.
But preserving the oceans and millions of human lives makes even the most extreme ideas worth considering.
So he has his priorities straight. This is for the purposes of keeping life going.
For a safer way to manage the seas, we don't have to go far from shore.
I don't mean to patronize, but that is...
Artificial reefs, built from sunken ships and man-made materials, can become bustling marine cities, with some studies showing fish abundance increasing up to 20 times compared to bare seabed. Widespread artificial reefs could boost the ocean's natural carbon drawdown by offering habitats for trillions of corals, shellfish, and seaweeds that capture carbon during their growth. On a massive scale, these reefs could offer powerful natural defenses, reducing erosion and storm surges by absorbing wave energy.
That's a thing, tidal energy. In fact, I believe China has the biggest tidal energy power plant in the world.
But managing our planet's hydrosphere is about more than protecting our oceans. It means preserving the glaciers and ice sheets that cool the world and hold back rising seas. This is the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica, a massive ice sheet that spans 75 miles. Rising ocean temperatures are causing warm oceanic currents to wind their way underneath the glacier, causing it to crack and destabilize. If it collapses into the sea, it could trigger up to 10 feet of sea level rise, flooding coastal cities around the world. To avert disaster, a geoengineer at the University of Lapland has a bold plan. The idea is to construct a massive 100-kilometer long underwater curtain around the glacier,
Hey, we did the Great Wall of China
designed to
back
block
thousands
warm
of
ocean
years ago.
currents from reaching the underside of the
This
ice.
is so far-fetched.
This vast undersea barrier would be engineered to withstand collisions with icebergs and could be removable if problems arise.
This is
At the
badass
opposite pole of the planet, ambitious proposals are being made to stop the loss of Arctic sea ice. Vast fleets of wind-powered pumps could draw seawater to the surface during the winter and spray it over the Arctic surface, where it would rapidly freeze in the frigid air.
By the way,
An American architect...
because the albedo of ice is so high, in other words, it reflects so much light back into space, it's a compounding effect to have ice on the surface of the ocean. Because water by itself actually has a fairly low albedo. It's a dark color, but ice is a much brighter color, as you can see right here. So the more ice you have, the colder it gets. The colder it gets, the more ice you have, etc. It's a compounding effect. So,
has recently designed a polar umbrella, which would float in Arctic seas using solar power to harvest seawater and create new ice.
there's actually tools like this, plants like this that
Deployed in the
exist now.
fastest melting regions, these umbrellas would cast a cooling shade that would lower surface temperatures and rejuvenate the Arctic ice.
This is basically just him saying, if we do need to do this, we have the ability. We can. If it's necessary, we can do it.
But most of these grand solutions have a common problem. They each require enormous amounts of resources and energy.
We would know when it's necessary.
Where do we get the power and materials? And how will the insatiable demand for energy shape Earth's future?
Thank God, we no longer have our culture in a stranglehold of the deep state and the cabal, because now we can actually get real information that everybody needs and can understand.
For the
destroy
last
their
2
back.
centuries, our energy use has been growing exponentially, surging over 7,000% and fueling a 100-fold increase in global economic output. Continuing this level of growth will eventually require generating hundreds of trillions of additional watt-hours every single day. But thanks to revolutions in solar power efficiency, covering just 0.3% of the Earth's surface in solar panels would be enough to power all of civilization.
That's right.
And the frontier of our solar-powered future will be one of the least livable regions of the planet: the deserts.
Why not, right? You know, in heaven, it is described as having, like walkways and paths of golden glass. That's what it is. Solar roadways.
Deserts provide ideal conditions for solar power with their vast, flat landscapes, abundant silicon, and constant sunlight. There are now proposals for massive-scale solar farms in the Sahara, capable of generating 4 times our current global energy usage.
Which would get us to a type 1 civilization based upon our power output.
But covering over 20% of this desert could have dramatic side effects. The increased heat absorbed by the dark solar panels could disrupt global weather patterns and cause a spike in temperatures, especially at the poles.
Definitely possible. Be careful with regard to.
No matter how or where we get our energy, producing too much on planet will eventually be deadly.
Feed your mind.
If our consumption grows at just 2% per year, we will use up all the energy available to Earth in as little as a few hundred years. But the real problem is that the waste heat from energy production at this scale would heat the Earth by over 20 degrees Celsius, which would make large parts of the planet uninhabitable.
He's talking about albedo right there.
This will be the defining challenge of the coming millennia. How do we balance continuous energy growth with a safe, stable planet?
That reminds me of Dredd, from the Judge Dredd series. That was giant cities that were basically just single towers.
By placing large-scale solar power arrays in space, we could capture uninterrupted sunlight nearly 24 hours a day, then beam the power down as lasers or radio waves. Orbital power systems would shed their excess heat into the cold expanse of space, instead of heating up our atmosphere.
That kind of reminds me of Star Trek.
China is now planning a 1-kilometer wide solar array with the long-term goal of beaming gigawatt levels of clean electricity down from
But it
orbit.
was the Star Trek reboot. They had a drill. that
And a
was
team
drilled
from
inside the
Oxford is planning an even bigger station, 1.7 kilometers across, called Cassiopeia,
Cassiopeia.
designed to be built in orbit.
Cassiopeia.
But collecting the power in space and beaming it down still has its own waste heat problems, as energy is still being added to the Earth's system.
Indeed. But that's true one way or another.
The solution is to move our power-hungry industries entirely into space.
We could do that. And that's actually why you have those halos around Earth.
This way, the energy can be collected, spent, and radiated completely outside of Earth's fragile system. And to get all this material into space efficiently, we need something.
Oh yes, that's right, space elevator. We, by the way, almost have
Like
the
a highway
technology
to the
do that.
skies, a space elevator would open safe and easy passage to the next technological frontier,
If we can mass
enabling the
produce
build-out of next-generation space
carbon
infrastructure.
nanotubes, we can build this. We're that close to being able to do it. The rotational force of Earth would be enough to keep the candle suspended in space.
To build it, a cable over 36,000 kilometers long would be lowered from a counterweight out in space, then anchored to a port station on the equator. A space station could then be positioned at geostationary orbit, at the point where the gravitational and centrifugal forces balance
There's
out.
a movie with Brad Pitt in it. I forget its name, but the opening scene is him on a space
Laser
elevator
or
while it's
nuclear-powered rail cars would ascend the cable, carrying multiple tons of cargo at a time, which could drive launch costs down to under $100 per kilogram, 50 times cheaper than today. This could accelerate the mass production of solar power arrays, orbital data centers, research stations, and spaceports, laying the foundation for a new orbital frontier.
Outside the gravity sink of Earth, the atmospheric friction, so much is possible out here. We've already taken care of 90% of the effort to get to other planets.
But building this beanstalk to the heavens would be a daunting engineering prospect,
This is like...
requiring tether materials far stronger than anything that exists today.
This 2,000 years ago. Just like...
And moving human industry into space comes with its own major risks, especially space debris. Tiny pieces of scrap metal as small as a fleck of paint can tear through satellites and infrastructure, creating even more debris and causing a chain reaction of destruction known as the Kessler syndrome.
That is a concept that happened in the movie with
To solve
George
this,
Clooney and Sandra Bullock.
AI-guided laser
Again, I forget
systems
the name
could
of the
rapidly
movie.
identify and
Other
deflect
space
small
movies.
debris.
But you can find it on IMDb, I'm sure.
While larger pieces could be safely captured and deorbited. If we can neutralize these risks, then a space elevator could be just the beginning of an even greater vision of our planet's future. This is the crown jewel of space infrastructure, the orbital ring. This superstructure could become the backbone of our future civilization,
Dyson sphere.
a hub for everything from energy and transportation to climate management and tourism. In its basic form, a simple ring of wire would orbit the Earth around 200 kilometers up, with a stationary platform magnetically levitated above the spinning ring.
We can do this now, by the way.
It could be built as a free-floating structure
Wouldn't be
or
hard
be
to
tethered to
start
the Earth at multiple points. Sky hooks and even hanging skyscrapers could dangle beneath the ring, serving as launch points, research hubs, or cities in the
This,
sky.
you wouldn't even need carbon nanotube technology because you would have the gravitational pull of Earth itself making it work.
Rotating the inner side independently would generate gravity through centrifugal
Be
force,
generally gravity neutral.
making the area habitable and offering
Because it's
spectacular
going around
views.
the entire planet. And then you use the centrifugal force, let's get those two mixed up, to make the gravitational pull on the ring itself, just like you said. We can do this right now.
While no current technology can simulate gravity on the outer edge, it could still serve as a zone for microgravity industries and research habitats.
That's right.
An intricate network of rings could be built at different inclinations, offering rapid point-to-point travel almost anywhere on the planet.
Make them bigger, more robust.
These layers could extend far outwards, even potentially networking with the moon.
That's right. And we can make the moon terraform,
But the sheer size of orbital rings would pose their own dangers. A shadow the width of the ring itself would sweep over the Earth each day.
Frickin'
narrow rings, this would have little impact on ecosystems below.
Just something that you'd have to consider.
But wider rings, stretching over 1,500 kilometers, could cause major disruptions to the climate, blocking out the sun for an hour or more daily.
In time, we would just push the rings out farther and farther.
Building one would be a towering engineering feat, as the ring would require tens of billions of tons of raw materials and constant active computer control to prevent collapse. To avoid impacting the Earth, the resources could be mined from asteroids. This may all seem like a far-off dream, but there are already proposals for...
This is why I so desperately would love to live 2,000 years. Because I can conceptualize this right now, just as you can in this guy making the video. But if I had the time to compound interest grow my resources, 2,000 years, I could single-handedly do this. And so could you. That's why I want to live longer. And it's why I want the resources that I want. It'll break us free of all of our chains. Man, just imagine.
prototype orbital rings that cost as little as $9 billion.
The guy has the idea in his head. He knows it's possible. The only thing separating him from doing it is the resources. That's it. If the risks and challenges that can be overcome with the rings can become.
People and heavy cargo could be transported along the ring networks to anywhere on Earth in only a few hours.
This is what you can do when you get out of the scarcity mentality of the cabal.
Vast orbital cities and arable land could circle the planet and serve as new human frontiers. And with energy and heavy industry woven into the ring, we could scale our growth without disturbing the planet, preserving Earth as a sanctuary for life.
We might already have super lightning station technology that all speak to us. Same with the Cure to Cancer. We might already have so blind and stupid people like yourselves. I just want to juxtapose that so you can see what we're being able to do. This is amazing.
you go, guys. I'm telling you. If you haven't already subscribed to Melody Sheep, go do it. They are an incredible YouTube channel. Their videos are fire. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 122 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, it's going to be a review of Letters from a Stoic by Lucius Seneca. Now, this book was written basically as a dialogue between Seneca, Lucius Seneca, and Lucilius, who was one of the children of the emperor at that time. Now, Lucius Seneca was born around 4 AD, so right around the time when Jesus was alive, and the emperor of his youth was Tiberius Caesar, for the Roman Empire. But Lucius Seneca was a Stoic, obviously, and his perspective, or his philosophy on life, which is basically... So the way I see it, there are two different types of philosophies in general. The first one is the theoretical philosophy, where you develop entire realms of thought, like, say, the cognitive theoretic model of the universe being a construction for the whole of what it is to think, meta-thinking, metaphysical, metaphilosophical. And you have Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative. You have I Think, Therefore I Am by René Descartes. People who create entire modalities of thought within the idea of philosophy. And then you have those who have a philosophy that is designed to help you live a better life. That's really what Stoicism is. It's the application, kind of the engineering side of philosophy. So you have the theoreticians, and then you have the engineers. Both are extremely important, and both have their place. Seneca would be a philosophical engineer, in my perspective. But his philosophical perspectives, nevertheless, were so difficult for the general public to accept at that time that he was actually banished to the island of Corsica, I believe it was, when he was in his 50s. Right around near the end of his life, and was brought back into the fold of the empire so that he could teach Lucilius, the soon-to-be emperor of the Roman Empire. And the way this book is written is a dialogue. It's basically them writing letters back to one another. You never get the letters of Lucilius, the ones he wrote to Seneca, but he writes back to Lucilius with the various ideas that he has, the various philosophical teachings. And it was actually designed intentionally, and they say so much in the book, to where it was not just meant to be for Lucilius. It was meant to be actually broadly publicized about the intelligentsia of the Roman Empire at that time, so that they could all read it as well, and get the full brunt of Seneca's philosophical teachings with respect to Stoicism. Basically, what you see me doing here with you, with all these videos, and my ability to talk to you directly, if you were to send letters or communications back to me, let's say it were a recorded telephone call or a recorded Skype, that's the equivalent of this. I'd have the Skype call recorded and posted to my YouTube channel for everybody to see. And any ideas that came about from that, everybody would be able to glean. It's a very good philosophical book. Lots of really good concepts in it. I have a bunch of notes written here. I'm going to go ahead and go through them. So, he brings up the point that you should not read a humongous amount of philosophical works or novels or poems or anything like that just to read them. And the idea he is coming about, or he's trying to present here, is that you, again, like I said, you don't want to read them just to read them. You want to read them to actually get a lowest common denominator truth out of them. Every work that comes from somebody of actual value, somebody who's actually trying to produce valuable works, like this one, like the cognitive theoretic model of the universe, like Immanuel Kant's philosophical writings, like Socrates, Aristotle. You don't have to accept whatever they say whole hog, and in fact you shouldn't. But you can find the kernels of truth within them. That's what Seneca's really getting at when he says don't read a bunch of stuff just to read it. So I disagree with the way he wrote it in the first part of essay number 1, but the general idea is there. He also says, I'm glad to learn in order that I may teach, which is the point of this all. Again, that's why I'm reading all these novels and these books, so that I can give you guys a basic general review of it, and you can decide whether or not you want to also glean those kernels of truth from those books as well. This is one of those books that you definitely should read. It is really good. He also disregards maxims in favor of looking at the whole philosopher. That is to say, don't just try to find the 5-word quips to give to somebody about somebody else's teachings if you don't really understand what they mean by it. There's a lot. He speaks of a lot of intelligentsia at the time that know these maxims as if they are wise, but in fact they just know those 5 words that a philosopher said, and that's it. So he's got a very good point there. It ties into having the whole picture approach. I also found it really interesting that he has a lot of proto-Christian echoes in his writings, which it kind of makes sense because he lives during the time of Jesus. Kind of makes sense, but at the same time, he wasn't Christian. It makes me think of the 100th monkey theory, which is to say, the cultural zeitgeist, which is an underlying paradigm of the world at the time, might actually have some type of thread that connects us all together subconsciously that we don't actually consciously know about. Where a great thinker 2,000 miles away on the planet spouts out some amazing ideas that have a ripple effect on everybody around them, and those ripples, without you even knowing, reach all the way over to you in your subconscious, because we're all connected. And this also harkens to the idea, why would Jesus even come to a province of the Roman Empire at all? It's because he believes, that there was something salvageable within Rome. Not just the Jewish people, not just Israel, not just Jerusalem, but that there was something salvageable within Rome in general. Pontius Pilate, who had great respect for Jesus, had to do what he did, and Jesus told him that he was required to do it, partially so that Rome would stay stable, at least for a couple hundred more years. It eventually collapsed, sure, but the entirety of Roman civilization is kind of the thread of all civilization. And I think Jesus knows that. More than I think. I'm almost certain of it, which is why he decided to dive in to history at that point in time. The specific spot that he went, basically to be the center around which everything rotates. It was brilliant. And tying into the fact that, or the idea that Rome is kind of the thread of all of human civilization, there are rhymes in this book from like Virgil and other great authors of the time, Homer, where the words still rhyme, even after they've been translated, rewritten, and all that stuff for thousands of years, they still rhyme. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think it's because when you look at a lot of Latin words, they're almost identical to some words in English today. All right, we even have some that are, in fact, identical. It's because it's the underlying thread of it all. So sometimes you will encounter rhymes that still, in fact, rhyme. It's crazy. It just makes the point that this is our cultural thread of all civilization right here. So yeah, he lived from 4 AD to 65 AD, and the way he died, which was very, very brutal, was intentional. He actually made a scene of his own death because he was told to commit self-deletion when it came to the end, which was very popular in Rome at the time. When you fell out of favor with the emperor, they wouldn't unalive you themselves. They would tell you to commit self-deletion. And the way he did it was brutal, intentionally. When you read the letters, it's almost as if he was telling the emperor and the leadership that I want my life to end in a way that is memorable. It was almost as if he was in the undertones telling them, do something like this to me. And they gave him what he asked. That's something that you have to read the story or read the philosophical work in order to be able to glean it. Because it's an undertone. So, yeah, strong recommend from me. Very, very good. If you want to consider yourself a Stoic to any degree, this is at the top of the list of books that you should read. Very good. Strong recommend. So, yeah, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 123 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read an essay. It was actually a stub that I called Balrog. I wrote this back in 2016, but I have since added to it. I extended it a little bit today, and I'm going to read it to you. As you fight the bloody battle to dispatch your inner Balrog, it's a type of demon, as it grasps your neck, attempting to choke the burgeoning light out of your eyes, know that you do not walk alone. We all have demons. Some of them are readily visible through physical and emotional traumas that we carry on in our bodies, through our personalities, and others we tend to keep at bay and to ourselves. One way or another, they are there. As this hellish world demands its pound of flesh, that we all must suffer in the most sadistic and personalized of ways. Knowing that you do not walk alone is a reference to us being our brother's keepers, as well as God himself walking with us as we suffer, until we're ready to move past the hellish existence of this world. The choice, ultimately, is ours, but many of us are entranced by the siren song of the enemy, allowing it to both corrupt and confuse us, usually at the same time. I'll be there to help you. Both God, Jesus, and I, Peyton Pearson, will be there to help you in any way, shape, or form that we can. I am God's servant, as any truly earnestly trying person is. That is, a person trying to advance the human family, help you on an individual level, and ultimately make the world a better place. Any pain that I myself may be causing, by virtue of my words, or even by my existence itself, I don't mean to cause that pain.
and I would much rather soak it up myself and destroy it. The pain, that is. No more pain. No more pain. It is gone. You do not face such tremendous hurdles alone. If you do not see this edifice now, you soon will, and I'll be pointing at its weak spots, providing all the tools you need. The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing the world that he does not exist. This, therefore, is how we end up turning the world upside down, misattributing the evils of this world to God instead, when God is axiomatically love, and the evil axiomatically apart from God. If you believe that God does not exist, or have in some way been convinced of it, then all things are equal. There is no juxtaposition, and it all seems to come from the same source, whether it be pure chance or guided by an intelligent hand. The most potent tool that you can be given, that you need, is this knowledge that evil is real, that the devil does exist, and that the devil is not God. But I cannot do it for you. This is your chance. Whatever you fear, it makes sense to charge toward it as powerfully as you can muster, to put yourself on the knife's edge of maximal effort, to achieve maximal effort, or maximal growth. Don't go too far, as you'll crash out, but don't go less than you can, or you will not fully utilize the chance that God has given you. Your free will is yours. It is what constitutes you as a sovereign individual. But if you are controlled by fear, you are not exercising said free will, and you are sacrificing yourself and your chance. So yeah, I wrote that with its little addition today. Actually, the original was just about 4 lines, 5 lines, but the extended version are my new thoughts that came today. I literally wrote this extension down today. So, we're all sovereign individuals. We all play a part. This connects with what I said in my last video. A world in which morality is not a disadvantage is worth fighting and, if need be, dying for. This ties into what exactly that means. A world without morality, therefore, is a world without God. A world in which I do not want to live. So it's up to us to make the world where morality is not a disadvantage a reality. In our sovereign free will, we exercise that capacity to create the opportunity for said reality. That's it for today, guys. Hope you got something out of this. Love y'all. Peace.
Hey, so what do you guys think? My brother Brandon got this for me. The moment I start talking, Atlas jumps on me. This shirt for me for Christmas. Diablo II is my favorite game. And Deckard Cain, this is like his phrase. Stay a while and listen. Anyways. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask you guys. There's my tacos. Spazzing as they always are. Yeah. So, I'm going to go ride my scooter because it's a beautiful day outside. Come along with me. Voila, my scooter. I've had this for like 4 years or something. The seat is aftermarket. Yeah, I have to ride the scooter instead of walk around because I have this crucifixion disease. So it's a nice scooter though. It's fun. I get to go a little bit farther in distance. I was riding a bike beforehand because I can still do that even with my disability. But the tires are popped, so we're gonna get to this. Let's ride the scooter. Beautiful day outside. It's nice having a beautiful park right next to my house. You see that right there? That's a little drainage area for when it rains heavily around here. But most of the time it's just clear and empty like that. I want to use that for my paramotor as a takeoff area, like a little runway. But because my legs, I haven't been able to use my paramotor for about 4 years. It's a great little spot though. I'll show you guys my paramotor soon. I got it back in like 2021. It's an amazing little piece of technology. I just wish I could use it. The wetland reserve right next to Wood Creek High School. Wood Creek High School is the school I used to go to back in the day. Back in the day, as they say. Back in my day. But yeah, it's down there. This is the wetland reserve. It's really just an excuse for them to keep it undeveloped and to let the power lines go through it, I guess. But it's nice. I can't take this scooter through there though because it's too bouncy. Great high school. Looks like they're having a track meet or something. It's a soccer game. But yeah, this is Wood Creek High School. My alma mater. This is pretty much the only part that I can safely ride my scooter in the wetland reserve because it's got a bike path, as you can see, right next to the aquatic center. And over there is the library and some soccer and baseball fields. That's actually where we're going. So you'll see here. All right, let's get going here. Why not, right? This is like my circuit that I take whenever I ride my scooter. Vary it a little bit every once in a while, but this is the circuit basically. Hello. That's the wetland over there. Well, we're in the wetland, but that's the rest of it. Right down here. Try to enjoy the beautiful day, and it is indeed a beautiful day. Nice, cool breeze. Partly cloudy. Sun's breaking through nicely. You can see there's a little bridge over here, actually. That's where we're going. I gotta be careful here, though, because I'm steering with one hand. A little dangerous. Especially when you're on uneven terrain. This bridge is a little bit uneven. So. Here we go. Alright. Here come the bumpies, guys. Oh! I just ran over a snake. Whoops. Guy shouldn't have been sitting there. I think I ran over its head. Not good. Oh my gosh. That was unexpected.
This park, they call it the Ladybug Park. It's attached to the library.
There's the dog park. You need to have your dog registered in Roseville in order to take it in there, so I haven't done that. Never been able to take my dog into that park right there, but nevertheless, it's a nifty little park. That fence over there is new. Black one. That wasn't there before. And here we are at Elliott Park. The last park that I visit on my circuit that I do on my electric scooter. Nice, big, beautiful park. Where these soccer fields are is actually another good place where I could take my paramotor off, but my legs won't let me, so. This basketball court I used to always play basketball on before my legs went kaput. I remember having several 3-on-3s here, or not 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s here with my friend Josh, Brett, my friends Josh, Brett, and Andrew. Sometimes coming out here late at night, like 3 a.m. to do that. It was a good time.
Really highlights the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities that are available to you when they are. One of those opportunities is spending some time outside on a beautiful day. And you can see all these people out here that are doing just that. I'm not alone in that regard. But also, like, if your friends ask you to go play basketball or something and you're just sort of sitting on your butt doing nothing, go do it. Not only is it good exercise and time spent with your friends, but there may come a day in the future where you can't do that anymore. I always think of the phrase memento mori that the Caesars of ancient Rome used to have whispered in their ears for the purposes of reminding them that their time was fleeting, that we don't live forever, and remember we die. That's what that phrase means. So, yeah, that's why I'm out here riding my scooter. If that's what I'm resigned to do, then that's what I'm gonna do. Better than nothing, right? Alright guys, that's it for today. But let me go ahead and take you upstairs to show you one last thing before we really are done. How you doing, Brando?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm alright.
Watch me walk upstairs super slowly. Cat says hi again. That's her spot. I'll show you one last thing here, guys. See all these things on the wall? All these medals? Get down, Atlas. These are medals from all the marathons that I ran, as well as a few half marathons and a couple ultras in there. Before what happened to my legs happened to my legs. So, I wish I had it back. But, carpe diem. Seize the day. Live the life. The cards that have been dealt to you.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 121 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a little dreary and rainy here right now in Roseville, California on this fine Sunday. And, you know, I'm putting in a little bit extra effort into the YouTube channel right now, realizing that it is probably going to be just as I am inclined to believe, in that I'll push this boulder up the hill once more, and it's going to come clobber me down on the ground. That is to say, I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me, just like everything else. I can compare this simply to things that I've done in the last couple of years. So far, my novel is, from what I can tell, not selling very well, even though I know it's a good book, because it's not being advertised properly by the company that, through which I went. Put a tremendous amount of effort and money into getting that book written and published, and the lackluster results are what I get. I tried to help my mother build her slot YouTube channel, one of the most popular niches that exist on YouTube. And she's got a lot of subscribers, but the channel's not making any money because YouTube put a block on the channel for some reason. We get no views on the long-form videos. I see channels out there that get hundreds to thousands of subscribers a day. So many of them that post nonsense, that post nothing of any really real value. And, you know, they get money hand over fist. We were going to do the slot stuff anyway, and we get a quintuple benefit out of it. We spend time with one another, we get to have some fun, we get to travel, we get to have recordings for the future, have a legacy in order for family to remember going forward. And the fifth point was to make some money off of it. But there's no money coming out. So I know that I'll have the carpet pulled out from under me again. But that's not the purpose of me doing this next stage in my professional evolution, if you will. Basically, the way I see it is every time the forces around me pull the carpet out from under me, it is yet another indication that this world is not made for me, and gives another opportunity to those who pay attention to look at those things that had to collapse or didn't succeed and either fix them or destroy them. So, YouTube, as well as other social media platforms, are a means by which you publicize yourself. They're really good for advertising. You advertise the brand that is you and the things you do. And if I cannot be advertised without putting too much of a target on my head, if that's something that would happen, then the world is screwed up. And it needs to be fixed. So the point I'm making here is, I say to God, okay, fine. The carpet's going to be pulled out from me here again. Where to next? I don't want to tarry on any system or program or institution for any longer than I have to, because I don't have the time to waste. I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again, like Sisyphus. Yes, indeed. That's been my whole life. But it's almost like I knew that before I even came here. And I accepted that as my reality, what it was going to be, what it is. And simply, yes, sir, where to next? Let's get the job done. Let me be the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental sponge that the world needs in order to soak up all the negativity and destructive energy. But I don't want to tarry too much longer on anything that I don't have to. So I'm putting a little bit of extra advertising into my current personal YouTube channel. The great thing about this, so long as YouTube itself doesn't collapse as an entity, is that this will last forever. But at the same time, I'm not simply posting it on YouTube, I'm also posting it on other platforms. That's the thing. Well, I might not get much traction on these videos now, they could get traction 10 years in the future. It is possible. I'm not saying it will happen. In fact, the overwhelming likelihood is that it's not going to happen, because it only happens with people who have any real noticeable impact on the world, something of which I do not. But the opportunity is there. So I say, yes, sir. Where do I go next? What would you like me to do next? But I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's life. It is life. I have said on many occasions, and I still mean this, okay, I'm going to do what you want me to do, God, of course, because I serve you, period, end of story. But if I am really being idle and wasted this much, why am I even here? Why am I even on Earth? Of course, I was writing about this in my journal right here last night. The answer to that question is an answer that I already know, even though I superficially am not important. And that answer is, each and every one of us is a proof of concept. If you can stand up against the darkest of evils that this world has to offer and survive, that inspires other people. And one of those darkest evils that it has to provide is to put you in a state of mediocrity despite immense capacity. It's the way it works. And also, the longer you endure, like Atlas carrying the world on his back, the more time you give the rest of the world to fix what's fucked up, which is a lot. My body is broken. I used to run marathons, and I was good at it. Now I can hardly walk. That was in an effort to discourage me, to demoralize me. If I were to have just been straight up killed by the dark force, Satan, then God would have already won. But instead, he seeks to discourage and to make me resent God. That's the purpose behind it all. Something which can never happen. It's not possible. And I made that abundantly clear that that is not possible. Because I know what God is, and I know what the evil of this world and evil period is. God is love. So the things that are evil that are happening to me are not God. Period. End of story. And the argument is, okay, well then I guess the evil is more powerful than the good. No. And even if that were the case, fine. I'll be part of the good. I'm not trying to be part of the winning team if that's the case. I'm trying to be part of what is good. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if I have to be taken down low. Morality is something... Here's one of the phrases that I always say. It's very important. A world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth dying, and if need be, or fighting, and if need be, dying for. I do not want to live in a world, I do not want to live in a universe where morality is a disadvantage. Just like the Spartans, when they stood, those 300 warriors at that channel, protecting their country. They did that knowing that either they die or they be slaves. I'll stand up no matter how much I have to suffer. I don't care. I mean, I do. I wish I didn't have to. Ideally, I wouldn't have to. But I will not submit to a future of entropy and decay, tyranny, evil, erasure of the individual. I will not accept that. So I say, yes, sir, God, Where do you want me to go to next? What's the next job? I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again? So be it. Will this ever stop? Probably not. But it's all right. One of the greatest pains of my life is that all of this, if humanity doesn't fix it before I die, will be for naught. I'll have no children, no legacy of my own. And I say to that, I wanted to give presents to this world, presents in my own descendants, but the world didn't want those presents. Okay, I pass away, I die. But this is just a physical body. It's not me. It's not only what I am. So be it. I can accept that. It just sucks. I'm thinking, this Sisyphean idea of pushing this boulder up this hill, being Atlas with the stone, the earth on your back, was brought up to me by watching a video of a woman in whom I am interested. And I believe she me. But nothing will be done, because apparently she's been told not to do anything by exterior forces. I can't have what I want. So be it. But we can wait. We're going to try. Maybe we can fix it before I die. Maybe. But it's okay if we can't. It's all right. Because, you want to know why? We're making progress. We're trying. All we have to do is at least try. And it will get better. It's all right. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Don't give up. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning. Welcome to day 159 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And you know, I think it's routinely appropriate to remind everybody, myself included, that one of the big reasons, if not the primary, or maybe even the only real reason that I make these videos at all, is because, honestly, I'm thinking towards the future. I know that there will be people in my shoes, let's say in 200 years, and if these videos are here permanently, they are discoverable, even if very difficult to find. Even if the signal and noise becomes so faint that it's nearly impossible to discern signal from noise. It's still there. You can still find it. Have the right key, and you can find it. So, to that point, make sure that you're putting keywords and stuff like that properly in your videos, because there will come a point in the very distant future where people are going to try to find this stuff, and there's literally quadrillions of videos out there, and it's going to be exceedingly difficult for them to find you. But the reason I make these is that eye towards the future. Whatever ends up happening with me in this life, I know that there are going to be people in a couple hundred years that are going to be looking back and thinking, or are going to be thinking, how exactly do I
deal with this situation? I don't know. There's no precedent for it. Well, maybe there is. And it's just really hard to find it. And if you're in that very rare instance where there genuinely is no precedence for something, then you better make sure that you record it. There are going to be people that are going to need your wisdom, especially if you react properly to the situation. I really would love what I'm doing here to be, and this is a big thing. Remember what I said with quadrillions of videos out there in the near future, and it's going to be very difficult to discern X from Y, Y from Z, all that stuff. But one thing that will matter is if you have family and descendants and all that, they're going to have a vested interest in looking at what you specifically had to say, how you specifically lived your life. And you can be guaranteed that however many descendants you have, if you become some type of historical figure, at least in your lineage, that those many people are going to, at some point in their lives, want to look back on your life and see what you said and what you thought. The more information, valuable information that you have, the more signal in that noise that you produce, the more people are going to want to listen to you, not just your own personal family, even in those quadrillions of videos. I look at giant channels like Joe Rogan Experience, Timcast IRL, Osmongold, all those types of people, and they've literally got billions of people watching them at one point or another. I may only have my own family, my direct family, that consistently ends up watching what I make. If I have a huge family, I'm going to be affecting a lot of people. You're not living for yourself. It's not about you. We all pass on. Memento mori. What the emperors always had whispered into their ears by one of their lackeys, if you will. Flunkies is what David Graeber calls them, but it's a very important flunky, quote-unquote, to have. Memento mori. Remember you die. You remember that and you will live your life as the Stoics did and do, with an eye towards that future. With an eye towards the duty and responsibility to provide the very best vector for other people that you possibly can. And I can tell you, the 2,000 years of history of Jesus and how he's made people better, made civilizations better, and him directly, his life, was the example of exactly what is perfect. Why would I ever say no to that? Why would anybody? Especially when there's abundant proof, evidence, that he really existed, and he really did what he said he did, and he really was resurrected. Why would anybody reject that? He was a man that just went around loving people, treating people well, healing people, and he had a standard. That is, my grace is sufficient, follow me and you'll get that grace. He has that legacy, and basically the whole of the world is his family. The whole of the world that decides to follow him, that he is their king, their friend, their king, their savior, in that order. He'll be forever remembered. There's no reason not to. Using him as my exemplar, my example, it is incumbent upon me to as closely emulate that man as I possibly can. Don't ever expect that you'll achieve it, because it's perfection. You won't. But you get closer and closer to it. You get better and better. Just as the founding fathers of the United States, they had that same philosophy. You're never going to make a perfect government. You're never going to make a perfect civilization. You're never going to make a perfect education system, etc., etc. But you will progressively get better and better. Perfection is a goal, a target that you'll always strive for, knowing that you'll never attain. And that's okay. You don't have to attain it. You crest that hill, and suddenly Sisyphus doesn't know what he's going to do. It's like a dog that catches a car. He wouldn't know what to do with it. You're not supposed to catch perfection. But have progressive targets that get you there closer and closer and closer. And when you attain those targets, just accept that those aren't perfection. They are perfectly suited to the situation and the life that you've lived and the purpose you are trying to fulfill in that part of your life and the lives of others. But it is simply meant to give you an eye toward the future so that you can start building new stuff. I notice that so many, this always seems to happen. Always seems to happen, at least. And I know it's manufactured. I can see it, I can feel it. Let's just say a production company in Hollywood gets to their magnum opus in movie. Like, let's look at Avengers Endgame as an example of this. Avengers Endgame was spectacular. It was a fantastic pair of movies. One of my favorites. It was the magnum opus of that director, writer, Marvel Studios, all that. And then after that, they just sort of tried to destroy themselves. They're like, oh, we're done. Time to destroy everything. That's not the way it works. That is not the way it works. And yet routinely we see it happen. And I know it's manufactured. Same thing happened with Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, or Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're trying to destroy themselves. It's like they got to their apex, and now they want to just destroy everything. Or like they see that as the next path, the way to get to the end of the game. Ironically, Avengers Endgame, right? No, that's not the way it works. It never has been. We are where the rubber meets the road. Get out of this suggestion loophole, or suggestion loop. It is a negative feedback loop that keeps you stuck, prevents you from progressing and making things better. Get out of it. It doesn't stop. You are living. You are alive. You are a creator. You are making the world around you. The double slit experiment proves this. I can tell you more about the double slit experiment later if you want me to. Just let me know, guys. You exist. You are a conscious co-creator of the universe around you. And I hope that in the future, if I do have direct descendants, children, pray to God I do. Pray to God I have a humongous amount of them. That they'll see this as well. That they'll go out and be those co-creators that they're supposed to be. And not just lay down and accept that the best has already occurred. That the United States, for example, peaked in the 90s, and then that's that. We're just going to destroy everything now because that's the only way to get to the rapture. That's a lie. That's a lie. We are alive right now. This is our existence. The future is what we make it. I'll tell you that right now, right here. God, Jesus, He's there. But He's given you the responsibility, the duty, to build the world that He has bequeathed to you. You don't just give up. That's retarded. And I mean that in multiple senses of the word. Not only does it slow progress, but it's like legitimately stupid. So that's why I make these videos. One of the reasons. There is also a certain subset of individuals that I want to connect with that will not talk to me directly, or very seldomly do. I'm thinking of one woman in particular. She knows who she is. Pretty sure she watches my videos on a fairly consistent basis. But know, sweetheart, that there's going to come a time, if you don't talk to me soon, where you're no longer going to even see my comments on YouTube. I'm going to be lost in the noise. You don't have much time. I'm trying to grow with you so that... See, the way YouTube does it is they'll actually notify you if you've been given a comment or a subscription by somebody who's in the vicinity of your size on YouTube. But your channel is exploding so quickly that there's going to come a point where you're no longer going to see me. So, of course, I want to give you the time to do what you need to do to get yourself confidence, to get yourself ready and prepared to be in my life and me be in yours. Just know that there's a time limit here. Not mine. YouTube's. YouTube has heated your channel. And I've been trying to advertise my channel. I'm actually putting money into it, and YouTube just blockaded me from doing it. There was an error in their AdSense program. And they think that I'm actually a company when in fact I'm an individual. But I can't keep up with you anymore. Even when I was advertising like that, I still wasn't keeping up with you. I was at least treading water, but you're going to outpace me. You're no longer going to see me. I'm trying my best. I'm going to be part of that noise. You need to talk to me. If you ask me out, which is what I want you to do, I don't want to ask you out, because I'm terrifying. I know that. I will say yes. I guarantee you 100%. You know who you are. I will say yes. And if you refer back to my Desperate Times video, also keep in mind, if I am still terrifying to you, which is definitely a possibility because I know you're intense, but I'm even more intense. You can divest me if you need to. I'm putting that out there as an option so that if you need to divest me, if you need to, you can, and I'll accept it. I hope that makes sense. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. You gotta ask me out. And I know you live probably a good 1,000 miles away from me, but that's a journey I'm willing to make. Or you can meet me halfway. So. Alright. So, like I said, eye towards the future. Be the signal in the noise, at least for your own lineage. Love you all, guys. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 113 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I wrote an essay called Belief and Evidence several years ago. What I decided to do was add an addendum to it in the actual body of the text. All the extended ideas that I have, the extended concepts and understandings that I've developed over the course of 10 to 12 years or so.
I'm going to read that to you right now. A belief is a lifelong hypothesis for which you are trying to find evidence. It requires, in a sense, a type of cognitive dissonance, where one must hold within their minds oftentimes conflicting information, accepting all theories as potentially possible, but none, as of yet, having been fully proven to yourself. On the societal level, proof requires evidence. On the individual level, proof is accepting acquired information as evidence. A belief can never be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence amongst the entire population vis-a-vis axiom and definition. This is to say, as a result, any individual's belief will always be relegated to the realm of belief, as any attempt at universalization is futile beyond one very important fact: the respect of the free will. Here's the addition. A lifelong hypothesis in that through your journey, through your life story, you will discern with ever-increasing fidelity the accuracy of said hypothesis. What fruits does that belief, or lack thereof, bear? That cognitive dissonance exists in the light of colliding realities. A good example of this is trying to parse out the potential existence or non-existence of extraterrestrial life. Not multidimensional life, but life outside our solar system, in other solar systems, very specifically. While the probabilities would indicate with ever-increasing likelihood that they by rights should be out there, we as yet have not discovered said beings' signals. Why? My addendum to the Drake equation shows that it is really starting to look rather odd, but my beliefs are showing that it really is starting to make sense. I have an itching suspicion that we might be the first intelligent life in the universe, despite the probabilities, despite the peculiarity, due to some unknown variable. Or perhaps known, but we don't know exactly how it works, that has pushed us into this position. It's a certain cognitive dissonance that I keep myself in an effort to ensure that I maintain at least some semblance of objectivity, despite my own personal desires, which are to either be swooped away by benevolent extraterrestrials, or to prove how important we are by being the very first surviving Noah's Ark of life in all existence. This harkens back to Albert Einstein's quote: "There are two possibilities. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Either answer is terrifying." This quote can be attributed to many of our world's great thinkers, in fact, not just Albert Einstein. Proof requires evidence, and acceptance of said evidence as fact. Interpretations are key here. Had the confusion of, say, the drones that flew over Washington, D.C. after President Trump's second time, probably third, being elected, been allowed to persist, a mass hysteria founded upon a conflicting reality would have ensued. It was, in fact, not true that aliens were flying over D.C. They were simply military drones. But we could have been made very confused had it not been parsed out properly. To this point, a belief cannot be universalized if acquired evidence is not accepted as evidence. An example of this is Jesus. He is the very highest good by definition. Why would anyone disagree with this? He literally is God, is love, is truth, is light, is the ultimate example of what we can be as humans if we choose it. As he tells us over and over that we have free will to do so. But despite the incontrovertible evidence that he very much existed 2,000 years ago, more evidence that he existed than Emperor Tiberius did, who was the Roman emperor at that time, by probably a factor of 10, the amount of evidence that Jesus existed, that is. This very simple, plain fact is something that so many still do not accept. The fact that he is clearly, obviously, worthy of our followership by proving beyond any shadow of a doubt that he is the very highest good, still so many refuse to follow him. Even if as nothing other than an idea, out of obstinance, pride, foolishness, or some other preconceived notion not stated here. This is to say, Jesus is axiomatically the highest good, yet still so many refuse him. If one's belief structure is tolerant, which is to say it respects the free will, it can be integrated into societal norms, as one story in human history. Using a lowest common denominator approach, truth will be discovered, and that truth is belief accepted by all. All roads lead back to the respect of free will, the respect of your own sovereign power as a conscious actor upon this reality, a human being with infinite value. To disregard this thing is axiomatically to disregard Jesus. To accept this thing is to axiomatically accept Jesus, at least in concept, even if you don't accept his real-world existence. All beliefs, or lack thereof, are our individual stories, our individual roads that led us to where we are in life, the fruits of how we decide to live. The only truth that will persist, that will be accepted by all, is the axiomatic truth, not the egoistic one that a singular individual propounds is the truth, as this is self-defeating ultimately. That is to say, if it is truth, it is building. If it is building, you create with it. You are a co-creator amongst the others that follow the same truth. If your belief is not universal, then it is destructive, self-defeating, and in the grandest scales of time, no matter how much effort you put into obfuscating it, will ultimately lead to erasure, infinite entropy, nothingness. One way or another, whether free will exists or not, and I believe it does, quote-unquote belief, we in human society act as if it does. So to us, it does, which means it does. Belief universalized. Evidence is provided, but what you are willing to accept as evidence matters. The determinist does not accept evidence provided thus far. The evidence is belief. Acting as if free will exists is a pure and simple reality, for it is what has allowed us to build what we have thus far in our existence. It takes easily 10 times the amount of effort to build something than it does to destroy something. Yet we have maintained some semblance of order despite that extreme bias towards chaos. If you need any indication how much easier it is to destroy than it is to build, simply look at the effort a society has to put into building a skyscraper. It takes the combined effort of entire supply chains, several thousands of people working over the course of perhaps decades using advanced and complicated technologies before such a feat can be accomplished. But it takes one well-placed bomb to cause the entire structure to collapse in a matter of minutes. Or dare I say, a jet airplane. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. Hope this enlightened you a little bit. Love y'all. Peace. Whatever world in which you're born, you have to utilize what is there to have any proper context or frame of reference that others can understand. Welcome to day 171 until I am a YouTube millionaire. And I was reviewing some of the videos that I had made 7 or 8 years ago, back in like 2018, right around there, when I was in Ohio, when I had just gotten there. And even then, I had changed so much. That was before I had become a professed Christian, before I had followed this faith. And what I mean by you have to operate within the context of the world in which you live is something to this effect. We all are in a sort of suggestion loop. The entire planet being guided down a proscribed path that we are told there is no way to change. It's a script, and there's no way to break the fate. And we have people acting as the evil entities and people acting as the good entities. I always bring up George Soros as a prototypical demon or prototypical parasite. And the stance in which he lives reminds me of one of the characters from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. The movie with Orlando Bloom in it and Edward Norton. But one of the new king's primary servants, after the 16-year-old king that has leprosy passes away, goes and slays some women that were part of Salah ad-Din's family. And he says, I am who I am, someone has to be. Does really somebody have to be? Now, the path that was being tread there was one that was a justifiable crusade in order to save Europe. So in that context, don't misinterpret what I'm saying here. But you are not required to follow a proscribed path. I think I'm using that word properly. And then I also think of the guy in the movie The Martian, the guy that Matt Damon plays. Dr. Mann, I believe is his name, and it's a fitting name. Who, when Matthew McConaughey, Cooper, comes to save him from his planet, along with the other doctor, he says, I really didn't think that I would not have the planet, that my planet wouldn't be the right one. He thought it was just kind of like a written story, a play, and that you weren't just sort of winging it and living life and making your own decisions in your own path. Now, it's a little bit of both, I would tell you. But he was victim of... Oh, it wasn't The Martian, sorry. It wasn't The Martian. It was The Interstellar. I got those movies mixed up. He had main character syndrome. And this led him to fall into his monkey brain mentality, his lizard brain, as it's called, his instinct for survival. And he tried to unalive Matthew McConaughey and steal all of their tools to get off of that planet because he was stuck there. It was all about him. He didn't care the consequences because he thought he was the main character. He also didn't have faith, it seems. I'm not the main character. Nor are you. Not in everybody else's life, that is. But I am the main character in my life. You are the main character in your life. But what does the main character always do, principally, in a heroic tale? It's a tale of self-sacrifice. When Captain America jumped on the grenade in Captain America 1, even though it was a fake grenade, he proved that he was sacrificing himself in order to protect his comrades, his fellow soldiers. And he's the main character of that story. He's the hero. But he was willing to just die if he needed to save everybody else. And at the end of that movie, he, in fact, drives the nuclear weapon carrying aircraft into an iceberg or something, a glacier. He basically gets buried in ice, and he's not found for 90-something years or 60-something years. Main character syndrome means that you think you have to survive when nobody gets out of this life alive. Nobody does. So how are you going to live while you're here? You're going to live purely for yourself, or you're going to live for others, or as almost all human beings, live some combination, somewhere in between. I was under the spell, in some way, though with that little kernel of trying to follow the objective truth, the objective reality, that the rest of the world was under for the decades I've been on this planet. This is why and how my perspectives have shifted so drastically since my time in college to now. I believe what my leadership was trying to show me at the Air Force Academy is in fact who and what I am. But, one, it's foreboding to say anything like that, because you're not the main character, and you will not be a false idol. And two, it doesn't hugely matter. The only thing that really matters is the sense of responsibility that comes with it. The weights you have to carry, and whether you are that or not, if you believe you are, and you carry the weight, or you will try to carry the weight that such a person or entity would carry. You might fail, you might succeed, but they'll put it upon your shoulders because you're the best bet that they got. So, I'm not the main character in anybody else's story but my own. We are still, thankfully I think, in the death throes of it, but still in the doldrums of this loop of suggestion, this brainwashing, that made us think that the whole of the world had to end in 2012. We're still here, going on 13 years after the fact. Very little has changed since then. Well, I mean, the fact that we're still alive, and all those people who have President Trump derangement syndrome. It's called TDS for short, and they're actually trying to make a psychological syndrome like in the DSM-5 or do studies on it or something that's specifically that. Those are people who are trying to force that suggested path, even though it no longer is where we're going. We would have gone there because we would have willed it into existence. It only takes a handful of people out there to say, no, you don't have to go that way, for it to actually change. And if nothing else, I do want to stand as something like that person. And I was very gung-ho about December 21st, 2012, back in those days. I've changed a lot. I've grown and matured a lot. If you want to just look at my physical body, I'm a lot thicker than I was. A lot thicker. Yeah. Lots change. Lots changed. A lot does change in 10, 15 years. You're not going to remain the same person that you were from 21 to 35. You're going to grow. You're going to mature. Allow that to happen with grace, with steadiness, and humility. That's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 131 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. While there are an infinity of things that I could talk about, oftentimes it's really hard to figure out exactly how to say them to you. Like, for instance, I had cycling through my mind this morning, talking about what if, and I want you to think hypothetically, we lived 8,000 years. How would your life evolve? How would your perspectives on money, philosophy just generally in life, the concept of YOLO, romance, your investing and stuff like that, all sorts of things, how would that evolve? That was one thing I was thinking about talking about this morning. And then another thing, obviously, is a little bit more about the stock market, with the craziness that's happening right now because China refuses to bend the knee. They've been basically raking us over the coals for literally generations now, stealing IP. They lie, cheat, and steal. That's what they do. I'm talking about the government, not the Chinese people, the CCP, because they're communist and, they don't care about personal property rights and all that. They don't respect them. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. And then I also wanted to talk about technological advancement, how the very fact that I can even bring these ideas to you on this phone, instantaneously nearly, through thousands upon thousands of miles. You could be living in Australia, for instance, right now, and I can record a video and you can see it within a couple seconds. And sometimes I can even live stream them, and you can see them in that moment. There's a 6-second delay. It's the way YouTube works and most platforms, but nevertheless, this is stuff that would have been considered magic back in the Middle Ages. So, all these things tie together. We are on the precipice, as I have said in many of my videos past, of potentially having a gigantic leap in how long we live as people. In this generation. I'm not saying it will happen, and lots of generations past have thought that maybe it would be happening in theirs, but it could, where we develop technologies, medical technologies, that increase our lifespan in an instant, from 75 years on average in the United States to 200 years on average in the United States. If we figure out how to prevent telomeres from decaying, if we figure out how to prevent organs from losing their elasticity from the collagen that creates them, right, in our skin and stuff like that, if we find the cure to cancer, find the cure to Alzheimer's, which, by the way, cure to cancer looks like we might actually be just about ready to figure it out. It's right there. I think it has something to do with fembendazole. I do. And Andrew Basiago, who is a guy who worked on Project Pegasus, time traveler, said that in our generation we were going to develop a cure to cancer that was as simple as taking a pill. And that's what it would be. It would be a pill that you take. And it would cost less than $1 a pill. Of course, the reason, if it does exist, it hasn't been proliferated throughout the world, obviously, is because the pharmaceutical industry wants to keep making money off of cancer patients. It's purely evil, but it only takes a handful of evil people in high positions of power to put the kibosh on anything like that. While the overwhelming majority of doctors might really be well-meaning, and they are, I know that. The arrogance and narcissism aside, they still do want to help. It only takes a handful of really, really bad ones that try to block everything, and just so that they can get a little bit more temporary monetary gain, spend it on Lamborghinis and all sorts of other nonsense. Stupid. It's utterly stupid. And these people, you know, I would say exactly to them, if you lived 8,000 years, how would you live your life? Would you continue being evil like this? Because eventually, you're going to find that in 500 years, this kind of oppression is going to start to get boring. You could be in power for all those 500 years, treating people like garbage all those 500 years, but the ultimate end state of that is that there's no point in it. It's entropic. It's just decay and destruction. There's no point in it at all. Why would you do that? And those people, just like us, could get to the point where they're living 500, 1,000, 8,000, whatever years, and they could say to themselves, all right, maybe I've had my fun. I'm going to go ahead and release this technology now, or get out of the way. So we're in that generation now, potentially. CRISPR, 3D printing organs. We could eventually be just like a vehicle in that we part out the things that need to be replaced and print them with 3D printed organs when they need to be replaced. Whether it be a lung, a heart, a liver, a kidney. The only thing I can think of that might not be easily replicable is the brain. And I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But we're at that precipice right now. We have 3D printing. We understand better, now better than ever before, how stem cells work. Stem cells can be used to produce organs and tissues of said organs. We can actually get stem cells from your body simply by scraping the skin cells off of your hand or something to that effect. We're on that precipice. We really are. You lived 8,000 years. How would your investing mindset change? Would you continue gambling every day, $5,000? Would you continue living paycheck to paycheck? Or would you look at it and say, maybe I should probably try to build something with this. Do something like what Benjamin Franklin did with Philadelphia, in that he created a trust or an investment fund. He had put 1,000 pounds sterling in it back in 1790 or something. Yeah, it was 1790. And in 1990, it was opened up and it was worth like $7 million. It was worth a lot of money. Imagine if you did that for 10,000 years, or let's just say 1,000, and it were in an investment portfolio that was even better than that one. It would be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Because that was just 200 years with very simple investing portfolios. If you ended up being like the Howard Foundation in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, which is a great book, by the way. Really, really weird, but a really good book. Makes you think about a lot of different things. How would love evolve if you had infinite time scales or close to it? He lived for, the main character, Lazarus Long, was 2,300 years old because they figured out rejuvenation technology. So, and he had the Howard Foundation that was, because he was wisely investing, and because it had been around for so long, that was basically like half of the economic value of Earth. Now, in that civilization, human beings had spread out across like 50 to 100 planets at that point. So it wasn't just Earth, it was everywhere else, frontiers and stuff. And there was even an explanation of one of the frontiers where he was actually like the first guy there, or among the very first, building that civilization on that planet. Well, you are a first mover, and you do something like Benjamin Franklin. You don't spend all your money, you just keep a little bit of it aside and have that utilized for a central government of some type that you're financing through capitalism. You're not stealing money from people, you're financing it through capitalism. Imagine what that'll be in 8,000 years. The whole of human history, recorded human history, is only about 10, 12,000 years. If you go all the way back to the cave paintings of pre-civilization, then you could say even 40,000. But even so, agricultural revolution, all that stuff, about 10,000 years. About the same amount of time that we've had dogs domesticated, because they're our buddies. So, I'm just saying, you're really gonna have to adjust your perspective. I was talking to myself, as one does, who's crazy. No, just kidding. As anybody who does, who's got thousands of thoughts going through their heads, about how I have crested my peak in life with seemingly being a failure to launch. We peak physically unless you continuously exercise and take care of yourself. You usually peak physically at about 24 years old. I'm trying to extend that out to maybe where I can get my peak at about 40 instead, which tends to happen with IFBB pros. But even so, 24 years, whatever. And I was thinking to myself, well, shoot, if I have crested my peak, how much more time do I have to build that same thing? And I am a person who I consider to have been fairly wise with my investing and my money, even with the things that have happened in my life. I mean, I've had to file for pseudo-bankruptcy. I have before. It wasn't full-blown. It was just me basically financing or financing my credit card debt. Lost $500,000 in Bitcoin a long time ago, a few years ago. But that was because I was being specifically attacked by demonic forces. I wouldn't have lost it in any other situation. But it could be written off, everything else, in my past. All 35 years of it's 36 years in about a month and a half. If it turns out that in a handful of years, our life expectancy increases to 200 years. If that ends up happening, then it doesn't matter how much crap I've dealt with in my past. I'm still going to have a lot more time to make things better than anybody has ever had in the history of the human race. And that's already pretty much the case even now, even without those giant jumps in medical technology, because we are living longer than we ever have. So, try to entertain these hypotheticals. You might get to the point in your life where you actually get to choose when you want to pass away, because you have such an indefinite lifespan. Now, Canada kind of jumped the gun in this regard, and they have medical assistance in unaliving. That's very bad. They jumped the gun. And I mean that in a literal sense. Because we don't have those technologies that allow us to live 1,000 years yet. But when that time comes, may be more reasonable things are going to change. They already are. Big time. The world does not stay stationary. Be able to entertain these hypotheticals in your head, because some of them just might become reality. All right, guys. That's all I'm going to say today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 100. 3 digits until I am a YouTube millionaire. Happy Sunday Fun Day and happy Spring Forward Day. This may be our very last Spring Forward in the United States, as it does appear that our leadership is really putting a concerted effort into trying to eliminate the daylight savings time, because it's an anachronism, no longer needed. But like I said yesterday, I'm going to continue my response to Bailey Shieldbox 7 points to step into your power. You know, I think something I was thinking about before I even decided to start this video today is sometimes history has been painted, because we live such short lives and it can be manipulated by beings that are not ephemeral very easily as a result. It can be painted in such a way as to make the good guys the bad guys and the bad guys the good guys. And if that ends up happening, what you have to do is stand true to yourself, who you actually are, and let the chips fall where they may. Let your actions speak more than the words. It's just the way it has to be. And you're going to have to endure a lot of pain and trials and struggles and all that stuff. Because if the world is designed to basically be an attack against you, the entire world is designed to attack you, then it's just the way it is. You got to be who you are. And some things, even if they are against your underlying genetic predispositions and what have you, might just be that's one of the big reasons. It's one of the big reasons it's so difficult, because you have to stick true to who you are and what your actual morals and philosophies and ideologies are. And when the world is so screwed up, if you, as that beacon, even step out of line just slightly, you're not only compromising the picture you're giving other people, but also yourself. You don't want to turn the world into a jumbled mess. When the world needs guidance because there's so much chaos around you everywhere, that's where the leaders really come in. The leaders, what their purpose is, what they do to actually be real leaders, is they stand true to those principles. I had myself thinking more on, I'm a moron. I had myself thinking more on this through how the genesis of communist China came to be. That's kind of a redundant phrase, but through the genesis of communist China. The only way communist China came to be was because of the guerrilla tactics they carried out. They had the nationalists and the communists. Nationalists, they didn't have a firm enough ideology upon which they were willing to die. And therefore, the guerrillas ended up winning out the day. But that's a side note. I'll get into that later. Let me get to these points that I was going to talk about. Number 5 that she talked about, be disliked. I have a couple points here. Dr. Manhattan, if you know anything about his background story, he took the fall, he was the fall guy, for a nuclear blast that occurred in Manhattan. And he did that so that the world wouldn't go into chaos, so that the I believe it was the Soviets and the United States, wouldn't go to nuclear war with one another and cause mutually assured destruction or MAD. So he took the blame for it and unified the Earth as a result. And it was okay for him because he didn't mind it, even though his compatriots did. They didn't like the fact that he had done it, because he lives a very long life, and it was no big deal. He could just come back at a later point in history and show people, hey, actually, I wasn't the bad guy here, but I needed to calm down tensions so that you guys could survive. Something else I found very interesting in that movie/comic, the movie was where I'm gleaning much of my knowledge of the story from, is that one of the good guys, one of the heroes, was so pissed off that Dr. Manhattan decided to take the fall that he told Dr. Manhattan, he demanded of Dr. Manhattan that he destroy him, he kill him right there, right then and there on the scene, and Dr. Manhattan does. Yeah, after a second he just says, fine, and I believe he explodes his head or something. I can't remember off the top of my head. It was many years ago that I saw this. But if Dr. Manhattan has that capacity, then he can also immediately bring him back to life. I don't know why he didn't do that. Or maybe I'm overestimating his capacities, but, you know. He's supposed to be this infinitely powerful being, basically God, or close to it. And then there's Batman, which is in a similar situation, though not as powerful as Dr. Manhattan, in that he took the fall for the things that Two-Face had done, so that they could get rid of all the crime in the government. Because Two-Face basically had sabotaged all the work that they were doing because he broke, if you know anything about that story. The 2008 to 2012, I believe, movies really did a great justice to the story. Christopher Nolan was the director of that, and he just did an amazing job, as he always does. And then there's the next point I have here is that the bad guys in histories that were actually good guys is my point that I'm drawing out here. Sometimes you have to be disliked in order to save people. There is one particular instance that I'm thinking of that I'm not even going to mention. You guys can probably put the pieces together, though, because it is so deeply, deeply blasphemous. Now, I'm a Christian. You can think about that. Number 6, be willing to stand alone. And this ties in to number 5, being disliked. I think that was the point that she was making. And, you know, part and parcel to this, not just standing alone, being disliked like Dr. Manhattan and Batman and all that stuff. In my personal life, I can connect this to how I was treated in the military and other professional endeavors of my life. For some reason, while I was in the military, I remember distinctly that my squadrons in which I worked would constantly cycle between overactivity and underactivity. Now, they say there's a lot of hurry up and wait in the military, but this was manufactured. And I could tell. Like, there was no other reason. Because it wasn't like we were getting ready to deploy or something and we needed to get all of our trainings done and stuff. No, people just all of a sudden would pop up in the squadron, like everybody would be there one day, and then the very next day, they'd all be gone except for me, and maybe 4 other people. And there were cycles like this all the time in my time in the military. And on top of that, I never had any continuity with my leadership. Even beyond the fact that you have PCSs and you move from one duty station to the other, usually between 2 to 4 years. This was even beyond that. This was me losing my leadership, my superiors, every year or so. And that started all the way back from my time at the Air Force Academy. So it went through the entire time I was in the military that this happened. And I was forced to stand alone and basically figure out my own way, aside from the trainings, most of the time, as a result.
because I was the only piece of continuity in the entire squadron. Cycles of people coming in, going out, coming in, going out. And it just was like a whipsaw, left you completely disoriented. And I guess it kind of pulled away all the other rubbish that I needed to not pay attention to, so that was good at least. But I could tell that that was manufactured too. And then her seventh point, inner voice. Listen to your inner voice. This being intuition. And then at the same time, it's very well tied into my novel series, where the time travelers of the story can actually pierce the veil of the different dimensions because they live in the space between space when they're observing reality from the teletracer or the looking glass. It's a time travel machine. And they can actually go up near the thing that they're observing, the person they're observing, whisper into their ear from the ether, the space between space, and the individual will hear it in their subconscious. The devil and the angel on our shoulders, so strongly connected to one another. But listen to that inner voice, is what she was saying. That inner voice has led me to where I am today, as well as the times where I refused it. I remember when I was finally coming to the conclusion that I needed to get out of the military, there were times where I remember distinctly, I was driving in my car, for example, I had the Escape, the Ford Escape, which was interestingly named, I think appropriate, where I would literally just get in a shouting match with myself, conflicting with the whispers that were going into my subconscious. Similar to a character that I have in my first novel. His name's Liam Wang. He's Chinese. I was in a shouting match with myself because I didn't want to do something that my subconscious was trying to nudge me to do. And I still don't want to do it, but I'm going to because I have to. I'm okay with that. I've accepted it. You guys can probably imagine what that is. But this has taken a very long journey to get to this point in my understanding and my acceptance of where I am in life. So I say, so be it. Especially if it turns out that me, Peyton Pearson, I am a villain in somebody else's story. And sometimes I just need to make my own decisions. More than sometimes. All the time. So, a lot of this discussion of Bailey Schilbach's points, the reason I'm doing this, aside from the fact that I love her thoughts, they're fantastic, is I want to let her know that I'm picking up what she's putting down. And I hope we can keep doing this. So, okay, that's all I got for today. I got through all 7 of them. I'll try some new stuff later. She's probably going to come out with a video today, so maybe I'll review that. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Am I really that intimidating? You're not talking to me. Welcome to day 186 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You know, I take lots of deep breaths when I do these videos. There, by itself, is a great number of reasons for that, or a great number of reasons for that. Strange grammar. First one is the term Yeshua, which is the name of God, is meant to be I believe the term is an automatopoeia, 4, taking a breath in and letting it out. So that the very first thing you say when you're born is God, His name. The very first or very last thing you say when you leave this planet is God, His name. It also allows you an opportunity to collect your thoughts, to calm yourself, lower your blood pressure, lower or reduce anxiety, frustrations, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety. We all are, they say no man is an island, and that really means that, you're not in isolation, I suppose. You could consider it having many different meanings. But we all are fighting internal battles that we tell nobody about, and at the same time are being cheered on by people that we have no idea are cheering us on. Right? Because you might be that only ship in the sea that's still surviving despite the onslaught of enemy attacks. And those enemies could be anything, anyone. Take any form. You're still going. And it only takes one. It only takes one to survive, to prove that it can actually happen. Acting as the proof of concept, the prototype for it all. That one ship that did not sink, despite the cataclysm that was happening around it, and all the other ships that were with it that did. The one ship that kept going. That's you guys. Every one of you. In some way. If you allow yourself to be that, you're not the victim. Not having the victim mentality. But instead the one that got through the storm. Then you're the light for others to follow. What's the basic thread I'm trying to get across with everything I'm saying right now? That communication is everything. A story in isolation is forgotten forever. The only one that'll remember it is the guy upstairs, aside from yourself, while you're alive. Isn't it so much easier if you have somebody to build that story with? You're not talking to me. What's wrong with me? It's not, when it gets to that point, look outside yourself, outside your own anxiety, and realize that you're not doing something that's making yourself look like the problem. You're making me look like the problem. What's wrong with me? What have I done to deserve such isolation? Okay? Anxiety is really looking too much at yourself. Looking too much at yourself and how other people perceive you. I am an open book. I hide nothing. Very little, and basically. I only don't speak of things that people don't necessarily need to know. But if they want to know, in private, I can tell them. You're not talking to me. I can't know what's going through your mind. And it's happening exactly as I said it was going to happen. They're exploding on all your social media platforms. What's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? If you can tell me, I can fix it. Every time I've asked a woman to do that, to tell me what's wrong with me, so that I can fix it, you know what they've done? They've run away, and several of them have actually established no contact orders with me, just because I asked them what I was doing wrong, and they didn't want to tell me. You're not going to find anybody like me. I'm confident enough to say that. I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm right here. And like I said before, every time, multiple women happen at once. Every single time. That could be a number of things. It could be that God wants to allow that to happen for some strange reason, like he did with Rod Stewart, the musician Rod Stewart. Or it could be that the enemy is trying to prevent me from having anything. It's all one or none. Any number outside of that is arbitrary without specific definition provided for it. All one or none. A priest has none, but actually has all, if you think about it, just without the sexual component. A normal person has one. And then a king has access to all, if you think about it. I am no king. Just a guy, as far as I can tell. And I think that's where the rub is here. It's the conflict between who I accept myself to be, which is basically a bog standard white dude, and the world that Satan dangles in front of me and says, you can have all of this if you just bow to me, which is of course a sin of what I'm having to consider, because you won't talk to me. The opportunity completely leaves you. It was handed to you on a silver platter. Everything suddenly became amazing for you. All at once. And it's your decision to take it or not. The person that told you not to touch me, I don't care who they are. Don't listen to them. You want to know why? Because that in itself was probably more of a test than you realized at the time. Satan can take many forms. And some have even said that he's the twin of God. Some have said that. Watch the show Lucifer. There's some information in there. You got to be careful with that show, because it makes out Lucifer to be the good guy, which is not smart. But there is some good information in there. Some things to play around with in your mind. If Satan is the twin of God, and they're duking it out with one another to see who has control, then do you really think he couldn't masquerade as him? They look exactly the same. The only difference is perhaps maybe one has a beard and maybe one doesn't. Maybe one has a scar on their face and maybe the other one doesn't. Don't listen to the person who told you not to touch me. They're trying to make my life a living hell. Okay? It's all a clever ruse. Even towards the end, because the enemy knows that this is a death battle, and if he loses this battle, he's erased from existence. Period. End of story. Even towards the end of the battle, he is not going to give up, because if he stops, he's done. It's a death battle. I, personally, being a human being, myself, Peyton Pearson, could forgive and put in prison. But they won't let such a thing happen. So whoever told you to stay away from me, and I know that happened because I saw in one of your previous videos you talking about that. And how you were like, you want to take the fruit, but you're not allowed to. Stop listening to them. Just do it. If death is on the table for them, if they ever say anything like that, if they ever threaten you with that, they're not the good guy. Alright? I don't know who came to you and who talked to you about this, if anybody. But I'm the one that's paying for it right now. My genetic line is going to sever and gonna be gone if this doesn't change now. I'm the one that's paying for it. It's because I want you. Is that really that bad? Am I that bad? Surely I'm not an ugly guy, right? Surely I'm not at least somewhere proximate to the type of person that you want? I know I'm quite intense and pretty open. I have the confidence to say, what more could you ask for? Do I need to lose an extra 20 pounds or something? Or just find a way to fix my legs so I can start running again? Or it's yeah. The enemy's putting these other opportunities in front of me specifically to dissuade you. Okay? So, take advantage of this. I've made it abundantly clear, and the enemy keeps on making it abundantly difficult, because if he stops doing that, he's going to be erased. There you go. Again, you know who you are. I hope to not be too intimidating. And understand, not every one of my videos is directed towards you. But the ones that are pretty obviously directed towards you. Okay? So. Anyways. Love y'all. Like I said, even saying that probably intimidates, doesn't it? So I'll just leave it out for now. Until you're ready. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. Stop listening to the people that are telling you not to. Peace. Today is my birthday. Welcome to day 172 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I am 36 years old today. Officially, at 7:30 p.m., I will cross that Rubicon. You double this age and you'll be 72. That is the midway point for many people. Hopefully it won't be the case with me. Hopefully my midway point will be a lot farther out. But you simply don't know. You cannot predict the future. If you are over-focused on the future, you become anxious. If you are over-focused on the past, you become depressed. If you're focused on the present, you maximize your contentment. This is an absolute truth. We must pay attention to our past so that we can learn from our history, our past mistakes and victories. We must have an eye toward the future so that we can give ourselves a purpose for what we're doing in the present. But the present is where we remain. It is the nexus point of all of our experiences that have been or will be. And at 36 years old, there's a lot of stuff behind me. I do hope that there's still a much, much larger amount of stuff in front of me, but there is a lot of stuff behind me. Many attempted ventures, some successes, some failures. The successes come from getting the experiences, from doing things that very few people can say they've done. I mean, how many people can say that they're a licensed pilot that's rated in a multi-engine jet? How many people can say that they've been to 7 or 8 different countries? More than that, probably. Or almost all the states. Or have run marathons. Or have climbed 14ers. Or any number of other things. Published a book with many more to come. It is because I have had that eye toward the future in that memento mori, remember we die, that I have never lived a day in my life where I have not pushed with as much energy as I can muster to do something with that valuable slice of time. You only get so many of them. Now, the most important things up to this point in my life, with respect to me, not with respect to the relationships necessarily I'm building, but with respect to me, has still been elusive to me. Finding a wife, having children, so that I can leave gifts for this planet. And I can share in the beautiful thing that is romantic love. I've never tasted it. I have gotten whispers of it. I've gotten the scent of it. I've gotten a vision of it. And honestly, my vision of it gets clearer and clearer every day. But I've never experienced it. I remember when I was 10 years old. There was this girl in school, her name was Ashley Wayne. And I loved too deeply and too quickly. A love that was unrequited, unreciprocated. At 10 years old, I put too much in front of another child that was by no means prepared for that. And I don't even think I was. It's like I had a heart from a full-grown adult that was in the body of a child. So, some people, it takes a little bit longer to accomplish those things. Not because you're a horrible person or anything like that. God knows we live in a fallen world. So if you have trouble with that, you're probably doing a little better than most. But if you've waited this long, 36 years, those rules that are put out for the general population are for the baseline. The brand new, newly minted human beings that for the first time accomplish the age of 18 or 20 years old and know virtually nothing of the way existence works. They are a baseline that is meant to keep them protected. And everyone else. When you've reached the age of 36, twice that age, things change a little bit. You know why those rules are there, and you accept and embrace that fully. But for you, you've waited long enough. They don't necessarily apply to you like they do everyone else. They still apply, just in a little bit of a different way. If you can wait this long, and it's painful, it sucks, but if you can, new doorways open up to you that may not have been there before, or that you just couldn't see. You don't need the same protections that an 18-year-old does. You're a bit more mature, have a little bit more fleshed out in your perspectives of the world and beyond it. You can look back or look above from 30,000 feet up at the whole situation and say, that's why that's there. That's why he says that. That's why they do that. Well, that doesn't apply to me. Neither does that. That does. And things adjust accordingly. You've never seen anything as open as this, aside from a very small handful of people. Because this is the maturation of an entire generation. A large cohort of individuals, the millennials, who are now coming into the leadership positions of this world, the big leadership, big kahuna positions. Finally. You are responsible for your actions. You live a life that is there to help others. And one of the best ways to do that is to be as open as possible. This is a very disparate conversation today, but I have a lot going through my mind. It's rare that I don't. Suffice it to say, I'm tired of waiting. And suffice it to say, it's adequate to say is what that term means, if you didn't know. It is, and has been, my turn for a long time. There is no more waiting. If it isn't going to happen soon, like this year, then cometh the rapture. I'm a prototype, an avatar. I mean that for people like me. I'm not saying that I'm anything special necessarily, but I am an avatar. An entire generation of people have been held back, and I am part of that generation. Enough. The Chuck Schumers and the Nancy Pelosi's of this world that simply refuse to let go of power. Enough. Get out. The only reason you're still holding on to it is because you don't believe there's anything beyond this world. Your words are simply words. You don't actually have any faith. Just a charlatan. So, it is our turn. I've waited long enough. Love y'all. Peace. There are 3 limiting factors. Welcome to day 194 and Tell I'm a YouTube Millionaire. There are 3 limiting factors in this process, whatever it is. The process of saving souls on Earth. The process of squeezing as much juice out of the orange as one possibly can. The maximal amount of suffering to precipitate the maximal amount of empathy, and therefore the maximal number of hearts that are turned from stone to flesh in whatever experiment, program, this whole suffering paradigm is. Okay? The one of which I was discussing in previous videos. About how I'm pretty sure my job on this planet, me specifically, is to suffer. And that's okay. I mean, it's not okay. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's unfortunate that somebody would have a job like that. But when you're dealing with the abyssal depths of pure negativity and darkness, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. And require unconventional means to defeat such a force. There are 3 limiting factors. The first one is the individual in question who is acting as the sponge. In this case, this hypothetical, since there is no actual proof as to what's going on, that is me. I explained in previous videos how I act as the human sponge, soaking up all of the negativity of the world as best I can, kind of like a karmic sink, in a different manner to what Jesus did. Jesus did it at a specific point and basically opened the door for everybody to be saved. What I'm doing is sucking up all the vestiges of the nonsense of the garbage creator on this planet, the demon. All right, that's my job. So I'm the first limiting factor. And if I were to fail in this hypothetical, this is a hypothetical, Jesus would come in. He would step in, just like it says on that vanity card that I showed you guys a couple days ago, and take over. He would sweep us all away, get us out of the mess, those who have been proven to genuinely follow him and love him, or even those who don't want to be with the darkness, frankly. Because if in a bimodal system, if you don't want to be with the darkness, you really can't be a fence sitter. You're de facto with God. because the devil owns the fence. I believe C.S. Lewis actually made a short analogy or story about that, how the devil owns the fence. Those lukewarm are spat out, as is said in the Bible. Okay? So that's the first limiting factor. Jesus will come in and sweep us all away. The second limiting factor, if humanity loses their nerve in whatever this process is, that is, people simply stop trying. They don't agree with what's happening, and that doesn't happen very often because they see the results of it. They're given the evidence of those results. That is, every last ounce of suffering that this person experiences ends up saving another person. You don't see where, you don't see how, but it ends up turning their hearts from stone to flesh, and they become human again. Kind of interesting, the parallels with the book No Longer Human that I read a while back. Their heart turns to flesh, and they suddenly can feel again. They're no longer numb. They're no longer empty vessels, or even worse than NPCs and not even existing without an internal dialogue. So that's the second limiting factor. It's kind of like an experiment, how you have titration, right, of chemicals and stuff, and you have limiting chemicals and all that. I forget the term for that, but you can find it pretty easily online. And then the third limiting factor, obviously, is God. Jesus. When he decides that he doesn't want to go any farther, and he doesn't like seeing the suffering of either humanity or his warrior doing the job for him, and he'll step in. He'll make that decision. Now, I'm of the mindset that he probably has a specific period in mind where if I don't give up and humanity doesn't give up, which is a win-win, by the way, that he will decide to step in one way or another. So those are the three limiting factors. I think Jesus wants this, we're butting up against the third one right now. Because if I, the sponge, do not break, right, or get saturated, if you will, and stay saturated, and humanity doesn't lose their nerve in continuing the pain process, whatever that is, then there comes a point where you've gotten everybody. And the only entities left are those who have committed the unforgivable sin to sin against the Holy Ghost, which is to know that the Holy Ghost is who and what the Holy Ghost is and still defy it. So those people, perhaps 144,000 of them, I don't know, commit the unforgivable sin. They are the abyss. There is no way to save them, or they're with the abyss one way or another. And Jesus says, okay, I'm stepping in now. You did your job, good job, good and faithful servant, and takes over. Ends the charade for what it is, pulls us all out, and that can take many forms. Either we can collapse the timeline to where it happens specifically at this point in history, the convergence of reality, and we don't have to jump to other timelines. Or, like a polyp, we pop off of this one and are raptured away. Now, what I mean by that is, a rapture in this sense is basically a time skip, okay? A period of time where there's tremendous tumult and destruction across the entire planet, where everybody who's decided they want to be with Jesus would have passed away in that tumult. So Jesus decides to take them away so they can skip over that spot and just be with him, right? That's what that is. It's just a time skip, essentially. That's when I say time skip, that's what I mean. And I had mentioned time skip in an episode a long time ago. It was probably a couple months ago. And that's what I mean by that. But if you endure to the end, then the timeline is collapsed to be exactly at the point where there is no longer any destruction, aside from the abyssal creatures that will not be saved. So at that collapsed point, if we get there, then we can know for certain that we've gotten pretty much everybody, or we have gotten everybody that can be gotten. And the only way to get more than that is to convert the abyss into not the abyss. Which I guess is technically possible, because if you can imagine it, it is, but that's going to be saved for another part of the story, for later. Once we get out of this mess, then we can consider trying to pull them out of that. But not now. Not now. It is a triage situation. And to sink excessive amounts of energy and time into that will take away from the souls that can be saved in the meantime. So, 3 different limiting factors. The sponge, the whole of humanity, and Jesus. I don't think the sponge has ever given up. And I think humanity is keeping their nerve up. Jesus will be coming soon. Alright. That's what I got for you guys today. An interesting hypothetical. Love y'all. Peace. Why are the episodes of Doctor Who, a show that used to be my favorite show before it went woke, Heaven Sent and Hellbent, such episodes that resonate with me so powerfully? Welcome to day 184. I'm telling I'm a YouTube millionaire. So basically, the overarching theme of that pair of episodes is Clara, the woman who was his assistant at that time, which, by the way, in real life is a gorgeous woman, in my opinion, ends up being forcibly unalived by a crow, or a being that's taking the representation of a crow. And she did nothing to deserve it. She did nothing wrong. But it was placed upon her by some jackass. And some jackass in the Gallifreyan world, which is the Doctor's home world, specifically to lure him into a prison of their creating. Because they wanted him to explain to them the prophecy of the hybrid, which is a melding of the Daleks and the Time Lords. He doesn't actually have the information that they seek, per se, or rather, he doesn't know that he has it. But what happened there, why it resonates with me so profoundly, is that they put him in a prison that had essentially no escape. He was going to be there until he gave them what they sought. Except there was an escape. It's just that the escape seemed so ridiculously far away and difficult to attain that anybody who was sane would give up. At least, that's what you might think. He had to punch his way through a wall of splentium, which is, in that show, a material that's like 1,000 times stronger than diamond, that was 20 feet thick, after he discovered that that was where he needed to go. which took months for him to figure out. And he'd have a handful of seconds to punch the wall with his bare hands before the stalker in his prison would get him finally and cause him to pass away. But the way the torture chamber was designed was it was supposed to be zero entropy. So no energy out of the system, no energy into the system. What's there is there. That means that whenever the doctor would dissipate and go on to the next life, he would reform into exactly who he was before, without any of his memories, essentially precisely how he came into the torture chamber. He'd have to go through the entire process again to re-find the way out and get a handful of seconds in each one of those lives to punch at the wall of Splantium with his bare fists. I mean, maybe perhaps if he wanted to, he could take off one of his shoes and whack it with his shoes. But the point stands. So it goes with the design of this reality. Everything might be stacked up against you. And everybody might know what's actually going on. But they ain't gonna tell you, because you need to get this done. And it does have an end state. It's basically a reversal of the roles between Satan and God, in that God has to suffer for a near eternity to save his children, humanity. But of course he's willing to do it. That's a reward that is infinitely important. So, as I've explained to you guys, all the various things that have happened in my lives, I still haven't given you all of them, but a bunch of them, that would make a normal person want to unalive themselves. Each one of those, consider it a standard deviation away from the norm in terms of how many people would be able to endure it without unaliving themselves. So one of those situations is a single standard deviation away, which means that only 15% of the population would be able to handle it. Two of them is 2 standard deviations away, 1% of the population would be able to handle it. 3 of them, 3 standard deviations away, 0.1% of the population would be able to handle it, etc., etc. All told, from what I can gather, just rough estimate, I've had about a dozen of those things happen to me. Maybe even more. The thing is, it's not even an option to me to do that other thing. It never has been. It never will be. You want to know why? Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me. You could literally be walking through hell for a veritable eternity. Devastation and apocalypse around you in every direction. But if you're with God, if you're with love, none of that stuff matters. In my novel series, the main character, the scientist, is shown to do something like that. Everybody around him can see that after a veritable eternity, he does legitimately succeed in his goal of saving the universe, saving existence. But he's the only one that cannot see it until the very end, because he's literally making the reality as he does it. So everybody else can see the end state, which is Eden, heaven, right? As you and I might perceive. But every time he tries to look into that future with his time machine, all he sees is an empty, infinite entropy void, where everything has completely dissolved and it is perfectly uniform nothingness, where time no longer exists. The theorized end to the universe, as our astrophysicists currently believe it's probably going to go to. That's what he sees. And he keeps going anyway. Why? Because the people with whom he is working are what matter to him. He wants to be with them. He wants to have a personal relationship with them because he loves them. There's no end goal aside from that. He's already attaining it. And if he has to go through hell in order to accomplish it, all the more proof of his love for humanity and the other species with whom he works in the story. Basically all life. So every time I'm punched in the gut by this parasitic force behind the scenes, which is real, it's actually there. It provides all the more proof that I actually mean what I say. I actually believe what I say I believe. And I really do care about people as much as I say I do. And if I get nothing, no material possessions out of this, don't take it too seriously. Nobody gets out of this life alive. It's real stuff that's happened to me. And I will not let it be rendered irrelevant by nobody knowing that it has. Because I bring up that maybe everybody knows what's going on except for you. I'm not assuming that. I think nobody knows what's going on except for a handful of people that are actually carrying out the torture. The devil, as you might say. But even so, I will continue. If nobody were to see it, that would be a shame. But I'm trying to do everything I can to ensure that the story does not go quietly into the good night. That it will be heard. You have to do the same thing. Communication is everything. Alright. That's what I got for you today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 110 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to read another essay that I wrote several years ago, basically upon the same trope that I have been talking about for quite some time. Remember, guys, one of my mantras is that there is virtue in repetition, as there are 8 billion human beings on this planet, and only one of you. What comes along with that is your own original theories, or semi-original, because there's nothing new under the sun. Well, let's get to this. It's not as long as the last one, but it's still pretty long. So, guys, real talk here. Pretty much all we do, but just wanted to say it again. So, here's a theory, totally speculative. The world in which we are currently living is the culmination of a deeply contrived time manipulation event where our own species is attempting to manipulate our timeline in such a way as to prevent us from a severe extinction event and help us to connect with otherworldly beings, whether they be what we would call angels, extraterrestrials, same thing, or something else. That is, once we have made the case for eviction from this reality, we will be transported in a great rapture event if we have seen and truly decided that we do want this reality. I think that this fits the bill of most of us here. We have seen that we have absolutely no power to incite change on any meaningful global level, while we do not have infinite power to love one another and be there for our friends and family. Our votes do no longer matter, if they ever did at all. Our sources of information exchange, media, are completely and utterly corrupted, and while we have a deluge of truth flowing from every direction, it is so diluted with nonsense that it is almost impossible to find much of the time what is real and what's not. When I say it is a deeply contrived time manipulation scheme, what I mean is we developed time travel as a viable technology in the 1960s and have been using it ever since that point. All of our current understandings of the limitations of the technology are totally bogus. There are no real limitations, other than those of our own understanding, our own intentionally placed limitations, a la what I was talking about in my last video, or the limits of the materials. But in truth, the technology itself is completely unbounded, without bounds. If you think about it, this is distinctly possible for a variety of reasons. We wonder, why have we seen no time travelers? The world should be positively filled with them if we have a multiversal reality where everyone moves through time and space as if it's child's play. Well, it could be argued that we see time travelers all the time without knowing it. It could be discerned that in the depths of the utilization of the technology that we find the most effective use of it by being born into a certain era, rather than jumping from one era to the other through what we might understand as a wormhole. Why am I bringing this up? Well, as stated, I believe once you have access to such a technology, the horizon of wisdom drastically increases. You have 100% fidelity on the consequences of your actions, and you can see all possible paths. This is equivalent to omniscience. It is the power of God. Jesus was a time traveler. Whether you see it in this light or simply in what is discussed in the Bible, he just de facto is a time traveler, because he travels as he wants through all reality. This would mean that different times and choice space being different components to reality, he could travel there if he so decided. He is also human. To continue to discuss the point of why we don't see yet more travelers, consider this. In the entire timeline, as we might understand it, of the universe, all stars are believed to die out in approximately 100 trillion years-ish. That is, the very last, slowest burning red dwarfs will finally exhaust their remaining fuel supply in about that amount of time. This seems like an unimaginable time frame. But then look at this. The entire time span of the universe, as we might understand it, can be defined as the point from first material birth, Big Bang, to the point where the very last physical objects die out. Science currently believes that very last physical object to be a dissolving black hole. The very last dissolving black hole will die out in a Google years, 10 raised to the 100th power or so. After that, time becomes meaningless, because time needs a frame of reference. All of this to say, while the universe has been around for 13.7 billion years as we understand it, this is but a blink of the eye in terms of the total period of time in which life can thrive, 100 trillion years or so. And beyond that, it is yet even more a minuscule sliver of time compared to how long the universe will endure. And beyond that, the period of time where the universe exists is infinitely small compared to how long the universe will not exist, Infinity compared to a finite number, no matter how large that finite number, is still infinitely larger. All of this to say, we have been born as an intelligent species at very nearly the beginning of the universe's lifespan, despite the universe being 13.7 billion years old. While I'm not saying this is true, and I'm not even saying that it is likely, it is nevertheless distinctly possible that, in fact, we are the very first intelligent species to be born in this universe. And all the extraterrestrials we have encountered thus far have, in fact, all been time travelers. And that they are all operating on different planes of existence and all represent different branching paths of our timeline. And Jesus, he represents only one where we transcend time. Yet, he is the principal time traveler. And the rapture, or case for eviction, is where we do so. The CIA, in the deepest areas of their administration, are all Catholics, believers in the rapture, and perhaps Jesus is at the helm. Like I said, real talk, crazy talk, but real talk. What do y'all think? Now, the CIA must be obliterated, okay? And when I say that, I don't mean that me thinking that Jesus is at the helm of this specific sect of the CIA is evil. No, he's the absolute good. Jesus is the absolute good. But the CIA has been totally overrun by demons. That's what Satan does. He tries to obfuscate, make everything gray, make it so that you can't tell what is good and what is bad. He turns right side up and upside down. That's what Satan does. But Jesus could very well be in control of this particular sect, quote-unquote sect, of the CIA, Project Pegasus, the Looking Glass, outer band individuated teletracers, time machines, and all of it, all the other stuff is garbage and needs to be obliterated. Remember, we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If you have Jesus, the very highest good, in such an evil institution, it necessitates it being black and white. Because he is so good that the rest of the institution, in order to even hold a candle to his goodness, has to be the darkest of evil. I'm talking assassinating popes type of stuff. And I believe that the CIA has played a part in stuff like that. They be bad people. But this one particular sect, the Looking Glass, Project Pegasus, maybe not so much. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Kind of a crazy one, eh? Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 101 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book The 50th Law by Robert Greene. It's kind of a pseudo-biography of 50 Cent. And the 50th Law is Nihil timendum est. Fear nothing. It's right there. All right. And I'll say, overall, it was a pretty interesting book. The main gripe I have is that 50 Cent legitimately did come from a very difficult upbringing in the hood. He was a hustler. He sold illicit substances. It is a very dangerous thing to glorify such lifestyles. leads to a lot of damage of individuals and entire communities, as one might be able to very easily and readily see in said hoods. Nevertheless, it is at the same time very good to get some insight into that world, so that, one, you can figure out how to fix it, how to help the people within it, and two, you can figure out how to make it so that it doesn't happen again. You have to meet people where they are. That's a truism across time and space. You have to meet people where they are. That's why when Jesus came to earth, he was both human and God. He was human so that he could actually relate to us. But he's still God. So, I have some notes here that I wrote down, as one does when they're going to review a book. Let's see. The first one is on somewhere around page 100. Robert Greene states very clearly that you are one of a kind. The way he says this is that there will never in all of history be another one of you, whether you're Dr. Manhattan or just some regular standard human being. We all have unique DNA that can only ever be repeated once. There are so many different combinations and permutations of how DNA can be put together that there's simply not enough time, even in Google years, to randomly make another one of you exactly who you are. Even if you have an identical twin, you two are still different, at least a little bit. You are uniquely you. And the uniqueness that is you is the story that you make, how you live your life, and how you react to your adversities. And that's part of what they're talking about in this book. What 50 Cent ended up doing was he was trying to get out of that hell. He went to prison a few times, was shot 9 times. The book is very repetitive in that regard, but that's okay. It's because Robert Greene was basically doing an extended essay in combination with a biography of 50 Cent, where he was trying to explain several points of how to be fearless. And the main point of 50 Cent being shot 9 times and almost being unalived was that after that happened, he realized he didn't have much time to get his stuff done that he wanted to get done in life. So he went in full send mode after that, and his production increased like 10 times. He lost his Columbia Records deal, but then did a massive mixtape campaign in the hood of his area in that way, and eventually got the notice of Eminem's Interscope Records and got his foot in the door in the industry that way. So when he almost passed away, he put his pedal to the metal and just busted his ass. And it's no surprise, honestly, to me that he was successful because, one, he's definitely a very industrious, entrepreneurial, intelligent man, and with an incredible work ethic. There's no doubt about that. The guy's got an insane work ethic. 50 Cent, that is. But yeah, one of a kind. And basically, 50 Cent was proving how one of a kind he was and is. There was a point, page 110, where he discusses that forgetting is kind of a superpower. I don't agree with that, because if you truly want to learn from your past, you do not forget. You do not forget. You can forgive, but do not forget. Next point is page 122. This is really, I think, what the saving grace was of much of what I found in this book. It's good to read anyway because you get some good information about 50 Cent's life and the philosophy that got him to be successful. But on page 122, he did something where he actually discouraged other hustlers from hustling. And in a sense, he kind of did something good. Something semi-lawful. He had hired a person to stick these people up, right? Professional stick-up artist is what he called them. And the other hustlers, he discouraged from doing the hustling by having this happen to them. And he
partook in it as well, also being stuck up so that he wouldn't give the impression that he was actually the one causing it. Again, smart guy. He knew to do that. But he was trying to basically push them out of the market so that he could monopolize it. It was pretty smart, actually. And it cleaned up the streets a little bit, believe it or not, because if that is going to exist, the hustling culture, the hustling economy, then you definitely want it to be in the hands of people who are at least halfway decent, halfway intelligent, and are better stewards of a rather shady bunch, if you will. It's page 122, and then page 132, keep your sword sharp but sheathed. See, I brought up some points in the book. There's actually a quote from Niccolo Machiavelli, Machiavellian, if you will. But sword sheathed but sharp, okay? So you want to make sure that you are ready for war, but that you aren't going to war. That's the idea. A little bit off kilter right now because the dogs are going crazy. Also, page 159, it is better to be feared and respected over loved. Now, this actually is very closely associated with biblical teachings, in that we say we fear the Lord. God is love, but we fear him, and that's more respect from of the awesomeness of his power, and the fear is that you might be out of line with it. It's the underlying fabric of the human condition, how our psychology works, that makes this so important, to have that balance between fear and love. It's the line between in the middle of everybody's heart, two wolves. If you have that fear, then you'll respect the love. If you have love, then you know what fear is. Black and white, yin and yang. And then let's see. You know, honestly, I just had some points to discuss here. They talk about patience and detailed work on page 229. And this tied in pretty closely to the stories that I'm writing. I have so many thoughts that are going through my head right now on what to put into my novel series that I'm kind of semi-rushing it. And I'm not intentionally doing that, but I want to get them written down before I forget them. I have a really good memory, but even so, it is flawed and it is limited. And if I don't get it written down as soon as possible after I think of the idea, then it might go away. I might never come back. That's happened more times than I can count. It stays in your underlying subconscious fabric and all that, but even so, you lose the oomph that you had before. So, having patience in that detailed work actually gives it time to come back in the proper manner to you. The proper layering, the proper wording. It's all going to be there. You'll find it again. You just have to be patient. And that was pretty much this book. 50 Cent actually ended up doing some pretty good things to make it out of the hood and hustle culture. And he was actually a stabilizing force in that community. And I think that's the primary factor here. The big men and women of history, whether they were good or bad, it matters not, necessarily. What matters is that they were remembered for what they did, whether you're an Adolf Hitler or a Napoleon Bonaparte. Now, mind you, don't get me wrong, it does matter. Obviously, Hitler was a horrible, horrible human being who did horrible, horrible things, but he's going to be remembered for what he did. And then you have Napoleon Bonaparte, which was one of the greatest leaders and generals of his time, and really of human history. You have Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton. I mean, you could just name them off over and over, because they're household names. People that are part of the fabric of our history as human beings.
And 50 Cent has the potential to be somebody that will be remembered in perpetuity, regardless of what you think of him. He actually had an impact on the world, has an impact on the world. I will never seek to glorify the hustle culture, selling drugs, the hood mentality and all that. It's not safe, it's not healthy. But 50 Cent was a stabilizing force. So that was this book. The next one up, I think, is going to be The Art of Knowing by Christopher Langan. Basically assorted essays and expositions on free will. Yeah, I got this one read pretty quickly, actually. It only took me like 3 days. But that's because I sat down and read like 150 pages a day. I don't usually do that. I usually read like 10 to 20 pages a day. So, okay guys. That's all I got for today. Kind of disjointed because the doggos, as always, distract me. So, love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 154 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Signal is a very, very secure app. But you guys have to realize just how many scammers there are out there nowadays. They're all over the place. I watch channels like Scammer Payback and others, and they're a good counterbalance, but they are, even as big as they are, hopelessly and hilariously outgunned by the sheer number, the sheer volume of scammers out there. I literally just got texted on Signal by some person that goes by H. I have no idea who they are. Now, phishing can happen in many, many ways. P-H-I, what is that? S-H-I-N-G? Yeah, so the scamming type of phishing. Do you really think that doofuses can't get on Signal and do doofus things? After 2016, the sheer number and volume and density, whatever, of scammers in the world positively exploded. Now, like I said, I made a video a little bit ago talking about Price's Law and the Pareto distribution, Pareto principle. How 80% of the productivity comes from 20% of the people, or the square root of any company gives you, the number of people in a company gives you half of that company's productivity. A singular person who is entrepreneurial or industrious with a nefarious mindset can produce a legion of scam facilities. Single-handedly, essentially. So I had mentioned the very powerful movers in our world like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, how they single-handedly are changing logistics across the world as well as getting us to Mars. Well, we also have people who can single-handedly sabotage, like George Soros and Alex Soros and others. It has been shown, proof positive, that the Open Societies Foundation has been fomenting dissent in the United States and really the Western world writ large. There is evidence upon evidence upon evidence to prove it. You follow the money and you find it goes back to that. It goes back to Alex and George Soros. Of course they can find a way into the most secure app out there to sabotage people trying to make the world a better place. I cannot get into the mind of George Soros. I can't understand how he could be how he could actually want these things to happen. The collapse of Western civilization. But he does. And so does his son. And all the people like him. Like Klaus Schwab et al. So, when you see
good people out there that are trying to do good things that end up having some trouble even on the most secure app in the world. I'm talking about Pete Hegseth and his orbit of hardworking individuals trying to make the world stable. When you see them make a slip up and let some doofus into their secure conversations, that still can happen. All right? Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. There's holes everywhere. There are sleeper cells everywhere. There are evil people everywhere. And some of them don't even know that they're sleeper cells. I was talking in my last video about people who suddenly become possessed and their perspective completely shifts. Like that Renee girl that I had met in Omaha, Nebraska, who suddenly gained 150 pounds and became a social justice warrior idiot after she met me. Stuff like that all the time. She always had that deep in her mind that she was for social justice, blah, 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 but she corrupted it when she was possessed by whatever this force was. There's so much sabotage and chaos going right now that any semblance of order and law and stability whatsoever, we must cling on to as best as we can and do everything that we can, everything in our power, to ensure that it stays stable. It is not a fun situation right now. But that's what happens when you're at wartime. It's a short one today. That's all I'm going to say. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance, as our founding fathers said. So true. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 139 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking on my last video, how should I put it? Sometimes you need to just have a little bit of an anger release valve, if you will. And there's a lot of things in this world that frustrate a great many people that are like me. I want change to happen. And when it comes down to brass tacks, I was just thinking about this before I started this video. I know that a lot of really good people, a lot of earnest people, a lot of people that are in the same boat as me, have the same mentality as me, are doing everything that they possibly can to fix what's going on in the world today, to make the world a better place for everybody, more equitable, more free. I get that. And I just want to make sure that they know that I deeply appreciate what they're doing. I do. But sometimes you just get angry and you gotta let it out. So, I'm just a guy, but I think in a way I'm kind of an avatar of many 35-year-old men, at least in the United States. Probably you could say extending to the Western world in general. Kind of a lost generation that we're trying to, almost like the prodigal son, we're trying to re-find, or prodigal son's trying to get back to dad. But the frustration is, I know that everything that can be done is being done at a lightning pace right now. And it's still taken about 20 plus years to get to this point. Yet, and this was going to happen. You don't reverse an 8,000-year-old pedophile satanic worshiping ring in a couple generations without extreme resistance. I get that, but if I feel like my life is being burned away,
and I want to make an impact. There's two things in my personal life, and I've mentioned this a few times, that I have not accomplished, that if I do, then I'm done. Or done, quote unquote. But it's like they're mentioning in the book The Alchemist, which I'm reading right now. There are people that hold off doing the last thing in their bucket list of things to do in their lives because they'd be like, I'm done. There's no reason to live anymore. So, like, one of the characters in the story was saying that his last thing on his list of things to do in life was to go to Mecca, because he's got 5 pillars or 5 tenets that he needs to follow in the religion of Islam, which is his religion. Think of that what you will. That's a side point, but he put off going to Mecca because that's like the thing that's keeping him alive, is what he said in the book, and not so few of words. But 2 things in my life that I want to get done, that I want to do. Of course, I don't have the same mentality as this guy trying to get to Mecca, in that I want to do these things not because it's going to be, me saying I'm finished. I can stop doing my stuff now. No, it's so that I can start doing other things too, and that is have a family. Because I don't want to spiritually die if I don't have to. And get to space. I've been trying to get to space since I was 10 years old. And understanding that such things were going to happen in my life, perhaps before I came here, a lot of people front-loaded a lot of very good, valuable things in my life in the first part of it, up until the age of 30. It was stuffed with really interesting and cool things. I saw many different countries. I was a pilot. I mean, that's pretty dang cool. Went to some of the best schools that exist. Saw almost every state in the United States. Fantastic things that were front-loaded in my life. But those 2 things are what I want, and they're so elusive. When I was younger, I wanted kids, I had in my mind that I was going to get married, have 3 children. At the age of 27, I was going to get married, have 3 children, and that was going to be my family. We're now 8 years past that point. And life just sort of seems to be passing me by. Anyway. And then you see, and I understand it's got to start somewhere, and I'm not mad about this, but you see that all-female crew that went up in Blue Origin to space just because they're celebrities. Because they're perceived as being special. I've been busting my ass my whole life to get there. And then I was literally kneecapped. Well, as literal can be, if you will. You get what I'm saying. I can hardly walk right now. We live in a funny world. But we all know that it's been run by those satanic pedophiles for millennia. It's just interesting. Again, no shade, because it has to start somewhere. Getting to space and making it a public thing has to start somewhere. So it starts with people that everybody knows. Like Jeff Bezos' wife, or fiance, Katy Perry, and those other women that are on the crew. Honestly, those are the 2 that are memorable to me. I can't remember who else was there. But, okay. Now send me next. Just, how would that be a publicity stunt? Just send some random dude to space. Because I am living just as some random dude right now. Send some random dude to space, then anybody can look up there and be like, oh, maybe I can go. Ah. Okay, I think that's where I'm going to leave it today. I have a little bit of a surprise later today. This April 17th, 2025. Going to be doing some fun stuff with a friend of mine. I think you guys know what it's going to be. Anyway, I've done it before, but it's going to be a surprise-ish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 120 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all doing great on this fine, beautiful Saturday here, at least in Roseville, California. The sun is shining. It's going to be nice and warm today. I got my doggos keeping me company, hanging out. They just lay on my bed while I do my business and stuff, personal work. So aside from the stuff that I do on a typical day, which is I work out 4 days per week, sometimes more. I might work out today, we'll see. I read anywhere between 10 pages to an entire book in any given day. I write between 500 words to 2,000 words, if you will, depending on how I feel and what other things I have to do that day. I post about anywhere between 4 to 15 videos on various YouTube channels and other platforms, because you never want to centralize your efforts. You definitely don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. YouTube is a great, very powerful tool, but ultimately it has its flaws and its biases, and it could fall at any point in the near future. If Rumble does actually succeed like I myself am hoping it does, and many other people in the alternative media sphere, so thankfully it's not as alternative as it used to be. It's actually becoming more mainstream, getting people to see that you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Then YouTube won't be the only kid on the block. They won't have the monopoly that they have now. They won't be able to get away with allowing a YouTube channel to have 26,000 subscribers and get 40 views on a long-form video. Yeah. I am not going to get over that. This is not acceptable. But of course, it's not just that YouTube channel that we're talking about. There are many really big YouTube channels that are having catastrophic view trends. I've been watching several channels with in excess of 1 million subscribers that are getting like 5,000 views on a long-form video. Sounds like a lot to you and me, but it's nothing compared to what they, one, usually get, and two, what they should be getting. It's a very simple process to discern how many impressions a video should be getting. But they're not giving the videos the impressions. It's very simple. It is very, very simple. There's no cosmic calculation about this. The number of impressions your video gets, number of times that you put it in front of somebody, is the number of subscribers that that channel has, plus 1,000. And then you can give X number of shares and all that stuff, depending on how often they're shared and liked and what have you. But, and that can happen over the course of, say, a week, maybe 2 weeks. Depending on the time of year, maybe you give it a month to get that number of impressions or more. But I'm going off on a tangent here. The main thing I was trying to get at is that most of our days are populated with banalities, mundane things, because we live in a linear form of time.
We have to live from day to day, you and I. We live the long way around, as the Doctor in Doctor Who says when he punches his way through Splantium to get to Gallifrey from the prison that he's in. It's a long story. But if you had the ability to move about through time as if it were a river or a mountain that you could climb, and it's nothing crazy or difficult to do, then the times where your day is filled with mundane things or banalities or unimportant, seemingly, things from day to day, from moment to moment, you could fill that up instead with things of consequence. Go from one important event to another as you have energy to do so, don't wear yourself out, and have a positive effect on those events. If nothing else, have no effect on the event, but have an effect on you. You see it, you experience it, you observe it, and you learn from it. We have something that's similar to that in videos and audio files and the internet. But it's not the same thing as actually having a reinstantiated event that is literally happening before your very eyes. And the people that you see within it are real. It's not a recording. It's actually happening. When we invent time travel, time will no longer exist. Or rather, when it becomes something that everybody has access to, time will no longer exist. But so long as only a select number of people have access to it, they have to work to guide us towards that timeline where everybody can have access to it. To get all of the disparate perspectives, the forceful wills to stop trying to hurt people and dominate others, so that we can all collectively be on the same playing field and get access to it, and therefore make it so it's no longer important. When everybody's special, nobody is. And that's good in this regard, because you get access to everything and anything that you want, and everybody gets it. But this is not possible so long as there are other people that are trying to be authoritarian and dominate you. Our days will no longer be filled with banalities unless we want them to be filled with banalities. We'll fully have the opportunity to choose what we want to choose. And if we decide we want to walk upon the surface of Mars, we could go to a different instantiation, 10,000 years into our perceived futures, where we've begun to colonize Mars, and walk about the cities on its surface that we've started to build. It won't be cosmic, even though it's cosmic. Lo, the irony. The banality and the mundane nature of our day-to-day lives is what I'm trying to get at here, and how it might not be that way for much longer. And everybody is going to get precisely what they want. It's going to be, in some way, shape, or form, equivalent to heaven. And that heaven, if you're constantly advancing technologies and understandings and innovations, and there is no time separation, no barrier, there's no abstraction. You don't have to wait for it. You can just go to it. Think about it. What you imagine as reality, therefore, is. So when you say your perception is reality, full access to a machine that travels through time as if it's nothing literally makes it so that eventually everything is immediately possible when time no longer exists. Come on, guys, put this together. because we're all going to be working to advance those things. All right. That's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 135 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I came across, potentially, an untapped market opportunity. Now, to bring this up to you guys, especially on this forum and this venue, considering my background, what I've had to deal with in my life, and pretty much what I know is probably going to happen, it's a dangerous thing for me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I want to, and I know that I'm going to be kneecapped anyway, so I might as well just let you guys know that this is an opportunity that I found, and you may be interested in giving it a go. So, let me give you first an example. When it comes to investing, in order to have the investment be considered a good opportunity, the standard is that you get at least a 6% year-over-year ROI on whatever the investment is. So that's the minimum. You get 6%. If it's at least that, you're good to go. And it's a decent investment. You can do this with things like real estate. So let's say you invest $100,000 as a down payment into a property. Then you're going to want to get a minimum of $6,000 per year of profit. Not income, not revenue, profit, in order for it to be considered a good investment, or $500 a month. So that means whatever your expenses on top of that, you can do the math. Generally speaking, that's a good way of looking at it. And if you get anything better than 6%, that's icing on the cake. Honestly, anything above zero is good anyway, but if you're looking for a good investment, one that's actually making good use of your time and money, better than you could find pretty much anywhere else, then that's what you want to do. Well, it's not just in real estate that you can do this. It's also in general advertising. Okay? So, YouTube and Google have means by which you can actually advertise your platform. And it's actually fairly simple. All you have to do is get set up on your YouTube account. Let's just use YouTube as the example. This is the primary thing that I'm talking about. It's the untapped market opportunity that I think is available to most of us that we haven't given it a chance, and 99% of people aren't going to give it a chance anyway. But I'll tell you, you can advertise, let's say, a specific video. This changes from niche to niche, but let's just say a finance video on your finance YouTube channel, let's say 10 minutes long, and you specify that you want it to be for gaining subscribers on your channel. They give you 3 different specifications that you can give for the advertisement. If you say advertising, and let's say you put $200 per month into that campaign, well, that amount of money you can expect, if you're a channel that's 500 subscribers to start, that you'll get probably about 250 subscribers from it. Ish. Again, it varies with the niche. But basically what they're going to do is they're going to push out your video to people who wouldn't otherwise see it. They're going to give you more impressions for it. Now, you're thinking, I'm not making any money off the channel. Why put money into it? For a multitude of reasons. The first one being, like I said in previous videos, this YouTube channel that you're making for yourself, as long as you don't do anything stupid, as long as YouTube doesn't collapse, is going to last in perpetuity. This is a platform where you're advertising yourself. That's what YouTube is. YouTube is an advertising platform for yourself or whatever thing you talk about on your channel. Okay? So it's going to be there forever. But that $200 that you're putting into it now, getting you that 250 subscribers, as long as you continuously post, you're consistent with your channel, if you're serious about it, it will continue to grow. And you'll continue to gain in reach. And then, once you hit that threshold of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, there's some pretty basic math that you can do to determine your year-over-year ROI. So let's say, being very conservative, you put $200 per month into the investment camp or the advertising campaign for your channel, and conservatively it gets you 150 subscribers per month, and you're starting at 0. Okay? That means it would take about 6 months-ish, 6.66, to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Now, you're not going to have the watch time requirement necessarily. More than likely, you won't have it by that point unless you've had a couple of viral videos. So let's just assume that it's going to take an extra 6 months for you to get that watch time requirement of 4,000 hours. So the entire campaign would be a total of a year, $200 per month of advertising, which would equate to about 2,000 to 2,500 subscribers at the end of that campaign and your watch time requirement. After you get to that point, the typical numbers that you can expect for a YouTube channel that is healthy, a YouTube channel that's not throttled or blocked by YouTube in any way, that hasn't been put into a dark room, whether intentionally or by accident, by the YouTube algorithm, because YouTube's algorithm is being kind of wacky right now, so it's making it really difficult to discern this stuff. Nevertheless, this is generally speaking what you can expect. You can expect to get between 10 to 20% of your subscriber base as the number of views on a typical video. So 2,000 subscribers means that you'll get between 200 to 400 views on a video on average. Okay? Let's just say that you're doing a commentary channel, kind of like this one. The CPM, cost per milli, basically what you're paid per 1,000 views on your channel, is usually, for this type of content, between $3 to $5. You do the math there, and if you're posting a video every day, that's $45. Well, no, double that. It's actually $90 a month. $90 a month times 12. Let's just say you're getting $1,080 per year. $1,080 per year, and you invested a total capital of $2,400. Now, you can jig these numbers however you want. If you decide that you want to continue the advertising campaign until you get to a point where you're making $200 per month off of your channel, which would require you probably to be around 4,000 subs or so, 2 to 4,000 subs, then you could maybe continue the ad campaign for 18 months. Put in a total of $3,600 capital, and your year-over-year ROI would adjust respectively. And you can continue this if you really want to. But right now we're just talking about getting yourself to the monetization threshold. Now, for those who hit the YouTube jackpot, this doesn't really apply to you. I know several YouTube channels who did in fact hit the YouTube jackpot, who got to their 1,000 subscribers and their 4,000 watch hours with the snap of their fingers, mostly because they're attractive young ladies. No shade, but that's probably why. Even though they're very intelligent, the ones that I'm thinking of in particular, that most people don't care about that. Most people care about if you're easy on the eyes, and if you're a woman. So, that aside, assuming you did not hit the YouTube jackpot, you could do the math here. So, let's say 18 months to get you to the $200 per month threshold. You're not going to get that $200 per month until the end of those 18 months.
So you're going to average out the amount of money that you're making per month. Let's just say that's $100 a month that you're doing for 18 months on average. That's $1,800, and you would have put in $3,600. That's an ROI of 50% for the 18-month period. You can adjust it for 12 months, etc. But the return on investment here is utterly gigantic. Now, it is not passive like owning real estate is, or real estate is as passive as you get, because you still have to produce content. You still have to make videos on a regular schedule that are in the niche and of the quality that your viewers expect. But assuming this is something you're going to do anyway, you might as well. Now, like I said, the likelihood is I'm going to be kneecapped again. It's just what keeps happening to me in life. I don't really have an explanation as to why this keeps on happening, but it's probably what's going to happen with me. So if I give you the information, at least somebody's going to benefit from it. Even if only 1 out of 100 people is even going to give this a chance. I'm thinking of my brother James. He's got a YouTube channel that's growing very nicely. He's got almost 1,300 subs, and he just got fully monetized, so he's making some money off of his videos. If he wants to expedite the process, think of it in terms of year-over-year ROIs, returns on investment. If you have the money to afford, then what you can do is this $200 per month or whatever it is into an advertising campaign, and ratio-wise, it's going to match up, whether you put $100 a month in, $50 a month in, $400 a month in. So $200 a month is going to get you 150 subs minimum. 100 will do half that, etc. And the type of video that you're advertising is the primary type of video that is going to have consistent viewers come back. So if you want to do this, these are your numbers. It's quite smart, because this is going to last as long as YouTube lasts, forever. As long as you don't get your channel deleted by YouTube for some reason or another, it'll be there. So give it a try. Consider it. It is an untapped market opportunity. If everybody were doing this that wanted to grow a YouTube channel and were serious about it, it wouldn't be this high of an ROI. It would be much, much, much lower. But it's an extremely high ROI because so few people do it. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 102 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today, I'm having my writing session with my friend Kara. I wanted to talk a little bit about these cyber attacks that we recently experienced on platforms like X and Rumble. In fact, apparently they're still going on. But those cyber attacks also apparently came from the Ukraine. The Ukraine. That's what it used to be known as. Ukraine. Now, why is it that it is such a deeply multifaceted and drawn-out conflict that's happening in Ukraine? Why is it that the deep state is so adamantly trying to protect Ukraine? They don't care about all these other countries in the world that have conflicts that happen every single day. I mean, just look at South Africa, for example. They don't give a crap about South Africa. And South Africa's crumbling. That's a perfect example. So why Ukraine? Why do they care so much about Ukraine over anything else? Well, here's my guess. The first one is, back in 2017, we had a sudden explosion of scammers. There were always scammers out there, but it only takes 1, 2, 3, 5 industrious, very hardworking, if you can call it that,
scam artists to set up scam farms and hire a bunch of people and pay them a pittance to do the work, to completely sabotage the global economic system. It's called a commerce jam. So you have culture jams, which is something that Alex Stein is really good at, and then you have commerce jams, which basically just screw up the economy. That's what scammers are. They're thieves. They are a parasite. Literally, they are parasitic. They do nothing but steal and suck from the productive energy of those in the world who are trying to build something. Whether it be small or great, doesn't matter. You work hard every day in whatever job that you have to contribute in some way, shape, or form to society, and what they do is they suck away all of the capital that you get from that. It's a disincentive. So, my guess is that in Ukraine, that's the center of many scam farms. I even heard